The game's emblem appeared when someone noticed that one day, a new game had caught everyone's attention. The protagonist looked at the tower as the story continued about adventure and romance, various locations. Also about hidden dungeons and unknown secrets, monsters and battles, and monsters that become stronger each time. The game had a variety of fresh content. However, no matter how popular this game was, the lifespan inside it was fixed. The game, dominating the entire industry, could not keep up with the passage of time. Therefore, many players' interest in the game faded over time, only experts remained in the game. The protagonist said that he was one of them. Then he added, the worst of all. The guy turned his back. The monster bared his teeth, and the protagonist thought that this is why this very expert begins to boil. He looked up at the monster. The beam pierced the space and the protagonist thought that he was now returning to the time when the game had just captured everyone's attention. The guy sat on the ground and thought that this was all in order to start all over again as a newbie. The game's emblem appeared when the protagonist noted that he was a pro, a god machine. It was a virtual reality game that came out 15 years ago. He continued to say that he instantly fell in love with it and became obsessed with it. Over time, he completely surrendered to this game. The protagonist stood in front of the gate 15 years later. Suddenly, Lee Eugene clenched his fists when someone called him and asked if he went to get the enhancement stone. He doesn't have any thoughts, right? Then he thought, lousy lone shark, he will follow him even in the game. After which the brunette opened his mouth wide, put out his fists and asked when he was going to make a fortune and return all the money. They only live once, right? As the protagonist headed for the door, someone told him to stand still, not to make hasty decisions, and to calm down. A split in space occurred when the voice added, please, just once. After which a sword appeared when the stranger said to show him hope. The protagonist noted that users who have been playing the same game for a long time without changes are called experts. He was a pro who had been playing this game for 15 years, then he opened his eyes wide and thought that all he needed was to become stronger. The guy narrated that initially, he liked everything and he did not even suspect that he had spent 15 years in the game. He fought with rivals and continued the story that he was the captain of the assault squad, the master of the guild and the lord of the castle. What he earned was enough to live. But now, the protagonist held a stone in his hands, looked at it and talked about a 7-fold increase. If everything works out, then the debts will be over. Then he closed his eyes and thought that he could end his life in debt. After which he threw the crystal into the urn. A notification came about the creation of the item, plus 1 executive sword. Then he frowned and thought that he had a good feeling from the very beginning. If he were a coward, he would not even be able to touch the enhancement stones. Notifications came one after another. Holding the stone in his hands, the guy opened his mouth and shouted, great, go, go. There were already plus 4 executive swords, but the enhancement was finished. After which the protagonist got angry and said that it was too early, a little more was needed. Another sword was created. The brunette smiled broadly and said, good, today he is lucky. Suddenly a voice was heard asking Lee, is he on top today? To which he replied that he managed to enhance the stone 5-fold in one go. Excitement flared up in him. After which he thought that from this moment everything is for real and began to pray to all the gods, asking them to give him strength. He threw the crystal into the urn again and shouted, let's go. The sword lit up. The enhancement continued as the protagonist cheered and shouted, yes. He then opened his mouth wide, holding the stone in his hand, and said that he would succeed today. All that was left was to achieve a 7-fold enhancement. After which he threw the crystal again with a long cry, forward. The sword glowed even brighter. The 7th enhancement occurred as the guy loudly shouted hooray. Opening his eyes wide, he announced that he had managed to achieve a 7-fold enhancement in one go. The protagonist looked away questioningly, after which he smiled with fear in his eyes and thought that now he was not afraid of any borrowers. Considering how much he earned, he no longer needed to worry about debts, no. A tear rolled down his cheek as he said that this was a new beginning. He would start a new path. The guy could not believe it. Looking at the sword, he noted that the weapon he had received thanks to loans, the executive sword, with it he would be able to make a fortune by destroying high-ranking monsters. After which he asked himself if he should pay off his debts, because if he sold the sword, what would he have left? Looking into the void, he thought about what he could do with empty hands. Then he looked down and continued to think that he was already 35 years old, after which he looked up and added that he was nothing but a disaster in the game. Then he looked at the weapon and thought, one more time, maybe it was worth trying again. The protagonist smiled uncertainly and asked what if he could achieve an 8-fold increase. After that, he thought that in any case, his life was miserable. What was the point of starting all over again, having nothing? In his life there were no friends, no family, no loved one. The guy lowered his head and said that if everything worked out, then with the money he earned he would be able to buy an apartment. An inner voice told Lee to calm down. He was in his right mind. After listening to it, the brunette jumped up, threw a stone and shouted, great, let's go. Rays came out of the sword. Then they shone very brightly, after which a notification came about the completion of the 8th enhancement. The guy's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. The protagonist began to cry, spread his arms and thought, thank the gods, they really exist. The virtual voice was delighted and asked if today was really his lucky day, to which the guy, with tears in his eyes, replied that he, too, about what kind of day it was. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the notification and the burning sword. Then he narrowed his eyes. The protagonist exhaled in relief. Then he bared his teeth, grabbed a stone and shouted, "Go," to which the voice asked if he was crazy, and he replied that he told you, a man only lives once. The voice ordered him to stop and asked what he would do if everything went wrong. After which the protagonist thought that the enhancement plus 9 is an extreme probability. The probability is 12/100th of a millionth. If everything works out, then he can get money that is not comparable to an 8-fold enhancement. He would be able to afford a luxury apartment in Gangnam, and he would be able to restore his old relationships as well as make new ones. The guy continued to think about absolute luxury, a life without worries, the legendary 9-fold enhancement. The brunette gritted his teeth, frowned and thought that he would create this with his own hands today. He would become the most special. Then he felt the power and realized that no matter what he did today, this was his day. But suddenly, darkness appeared around the guy and an error occurred. The sword disappeared and a notification about the enhancement failure came. The protagonist's eyes diverged in different directions. Sweat ran down his hand when he asked why the 9th enhancement did not occur. The guy was confused and thought that apparently today is not the day when everything is possible. A voice in his head called him and said that it was time for him to go. The protagonist fell into a stupor and asked himself where to go, into a barrel filled with cement or into a chicken feed grinder. He continued the thought that a new life would await him if he could stop at 7-fold amplification, and if he stopped at 8-fold, he could buy an apartment in an elite area, and then asked what happened to him. His thought continued with the fact that if he could stop, he would start living like a human. But suddenly he interrupted his thoughts and thought that everything was wrong. He should not have done amplification from the very beginning. He punished himself by having to use private loans. He should not have started this game at all. After which he cried bitterly and said that if he could go back 15 years, he would never have come to such a life, but it was too late. Everything was pointless. Although he was an expert, he screwed up at everything. Then he caught himself thinking that his head was spinning. He began to fall and asked, "Stress hypertension." The protagonist jumped out of bed in fear. There was confusion in his eyes. He saw an IV and a badge on the bed. Then he looked ahead and asked where is he? A voice was heard saying that he had woken up. The doctor looked at Mr. Eogen and said that he was worried. The red-eyed man asked what, to which the doctor answered him, he does not remember, he was in an experimental capsule of virtual reality. The man looked at the guy and continued to say that he later came to them at the hospital because he had a seizure while going through the beta version. The brunette opened his eyes wide and thought, experimental beta version, what is he talking about? The stranger in the suit and glasses laughed and said that their company would provide him with a new capsule and a small amount of money as an apology. The capsule he used was rejected, but in any case, the incident must remain a secret. The protagonist mentally asked if this was deja vu, then looked at his watch and thought that the realization of reality was slowly coming to him. Then he smiled and asked, so only 15 minutes had passed since his arrival in the capsule. The guy narrated that when he was conscious, he was a being rejected by society, without family and friends. After which he opened his eyes wide and thought, really, he got into the past. Then the main character realized that it turned out that all these 15 years were just a dream. The city stood against the backdrop of the sunset. There was no light in the windows. The guy looked up. He was lying on the floor. There was a mirror next to him. He looked at himself and thought, smooth skin without a single wrinkle. Looking at himself, he thought that this did not at all resemble the face of a 35-year-old man who was addicted to alcohol and cigarettes. After which he frowned, and his face aged when he thought that all this was just a fantasy, and that was just a nightmare. The game emblem appeared again when the guy noted that his whole life was turned upside down because of this damn game. His younger sister said that she would do BJ and borrowed an item from him, but everything did not go according to plan. The girl was threatened with a knife when the guy kept thinking that she went into the hunting area alone and caught the eye of an enemy guild. After which she was attacked by a PK and dropped the item when the player who kills other players picked it up and disappeared. The guy said that after, in order to somehow recoup the loss of the item, they tried hard to catch a high-level monster and sell its item. Then he remembered how they even took out a personal loan later. The protagonist said that all he knows how to do is play games. He was going to break this wall between the game and reality. He said that more than 15 years have passed since the game was released, so each time it's online was lower and lower. The ratio of 10 to 1 turned into 100 to 1. It was becoming increasingly difficult to pay off the interest, not to mention the debts. But in the end, he still bought an executive sword. He thought that he would increase its power and resell it. Then he remembered all the events and added that in the end, The protagonist stood at the mirror. He frowned and thought it really was just a dream. Then he closed his eyes, after which he opened them, clenched his teeth and shouted that this could not be. The evil guy thought that the most promising game had become useless to anyone in 15 years. All that time spent together had become his whole life. Then he looked away and said, "Whatever." The protagonist looked at the capsule and said that he needed to play once, after which the game emblem appeared. The protagonist was falling into the portal. Suddenly a notification came from the machine god that she welcomed him. Dragons were flying in the multicolored sky. A bright beam appeared on it. The guy landed on a rock, looked at the tower and said that all this was not a dream, after which he thought that everything remained the same as it was 15 years ago. However, he walked up the stairs, looked at the columns and said that he didn't know how far he could see into the future. What if it was a completely different game? The protagonist frowned, thought about the inventory. When it appeared in front of his eyes, the guy said, "A sword," but he had no other choice. A sword appeared in the protagonist's hand and he said that he had nothing to choose from. The guy had to fight a level D killer bug. The brunette frowned and said that, as he thought, he would be the first opponent. Suddenly, an opponent appeared in front of him, who tried to attack the protagonist, but he killed him. After which the young man looked up and said that it was easy to destroy these creatures. Then he turned around, saw a large insect and asked in surprise, "What?" The bug tried to strike with its paw, but the guy dodged them. The protagonist jumped up and raised his sword up. Looking at the opponent, he thought that his weak spot was obvious, after which he stuck the sword into the enemy and said, "The back of the neck." The insect's wing moved, so the brunette pulled it out. Then he looked at his hand and said that his body was so light, after which he thought that it was definitely not the body of a 35-year-old man, and asked if he was young. Then the game character was too. The protagonist approached the dead creature and said, "Look what this insect will give him," then frowned and shouted, "Oh." He had a killer beetle sting in his hands, to which he said, "Not bad." The guy stood up and said, "Good." Then he smiled and said that he would do everything from memory, after which he noted that he really went back 15 years. The brunette realized that he was given one last chance. At first he was going to have fun, but in the end everything went in the opposite direction. However, this time everything will be different. The main character smiled, extended his hand and said that he would take all the delights of the game, hidden places and objects, all this for himself, and only after that he would truly enjoy the game. The training tower includes 10 floors, with each rise to a new floor. The difficulty level and the number of monsters increases. Having passed all 10 levels, you can go out to the main world as a player of level 10. The monsters in this game were created strong enough and are given 5 minutes to survive this fight. Usually he is controlled much faster because he already has enough information about this game. You need to attack the monster at vital points to minimize the time spent on its destruction. Lee Eejin saw the sign of the 3rd floor and thought that there were 3 monsters. He saw the sign of the 6th floor and thought that there were 6 monsters. He smiled and thought that there was nothing special even if there were several monsters. Killer bugs were approaching him from both sides. Damaged killer bugs were lying on the floor. The protagonist looked up, trying to catch his breath. He turned around when he heard an announcement that a new record had been set in the training tower on the 9th floor, and asked if he wanted to add his name to the record table. The brunette combed his hair back. He lowered his hand and called himself an expert. He looked straight ahead and heard that the username had been registered, and that it was possible to select a difficulty level on the 10th floor. He turned around and thought in bewilderment that he did not remember this before. He remembered that before they simply called the rank, the next mission, there were not many hidden privileges with hidden items in the training tower. Lee Eejin stared thoughtfully at the notification and said that, apparently, these privileges were available to those who managed to break the world record. A C rank boss is 10 times stronger than a D rank boss, and a C+ boss is 1,000 times stronger than a D rank boss. A person in his right mind would never increase the difficulty level too much. The boss was raised to level C+. The protagonist threw his hands on his hips and thought that he had become almost a pro, and people like him could fight a plus and S rank monsters in the future. He ran up the stairs asking why he should be surprised by things like C+ rank monsters. He smiled as he went up. Darkness appeared and people began to discuss the protagonist. They were surprised that there was a hidden boss in the tower. Only a little time had passed since the game was created, and something like a hidden boss had already appeared. And recently a new world record was set on the 9th floor, and as expected from the Koreans, his nickname is Expert. So little time had passed, and he had already bent everyone over, and someone asked if he was streaming the walkthrough because it would be interesting to watch. The girl opened her mouth and said that she had not seen anyone inside, and if this really happened, then everyone would have noticed it. The man opened his mouth and said that it was impossible to choose a C+ rank boss on the 4th floor. The man looked askance and thought what the hell was going on. He had just passed the 10th floor but was hearing this news for the first time, and how could this even happen? All the players from the newbie village knew each other well. His identity would be revealed one day, and once he appeared, the scouts would take over. The monster was holding an axe in his hands. Then he struck. The guy struck the monster in the eye and said that he knew about the attack pattern and wondered if it would work. Once he got used to the weapon, he would not be able to take damage at all. Lee Eejin struck one after another and said that with his strength, he would be able to defeat the Skeleton King. The brunette swung the sword and then said, "The tasteless power of power," and then asked if this is what people who pass high levels feel. Then he threw me on his shoulder and said that now he can defeat him. The Skeleton King was sitting on the ground defeated. The guy got chest protection and he said that for an expert it was nothing. Protection appeared on his legs. He said that he could get excellent items. He put his hands in front of him and said that it was time to leave the training tower. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and said that in this game items are much more important than statistics, and now that he has C+ rank armor, maybe he should enjoy a tasty morsel. He ran away saying that before leaving this place he needed to check something. The guy started crawling on the floor trying to feel something with his hands. Then he ran over a tile with a picture and shouted that he found it. He clicked on this tile because he heard about this information in an interview with top-ranked players. If you successfully clear the 10th floor of the training tower in the shortest time, you can open another floor. The 11th floor opening notification sounded and a huge gate appeared in front of the guy. The protagonist looked at it and said that he hadn't gone through it himself, but he was curious. It was the highest difficulty level among all the hidden quests. He kicked and said, "Go ahead." Then he smiled slyly, but then something flew into his head. He lay on the ground in bewilderment. A huge fist hit him next to him. He tried to dodge. Lee Eejin started running and said that he had gone back 15 years and therefore all he could do was attack C+ rank monsters, and he didn't understand how this monster could just jump out. There was an explosion. The guy fell from the blast wave. He opened his eyes wide and said something like, "Making fun of me, and how could he possibly defeat him?" A huge monster stood in front of him. It was a dragon prison advisor. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and said that the monster in training was S rank, but did not finish and suggested that maybe it was created by mistake and that the world slapped him again. The advisor swung his fist. It flew over the protagonist's head. The monster hit the ground and the guy flew off. The executioner of the dragon prison, belonging to the dragon family, makes this monster one of the few dominant ones on the entire continent. It officially became part of the game only 10 years after its appearance. Then the players gathered in alliances and went on a campaign against dragon-like monsters, and unlike his obese physique, he was very fast and difficult to defeat, so the players were instantly defeated. The fist landed right next to Lee Eejin. He opened his mouth and furiously asked what machar he should defeat him with. But the monster struck again, and the guy flew off. He curled upside down. But in flight, he turned over and landed on his feet. He looked at the bridges and noticed that something was wrong. The advisor growled loudly. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, and then he smiled and said that this is it. The guy saw the bracelets on his arms and thought that his strength was being restrained by these things, and he had them all over his body. Apparently that was why he couldn't move quickly. On his back there were the same spikes as the bracelets, and the guy thought that, in other words, this creature was not a tormentor, but just a low-ranking monster. The monster stretched out its hand to the guy. It took out a sword and shouted that the developers made the game really fun and there definitely had to be some kind of Easter egg in it. Lee Eejin swung the sword, and then he struck. The advisor looked at him in surprise. The guy was scared at first. Then he smiled. The monster struck, and the brunette thought that even though he had combined poison, a sword, and chainmail, this blow had only lowered his HP by 25 points, and the monster was much stronger than he thought. The monster's fist flew past the guy, and he thought that if he focused on its attacks, he could easily dodge them. In addition, his sword could not break, and at least he did not have to worry about that. Initially, he had the ability to regenerate, but now he was in an area where he could not use this skill. The protagonist lowered his sword and said that from now on, a long battle awaited him. The guy jumped on the monster and thought that this was how his battle to the death with this creature began. The ability to regenerate S-rank monsters is beyond dreams, but since this skill does not work in this zone, everything went differently and he will have to fight with it for several days. Now the regeneration ability does not work on him either, and if he touches him even once, he is dead. So the most important thing for him now is concentration and speed. If he stops concentrating, he will be thrown out of the game, and if his physical abilities fall, the same thing will happen, exit the game. He does not pay attention to anyone and does not expect anything. He rushed at the monster and thought that time was on his side. 3 months later, there were clouds around the tower. The monster was lying on the ground. A drop of sweat was dripping from Lee Eejin's face. His face was drawn, and he said that it was tough. He sat on the ground and was surprised by the notification that came. It said that his level had increased to 32. The maximum level he can have at the moment is 25. Anyone in such a time could not rise above level 26. The guy got up from the ground and said that strength, agility, and magic all grow proportionally to the level, but it is not so important. He held a cutting flurry in his hands and said that all this is because he now has a weapon that decides his gameplay. He squeezed it in his hand and said that the razor is the weapon of the god of calamity himself, a cutting flurry or razor weapon that strikes fear into anyone who dares to challenge you, the weapon of the god of calamity who held the whole world in fear. This sword is at the top of the dark ranking of the god of calamity. In terms of attack power, it did not fit the S rank, it pulls at rank B, because to get it, it was enough to collect 900 points to the attack power. The brunette looked at his hand and said that fear of the razor is not the only thing that guarantees victory. No one would believe that having a C+ rank weapon you can get an S rank weapon. Then he paid attention to the notification that came. It said that the guy was leaving the training tower and he was offered a choice of 2 camps to join, dragons and demons. He folded his arms across his chest and said that he was not going to go to any camp. A notification came asking if he wanted to stay with the human. The protagonist smiled and said, of course. He continued to smile and thought that in this way he would free himself from the control of demons and dragons, and said out loud that although he would not receive various privileges now, and besides, when would he be able to catch monsters from a friendly camp? He made a face and said that because of this, the pleasure of farming would decrease. The sun flew off in the village of newbies. All the people looked at the guy in surprise, and he thought that there was no need to complete the starting quests, and he did not have time to run from point A to point B. People looked at him with disgust, asking what was wrong with this pervert, and the main character thought that from that moment on he fought high-level monsters that no one could defeat, being at the same level as him. The woman covered the child's eyes, and the naked guy thought that if such creatures touch you even a little, then you are a corpse and no armor will help. In such situations, gloves, shoes, and various accessories would not hurt. He turned around when he was called out, calling him a pervert. The man looked at him and said that he saw him auction off a rather valuable item. The other man asked where he got it, because at this level it was impossible. Lee Eagen looked at them in confusion and did not understand what they were talking about. He thought that it was very vague, but still he felt the same smell from them that emanated from him too, a barely perceptible smell of rottenness. The man looked at him sideways and asked where and for what quest he got it. The men crowded around him saying that if he could do it, then they could too, and he should quickly tell them about the quest, and the guy thought it was dead water. The protagonist looked at the men and thought that the place was made specifically for beginners, and when you exceed level 15, you can't come back here. He thought that he had already reached level 32 in the training head, and that's the only reason he was standing here. The man told him that if he didn't tell them, they would follow him and prevent him from rising to the next levels. The man pointed a candy at him and asked that since he had just left the training tower, he was only level 10, and the guy thought that these overgrown guys died on purpose during leveling, revived here and gained experience on beginners. The protagonist stared at him. Then he smiled, and he came closer and said that good things should be shared. He would tell them where to go to reserve a rebel. The men started discussing what to do with him, and at first they thought he was some kind of pervert, since he was standing naked, but it seemed like he was normal, and then they asked him to quickly tell them the place and they would go. The protagonist smiled and said that he would tell them everything step by step, but first they needed to go to a quiet and secluded place. The sun was shining outside. One of the fat men looked at the protagonist and said to tell them he should tell them about the monsters that would be on the way, to which the second chubby man said that he and his brother were cool guys. The guy turned to the people and asked if they didn't think something like, "Hey, we need to kill this guy and take all his items." The men looked at each other, after which the protagonist, holding a weapon in his hands, said that he knows people like them well. They deliberately wait for newbies like rats. They have gained enough experience and are level 15, and then they attack and take everything from newbies. After his words, the strangers frowned when one of them asked what he just said, and the second added questioningly, he wants them to make him change his mind about entering this game. The guy opened his mouth and said how impudent. Then he clenched his teeth, frowned, put out his hand with a weapon and shouted that he liked their impudence. After which the man swung and shouted that then he should get ready to give up his things and forget about this game forever. The protagonist pierced the fat man with a sword. Snot came out of his nose. The second stranger, looking at this, was shocked. Then the protagonist began to fight off the man in the helmet. The chubby one coughed when his eyes almost fell out. The tall stranger angrily began to take out his weapon and shouted, "What a bastard." Then he opened his mouth wide when the opponent pierced his hand, after which he received a blow. Seeing what was happening, the man in the helmet began to run away. But the brunette caught up with the brat and said how cute it was, after which he screamed in fear. The man hid around the corner, holding his hand and writhing in pain. Then he looked at the protagonist and said, "He's a newbie, who the hell is he?" To which he turned around and replied that newbies are usually taught to treat everyone with love. Suddenly he poked the guy with a spear and added that however, not in this case. Screams were heard between the houses. The protagonist was surprised that they did not have any useful items, then shouted, "Oh," and a slime unit appeared in his hand. The protagonist said that slimes are monsters from which you can't get anything valuable. It seems that these guys raised their level only by killing slimes. He was able to get slime quintessence, so he does not have to farm 1,000 slimes. The young man held out his hand with the slime and said that he thought he wasted his time, but everything went well. This thing will come in handy when he attacks the dungeon. He then looked at the virtual tablet and said that it looks like his item was bought at the auction, then noted that the auction is held for 72 hours from the time of registration. But there are exceptions, in cases where the price increases at least 10 times the original price. The guy smiled and asked, "I wonder what kind of rich kid bought this?" His eyes grew bigger. In the tablet, he saw equipment that cost a lot of money. His mouth wide open, he shouted, "What? Then he looked ahead and thought that this is real business. He was able to sell only the C+ rank armor for that kind of money. The guy continued to say that the iron armor calling for rebellion is a great option. However, is it worth agreeing to this amount? He thinks that many will want to take the initiative into their own hands. Because these are the first days of the game, he is already looking forward to expensive buyers. They need to comb through the money. The brunette smiled and thought that before he was the one who earned money in real life for the sake of playing. Now everything is the opposite. He will be able to earn money in the game and use it in reality. The sky was clear. The head of the protagonist climbed out of the bushes. The guy was standing on a tree branch and looking at the maze of demons. Then he looked at the walkers made of fresh 100% slug extract, smiled, and said that this is a great thing. Between the toes there are pleasant sensations, soft moist skin. This is a very good ability for beginners. After which the brunette looked into the distance and said that it was time to go in search of the item used by the earth-shaking archer. The young man jumped. He then noted that archers were unclaimed before. No matter how strong the archer's attack was, the arrow could not penetrate armor, so no one became one. The protagonist continued to narrate that, however, there was a top archer back then who appeared out of nowhere like a comet. Oddly enough, he always fought and hunted with a special item. In one battle, the archer's opponents laughed at the fact that a bow and arrow were not weapons. However, that day, all of them had broken ankles. That is why that archer was nicknamed the Earth-Shaking Archer. The guy said that later he heard that he received a special item as a reward for passing a hidden dungeon in the labyrinth of evil spirits. Running into the cave, the brunette thought that although he was not an archer, he could move as fast as them. In front of him, he saw a monster. The demon turned its head and looked at the guy, after which the main character smiled and said that his finest hour had come, then asked if they would try to fight. The demon's eyes bulged. The red-eyed man made a dash. Suddenly, he was surprised when there were a lot of monsters. The guy opened his eyes wide and shouted that there were many more of them than he thought. But he still went into battle. One of the opponents began to attack. The young man swung the tip. Then he gritted his teeth, looking at the enemies. The brunette thought that, as expected, they were slow. If anything, he could escape from them. However, an item that accelerated movement was a priority. He saw a door in front of him and said that this was it. Then he jumped up and kicked it. Something was falling above him. A metal wall fell near him. Suddenly the floor broke and the main character began to fall. While he was flying, he said that this was great. He could find any way out of this labyrinth. It was not even more difficult than walking around his house. It was dark. The guy saw a monster in front of him. A danger notice came. It said that the dungeon boss was here. The protagonist was scared. The boss was preparing for a crushing attack. His footsteps were causing the floor to crumble. The monster was very big. Looking at its red eyes, the young man said that as he thought, if he was wearing armor, his speed would be reduced by more than 50%. The protagonist stood ready when he said that it would be the same even if he wore iron armor. That's why he doesn't wear it. The scarlet demon bared his teeth. The guy smiled and said that as soon as he came, he prepared a warm welcome for him, then asked if he was bored because no one had come to him yet. The brunette turned around, saw the demons and said that they were persistent guys. He looked at them sarcastically and added that they were not trying hard enough. Time was up. The monsters began to fall, yellow liquid pouring out of their mouths. One by one, they started dying when the guy said that when he looked at it, it was a terrible but powerful force. He then explained about the quick strike. It was a point damage technique that deals a certain amount of hits that cause bleeding, ignoring the shield, a cheating technique that made the Razor #1 in the rankings. The protagonist noted that the damage reduction for a second is 1/100th of the enemy's total HP. This effect lasts until the target is killed. He then looked at the demons and said that one by one, starting with the one who was injured first, it cannot be dispelled. Then he looked at the boss and said that now it remains to deal with him, and then asked, well, now only he is left. The demon took a deep breath. Fire burst out of his mouth as the guy began to run away and hid behind a stone. A notification came that the scarlet demon was caught. The floor crumbled under the monster's feet. The naked protagonist jumped. He jumped off the rocks and landed on his feet. The boy looked at his walking sticks in surprise. Then he raised his head, frowned and asked his opponent how long he thought he could last. The enemy stepped next to the young man as he swung the blade. 3 hours later, the brunette cleared the labyrinth for the first time. He spread his arms and asked if he could continue. In the beginner area there were 2 more C+ rank monsters besides the Akani, right? Then he looked away and thought. Lee looked into the distance at the nature and said, okay, he chooses it. The sky was brown. Insects were flying in the nightmare forest outside the beginner village. The protagonist quickly ran away from the C+ rank water spider. In motion, he turned to him and asked, since he had caught part of the prey in the net, why was he chasing him? Was even some insect an important prey for him? The rival was above the guy's head. Then the brunette turned around and saw an explosion. He jumped when a trap appeared under him. Then he smiled and said that this is exactly what he wanted. The spider was terrifying. The ground was shaking. Sounds were heard. The protagonist jumped off the cliff. Then he looked down in fear. An insect appeared behind him. It made strange sounds. The guy looked at it from under his brows. They stood opposite each other. The enemy made a dash, after which there was an explosion. Then the brunette laughed and asked. The intruder entered his territory, and he personally came to settle accounts with him. A scaly king cobra appeared, sitting on a rock. The young man said that this was a great chance to deal with 2 bosses at the same time and also increase his agility. Looking at the spider, he continued to say that the water spider, which never lets go of the prey, even if others are already looking at it, then turned his gaze to the cobra and added that the king cobra with scales, which will never let go of intruders in its territory. Continuing to look at them, he said that many players would have their legs buckled from seeing this. This is a funny sight for a person like him. Then the protagonist opened his mouth and said that seeing how they both die, a notification came about receiving the exoskeleton of the soothsayer and the scaly dream without blood and tears. Everyone was surprised that these are C+ rank items. People looked at this in surprise, wondering how he was able to get this and what monsters he killed, and also that this is impossible and this is just a bug. The man clenched his fists and shouted, 3,000, 5,000, are you kidding me, 6,000, 6,500, 7. Lee Yejin leaned back in his chair and said that he had only just started and the stakes were already rising. How much more could he raise? He pressed his lips together and asked if he was really like that. The guy looked to the side and wondered if the poor guys who were shaking over the crumbs that others were throwing down, was that really what they looked like when top players like him were looking at them? Then he looked closely. The phone rang. It was his uncle. The protagonist took the phone in his hand, scratched his head and said that he didn't want to pick it up, but if he didn't answer, the guy would start to annoy him even more. He brought the phone to his ear and said, hello. His head was blown off from the scream that when he was demobilized from the army, he should have stopped by to see him. The guy awkwardly looked away and said that he was just busy here and there. The uncle started yelling at him, asking what he was busy with. The uncle, sitting on the floor, started yelling that after demobilization, he probably did nothing but play with toys. The guy closed his eyes and thought that the uncle was right, and he said that there was a memorial service soon and he should come the day before it. The man continued yelling into the phone that Lee Yejin was already a man and it was time for him to grow up. The guy took the phone away from his ear, and the uncle continued yelling that it was time for him to start earning a living and he should look at his cousins. They all went to prestigious universities. The brunette said that it was as if he himself earned his living, and did not raise him on his parents' inheritance, which he eventually took for himself. He sighed with relief. The protagonist laughed and said that he was a top player and raised the bar. The light on the stream was blinking and he said that he had a long way to go. The protagonist leaned back in his chair. Then he looked seriously and said that there was nothing more to do in the beginner's area and it was time for a real game. He looked at the capsule and his uncle was indignant that he was not listening to him at all. Merciless desert, Zone B, abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization. Lee Yejin looked through binoculars and said that if all his calculations were correct, then it should be somewhere around here. Since the player cannot enter this dungeon alone in the usual way, he will use a trick that only he knows. He looked at the camel and apologized to it, after which he killed it. The camel's bloody body lay on the sand. The protagonist smiled and said that he was there. Explosions began to occur in the sand. The guy looked at all this, saying that he was glad to see him after a long time. A huge sandworm towered over him. The worm opened its mouth. It looked up and said that he had successfully caught it and then ran. And he began to run away from the monster. While running, he turned back and said that he would not be able to catch it if it came back. It had thick skin and no matter how much he hit, he would not be able to cause damage. The worm screamed and crawled after him. The guy grinned, saying that he could not defeat it unless he lured it out of its habitat. He saw the pyramid and said that therefore there was no need to think about anything and just run to the goal. The protagonist was rapidly approaching the pyramid. He ran up the pyramid. There was a roar, and the brunette disappeared from sight. He looked inside the passage. Then he smiled. He stepped inside the tunnel and said that this was great and he was able to overcome the path. He went in there and was surprised. These were abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization, the 7th floor underground. The protagonist looked into the tunnel and decided that this was the place where the sandworm came from. He ran there and said that thanks to the sandworm he was able to get there easily. If he could meet the boss there, it would be great. He looked at the door. He was surprised and thought that the door to the boss room was open and there was already someone there. A conversation was heard from there. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that there really was a person who could get to this place. The guy also looked at him and asked if all his comrades were buried. They both stared at him silently. Lee Eajin looked at them in surprise, and then he frowned and thought that it was Yu Da-hyu. Nuna looked at him and said that it was a coincidence and asked if he wanted to join the raid. They had been waiting here for several days for the last remaining boss. The protagonist wondered what this woman was doing here. He remembered how she asked to take her to the boss, how she was going to stream the walkthrough and asked to borrow a knife, and how she apologized for faking like a fool, and how she offered to borrow money. The guy moved closer and asked if he was interested. Lee Eajin rolled his eyes and thought that he had gone back 15 years and these people still didn't know him. Yu Da-hyu winked and said that he and his sister had died here twice already trying to kill the boss. It was problematic for two people. The protagonist frowned and thought that he needed a human shield for convenience. Then he smiled and agreed to go through the raid together. He grinned slyly and said that he would help them. After the red-haired man's words, the protagonist realized that they were brother and sister, after which the girl looked at him and asked if they would go on a raid together. The main character's head was spinning with thoughts that it was very hard in his past life because of them. He needed to throw away all these feelings and focus on something more important, namely, how to remove them both at once. After which he smiled sarcastically and said, "Okay, they will go together." People looked ahead. In front of them in the darkness stood a throne and a voice was heard that it smelled disrespectful guests. A monster sat on a chair and said that it smelled prey. Then he clenched his teeth and took hold of a spear. The blue-eyed man closed his eye, opened his mouth and shouted that he was coming. The end of the queue sparked. The earth shook. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that they were all good at close attack, so they would come close to him. Let's go. The brother and sister turned around. There was no one behind them. The boy frowned and asked where the bastard ran off to which his sister looked around and replied that he was just here. The thought occurred to her that if there had been at least one more of them, they would have caught him. The girl got angry, frowned, and thought that she should use this idiot as a shield. The red-haired ones looked forward in surprise, screaming. Looking at the door handle, one of them asked what it was. Nuna opened her mouth wide, stretched out her hand and shouted that the handle was broken. This bastard, he was up to something. Then she clenched her teeth. The brother looked at her when she clenched her fists and said that nothing could be done. There was only one thing left. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that he understood her. If they caught this monster, they would officially become pioneers. The unnamed B-rank queen rose up with a spear in her hands. The brother stepped forward and shouted that he was attacking. The monster swung as the boy raised his shield in front of him. The opponent struck. His weapon glowed. Then he used magic. Yu Chang defended himself with all his might. Suddenly, the monster's weapon and the boy's shield collided. The young man, gritting his teeth, shouted to his sister, "Forward!" The blue-eyed girl dashed forward with knives in her hands. Then she jumped up and swung at the enemy. A scream was heard, first with the spear, after which the brother opened his mouth wide and screamed. He made a strike with his weapon. The red-haired girl turned around, opened her mouth and said that he had low HP, so a few hits would be enough. In response, the guy said that he understood. They would go like this and headed towards the opponent with a shield. Someone's voice was heard that the connection was really a worthwhile thing. The protagonist, peeping at what was happening through the crack, asked, "Are they now level 30 tanks, right?" Then said that if you skillfully use the tank's ability, then there will not be a single monster that could not be defeated. After which he frowned and continued, "But there is something to be afraid of in the nameless queen." The monster's eyes glowed green. He dealt many blows to the guy. Gritting his teeth, the young man shouted that her attacks had changed, and the speed had increased sharply. They would not be able to avoid all the attacks. The queen dealt a blow, after which there was an explosion. The fragments flew apart when the guy, closing his eyes, screamed. His sister tried to attack her rival. Then she opened her eyes wide and said, "Damn, they have already gotten used to her previous attack style. Now it will not be easy to dodge her blows and her speed." Suddenly the enemy appeared in front of the girl when she closed her eyes and said that it was too late. There was an explosion when the lady opened her eyes. The monster was lying on the ground, blood was flying around him. The protagonist was striking and saying, "Checkmate." The blue-eyed girl opened her eyes wide, stared at the protagonist and asked him. Then her gaze became angry and she continued, "He appeared at the very last moment." Her brother, gritting his teeth, shouted in rage that this coward was sitting in ambush the whole time. They could not get out of here because he broke the door handle. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the guy replied that thanks to him they defeated the boss, and after all, it was he who saved their lives. Suddenly, a notification came that the nameless queen was successfully defeated, and there was another female player in their group. They were able to discover a hidden quest of forgotten ancient ruins. The heroes asked in surprise, "Female player, hidden quest, what kind of nonsense?" The red-haired ones turned around when the guy said that this bastard ran away again. The guy frowned and asked, "Doesn't she think it's weird? Why didn't their level go up? And why didn't anything drop? They weren't done yet." A voice was heard calling the girl. She grabbed her head when the voice said, "Her body." The monster, lying on the ground, whispered that she must give it to him. The heroine, holding her head, screamed loudly. Suddenly, her face turned black. Smoke swirled around her. Then her eyes turned yellow and she laughed. Standing with the monster's spear in her hands, she shouted, "Scum! They must kneel before her." Her brother was shocked. The protagonist turned his head and said that in order to enter this dungeon, more than 2 people were needed, and at least one of them had to be a girl. That was the reason. A question appeared inside Yu. What was going on? She was controlling her body. The brother looked at his sister questioningly. He received a notification that his partner's soul had been taken over by a monster, the new name of the queen Yu. The girl was told to forget her previous connections. Now she was the mistress of this dungeon. The blue-eyed girl's eyes widened and she thought that she couldn't believe her eyes. Why did they make such conditions for entering here? The red-haired man looked at her, cowering, and thought, all monsters are so crazy. The protagonist turned his head and said that in order to enter this dungeon, more than 2 people were needed, and at least one of them had to be a girl. That was the reason. Then he looked away and thought that in order to attack alone, he thought of cheating with these 2, but everything did not go according to plan. The guy looked ahead in surprise when an explosion occurred. The yellow-eyed girl stood in front of him, saying that she was the queen of Rhodesia, an ancient state that was destroyed during the war between dragons and demons. Then she opened her mouth wide and shouted that today she will revive Rhodesia. They are wild beasts. The real heroine was apologizing to her brother in her thoughts, and thought that her punishment is much more serious than his. Well, at least she will be able to find out what the reward is for this raid. Looking at the notification, she was surprised. It's strange why it hasn't appeared yet. The protagonist began to undress. Then the blue-eyed girl looked at him and shouted, "That's right, that pervert, the raid is not over yet." The naked protagonist raised his weapon and asked, "Well then, they will begin." The 2 personalities of the girl screamed that he was a dirty creature and a fucking psychopath. Then the heroine used force with a spear. The guy swung back. Then he smiled and said that she missed. The queen got angry and bared her teeth. Sparks flew. The brunette rushed from side to side. The girl struck again. The protagonist dodged him too. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him in surprise and asked what. Then she became furious, raised her hands and screamed that he was a fucking rat. She launched force around herself. Then the heroine looked down and asked what he was doing. The protagonist was lying on the floor, writhing in pain and saying that he hit his head. He would lie down for a while. Suddenly, he crawled away like a centipede. The red-haired girl fell into a stupor and her eyes became square. Then she silently raised her hand. The red-eyed man looked at her emotionlessly. Illustrations of power were displayed on the ceiling, with the girl standing with a staff in her hands and the guy sitting on the floor. After which the lady looked at her opponent and told him to die. The brunette smiled and said that the atmosphere was heating up. Sparks flew from the ceiling. The protagonist's legs ran when he said that then he shouldn't stand like a pillar either. He showed different techniques when the girl looked at it in surprise, after which the main character landed on his feet and spread his arms out to the sides. The heroine's pupils narrowed when she thought about what this idiot was doing. Suddenly the guy approached her when her thought continued with the fact that he seemed to have been on such raids more than a dozen times. Then power flew at her. She told her to stop. The brunette delivered multiple blows when the girl writhed and screamed, "Stop, enough." The protagonist smiled wickedly and thought that since the previous battle her HP was almost at 0, then they would end it, the end. Then he raised the tip up when the lady extended her hand, defending herself. Suddenly she quietly said that she had freed herself. Tears appeared in her blue eyes when she asked him not to kill her. Swinging, the guy replied that he didn't care that she had freed herself, he was going to kill her anyway. Her eyes shrank when she thought that. Suddenly blood splashed and a notification came that the raid on the queen was completed. He had cleared the forgotten ancient ruins. He was awarded a reward. A shiny ancient bronze sword appeared in the protagonist's hands when he said, "Cool." Then he looked away and said that he had collected everything now. Then the guy turned his head, looked at the floor and said that it was the idiots who left so much behind. He started picking up the stones, saying it was a shame, but he would do it anyway when a voice called him a fucking moron. The brunette looked back. Dead Yu, who could leave a will to her teammates within 10 seconds of her death, shouted at him not to pick it up. The protagonist was already holding the coin in his hands when she started calling him a bastard, a monster, a moron, a thick-headed, a goat. Then he continued to pick up the rest, to which the heroine shouted he was serious. She opened her mouth wide with tears in her eyes and screamed, asking what the hell he was doing. A notification came asking if he wanted to leave his name. The protagonist looked away and said, "Stagnant water." On the tablet screen was a moment from the battle when the queen missed. The brunette sat in the capsule with a tablet in his hands and remembered that he then hid in a clay pot and recorded it all. The recording continued all this time. Looking at the screen, he continued to say that the girl had such a face, he could not help but film it, did not think that he filmed the entire raid. Then he looked up and said that this is a video from his first raid. After which the guy sat down at the computer and said that it was somehow boring, maybe he could edit it and post it to the group. The protagonist was fast asleep when his phone was blowing up with notifications. The building stood in the evening city, one of its windows was open. The trash can flew off when an enraged Yu Chang walked around the office and shouted that the more he thought about this pervert, the more he pissed him off, to which his sister answered him that his rage would not change anything. Gritting his teeth and frowning, the brother looked at his sister and asked if she was laughing. He made them look like idiots. The girl silently filed her nails. The brother looked at the redhead when she told him to stutter, then turned to him and angrily asked who he thought was the face all over the internet. The guy stood there and listened as she continued to say that this pervert had uploaded a video in which he had censored only his own face. The brother only nodded. The blue-eyed girl bared her teeth and said that she would find this bastard. Then she hesitated and thought that her plans to become a beautiful brave mystic were ruined at the very beginning. Then she continued the thought that her first boss was a pretty babe, she would take revenge on him for this shame. Crying, she thought that although it brought her considerable popularity, when a guy came into the office and told his brother that he had cleaned everything up, after which he turned to his sister and asked if she was okay. The brunette looked at his brother and asked if he remembered that guy, Hong they call him. It turns out he works at a construction site. To which he replied that he told him that he had no money and no job, and the man added that he said that he had recently gotten a job, I think. The red-haired man smiled sarcastically and asked to bring him here. Then he looked away and added that he would make him pay with his body, just like those guys. There were many capsules with people in the room. They lay motionless when he thought that the top 20 was just around the corner. The brother and sister were serious when one of them continued the thought that it was possible to earn more in the game than now, but they had a way to go before reaching the top 20 and recoup the rent of this room. Plus they had to find that pervert. He would destroy him. A voice came from the research room of the Seoul K1 Pro Players team. Look at this. The guy was sitting at the computer and asking, a B+ raid video. When the second asked again, early B+, he didn't know who it was, but he was a monster. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and said that it was a little strange. Looking at the footage from the video, he asked who this crazy pervert was. The young man looked at the screen and asked if he wanted to say that he won like this in the B+ rating, to which the first closed his eyes and replied that it was as if he saw the dance of death. One of the guys grabbed his head and shouted how they should play now if he exists, to which he received the answer that he should invite him to his father's noodle shop. The blue-eyed guy silently looked away. Director Ying stuck out his finger, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Send a message to this guy from Deadwater right now, he wants this guy to join their team." The man, looking at the main one, asked what salary to offer him, to which he replied that it was not negotiable, give him whatever he demands, to which the first one asked, one message would be enough. The director got furious and shouted that he was stupid. He was sure that at the moment he had been sent 1,000 messages if they sent him just a message. They were already out of luck if the Chinese took him away because of their slowness. The brunette was making a call at that time. Then the employee said that he received a response from Deadwater. It said that the hero agreed. The blonde silently looked at the phone. The brunette stood with his arms folded across his chest, wondering what those monstrous movements were, when a voice came from behind him. "Oh, director, we need to call a medic." Scrolling through the moments from the video in his head, the blue-eyed man thought, unbelievable, it looks like he's raided the boss 100 times, he's sure. Then he looked ahead and continued thinking that this guy was a step. No, he was several steps ahead of him. His hands tensed. It was on a floating island of unknown rank. An incomprehensible creature appeared. The protagonist was fighting a C-rank sewage snake. He cut it in half. Suddenly a notification came that he had found a secret dungeon, a rotting underground canal. When the guy plugged his nose and said, "What a terrible smell," the name of the pioneer was added to the Akasha records. The protagonist narrated, recalling his reaction, that to be honest, he was shocked. He got more views than he planned. But if you think about it, you could have ended up on the main page of the site, but he, fortunately, ended up in the top best gamers. Then he opened his mouth and asked, with this, after which he scratched his temple and said, "Amazing." Remembering the fight, he said that if you look at it from another point of view, only because of 15 years of training, it looks easier than drinking water. He thought too highly of high-level players, the one who breaks mountains with one blow and makes cuts with surgical precision. He continued to say that he only thought about high ranks for so long that he unconsciously underestimated himself, but this could not last forever. The protagonist stood on his walkers and said that, "Pro player, this is not so bad." Then he frowned and said that it was not in vain that he spent so much time. No one will defeat him again, right? Director Ian was crying on the couch some time later. A voice was heard greeting a wanderer in a decayed underground canal. In front of the protagonist stood a hidden NPC crying statue of Pygmalion. The voice asked the guy to fulfill one of its requests. Then the statue began to cry as the voice continued to say that if he fulfilled its request, it could take all the gold that was hidden behind it. The guy pressed the button to refuse. Then he heard a request not to do this. It asked to destroy it. The voice pitifully asked to end his suffering. The brunette looked away in surprise and thought, destroying the statue is a simple quest, but if he accepts it, Pygmalion will simply disappear and the reward will be small. This will not work. Then the crying statue lowered its head and said that if he does not want to destroy it, then let him take revenge on the one who brought him such suffering. He then asked to find this damn statue and take revenge on her. This is the crying Galatea. A notification came in saying that he could take the quest Pygmalion's request. Lee Eagen, rowing the oars, said that it was a jackpot and that he actually got this quest just like that. A player named the God of Battle mentioned in an interview a long time ago. The thing that made a player who had been ranked 10 for a long time rise to rank 1 was the reward for this quest. The statue said that it used to be a human and a famous sculptor. The guy said that he was not interested in this and he was skipping it. He jumped to his feet and shouted that the real game was about to begin. He would defeat this guy with whom he had so many problems. Forward to the jungle of chaos. But then something appeared from above. Nuna hit the boat with her axe. The guy, stepping on the ground, asked if she was really attacking him. The girl turned around and said that she had finally found this bastard and was going to take revenge on him for everything he had done to her. The protagonist turned around at the sound of shouts that they were all here too. A crowd of men were standing and shouting that he was a corpse and they were all out for revenge and that he shouldn't get into trouble. The protagonist looked around and thought that he couldn't remember them all, but he was causing damage wherever he went. Then he asked how they knew he would be here. Nuna approached him and asked if he thought she had been sitting idle all this time. Did he think he could stand up to such a crowd? Lee Eagen looked around and thought that he had completely memorized her attack patterns when she was a boss, but killing players might be a bit difficult. The people around him started preparing to attack, and the guy thought that he was sure of one thing: they weren't just here for revenge. He licked his hands and thought that maybe he could use them. There was a pop. Only clothes were left on the ground and everyone wondered where he went. The girl looked back when she heard the question about where they were aiming. Lee Eagen stood naked on the pole and looked at everyone arrogantly. Then he smirked and spread his arms and asked if they would accompany him on a secret raid. The man asked in surprise what the hell he was talking about, and the other said that he was trying to trick them again. He raised one hand and said that he knew what they really wanted, and that was information. He threw his head back and said, bosses, hidden dungeons, information about quests, and the first run, because that was why they were chasing him. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Then the protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that he thought his outfit was also quite unique. He spread his arms and said that in any case, as they expected, he could provide them with all this special class information. The girl pressed her lips and thought, the first run. Lee Eagen extended his hand and asked what they were going to do now if they wanted to go with them. And thus, their team was formed. Yu Da-hyu, Nuna, the Lone Shark Twins, Li Dongbai, Li Yunbai, Li Jianbai, the three beautiful musketeers, the mobs, the rest he sent in case of trouble, and the professional player of the sole branch of K1, Ma T-Gang. The protagonist looked at T-Gang and abruptly turned away, thinking that this was amazing. It really was T-Gang. The #1 god of battle in the national rankings, the ace of the national team, the best in the hero category, he was standing right in front of his eyes. The protagonist smiled. Then he looked into the void and thought that he didn't seem to have done anything to him that could anger him. Someone cut up an insect. The girl grimaced and said that it was disgusting and there were too many parasites here. They were in the jungle of chaos. Nuna said that only lowly D-rank monsters appeared here and asked if there really was a hidden dungeon in such a place. The protagonist turned to her and said that they were almost there. The man opened his mouth and said that it was so hot and humid here, his panties were already wet, and where was there water or at least fruit? Nuna turned to the protagonist and asked who he really was and how he knew that there was a hidden dungeon here. The guy looked up and said that he just found it while walking. The girl, walking past the bushes, told him not to lie, because the dungeons in the beam are created by monsters or NPCs, so even the game masters do not know the exact location. They walked deeper into the bushes, and the girl asked if he was sure about the correct direction. They plunged into the darkness. They came out to the circus tent. It was a secret dungeon, a secret meeting of dolls. Lee Eagen ran forward saying that he would go first. Da-hyu looked at it and concluded that he wanted to appropriate everything for himself. He ordered him to stop. They entered the hidden dungeon of the secret meeting of the dolls. The controllers behind the scenes were on alert. The entities on the stage awakened. The jesters began their performance. The blow fell between two guys. They were the serial killer Pirate and the gargoyle. The protagonist rose into the air with the help of red leather steps and said that for guys like them who live for performances, There is nothing more terrible than the disappearance of the stage. Then he stamped his foot, and the ground began to crack. The monsters began to shake, and the protagonist said that for clowns and clown-like monsters, the damage from the earthquake is double. They also have the attribute of a minion, so the blood is doubled. The gargoyle tried to strike, but the guy dodged, and Pirate put out his hands. Lee Eojin continued to dodge the blows and said that in other words, they receive 4 times the damage from one blow. The protagonist plunged the blade into the clown's head. He smiled and asked what he should do because he wanted to be hit, but his body reacted on its own, so he missed again. The protagonist looked at the battlefield and thought that he had killed a whole bunch of C+ rank monsters in an instant. Jianbai looked at the protagonist and thought that, frankly speaking, he had no flaws. When she came to the dungeon and saw the bronze giant, it had already been defeated. The protagonist stood on the monster, and the girl thought that even she as a player was repulsed by its abilities. She personally wanted to see it in action, so she joined the raid, but she did not expect this. She turned around when someone asked for some items. The men angrily shouted that it didn't look like a group raid. He just killed all the monsters by himself. They wanted the rewards too. Everything should be equal in a team. Eojin turned around when he heard this. The girl looked at them and thought that this sucked. Dahyu grimaced and wondered why they were whining. Tegang rolled over and thought that after all, he had no reason to be on his side and why they were probably even right. Tiik pointed his finger at the main character and said that he hoped that he didn't want to grab all these things for himself. The guy replied that he would give them to him. The man's eyes widened when he heard this. Eojin smiled and said that they could split everything equally between them. He was a team after all. The man grimaced. Then he rubbed his nose and said that he was better than they thought, and the guy replied that since they were a team, they should be honest with each other. Dahyu looked at them and thought they were idiots. She bit Booga and thought that it was impossible and he couldn't be that kind. He definitely had skeletons in his closet and he was definitely trying to use them. The man came up behind the main character and told him to open the door to the next floor. The girl thought that he was now acting like a simpleton. The door opened. There were many columns in the room. In the center there was a statue of a girl who covered her face with her hands. They found themselves in a secret meeting of dolls too. Everyone began to walk around the statue, saying that they didn't think it would be so spacious, and from a distance the statue looked like a piece of cloth. Everyone scattered around the hall and began to study it, saying that it looked like a room with a boss. They wondered what kind of chairs these were. The hall began to fill with smoke. The controllers behind the curtains began to express their anger. The man looked back and asked where the boss was. A headless man appeared behind him. He fell to the floor. Everyone looked at it in surprise and did not understand what happened. And now the second person died and fell. No one understood what happened. The girl opened her mouth and said with surprise that it was her doing. She aged to a statue and said that this was not an ordinary statue. Blood was wrapped around her hands, and someone shouted that it was a monster and they did not understand how it moved and was already standing in another place. Everyone stared at the statue. The protagonist smiled and thought that, as he expected, Tegan quickly understood everything. This boss cannot be defeated for 5 years, since he was found. It was a statue of a crying Galantia. It was invented based on the Weeping Angels from the Doctor Who series. The girl swung her sword and said that the statue was a monster. They were parodied many times, especially in Dem, and after it was upgraded, it began to look damn scary. The girl struck, after which she looked in surprise. Dongbai was about to hit with her staff and asked to move away. Then she hit it and the statue burst into flames. The girl pressed her lips together in disappointment and said that it was unsolvable. Yunbai frowned and asked how they could defeat it. Tegang frowned and wondered when the boss would attack. Dahyu turned around and said that it seemed like their attacks wouldn't work until the boss moved and asked if anyone had seen her move. Everyone stood tense and the girl said that she didn't know when she would move, but they definitely wouldn't be able to block the attack and they needed to calculate the time to attack. The man raised one eyebrow and asked how they could make her move. Everyone stared ahead silently. Then they turned their heads towards the sound. Eojin was standing there wearing a cloak and smiling. Chang opened his mouth and shouted what he was going to do, and anyway, he was the one who dragged them here. The door was locked, they couldn't get out. Then they asked if he had a plan. The protagonist cleared his throat. He raised his finger and said that there were only 2 ways to leave this dungeon. The first was death. The guy raised his second finger and said that the second was to defeat the crying Galathea. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that if they could, they would have won already. How are they going to defeat her if they couldn't see her attacks? The protagonist chuckled and asked when he said that they would defeat her. The girl asked again in surprise, to which the protagonist showed his middle finger. He continued to stand there and he said that he would destroy her himself. Dahyu looked furious. The man clenched his hand into a fist and asked why he brought them here at all. Dahyu was surprised when she heard that they were useful. The protagonist smiled sweetly. Then Lute closed his mouth and said that they should give him all the money. Everyone looked at him in surprise and Dahyu asked what the hell he was talking about. The protagonist folded his arms and said if they hadn't sat on the belt, so she should pay, he would defeat the crying Galatea, so they should provide the payment for survival. Chang clenched his fist and said that it was his fault that they were stuck here, to which the guy in response asked who made them come here. They only came here because of their impudence, they should hurry up and pay. He was sure that they did not want to play a staring contest with a monster that was too tough for them. The girl looked at him silently, then she cleared her throat and asked how much he wanted. The protagonist smiled evilly and said, 100 million gold. Da Hu looked at him furiously. Chang rushed to the guy and said that he was completely out of his mind, he thought that he could do whatever he wanted. The brunette cowered in fear and said that he was very scared. But then Chang's head was torn off. Da Hu closed her eyes and thought that this idiot should have calculated the situation, and the guy told her that now she had to pay double. Then she opened her eyes and wondered why she had to pay for her brother, to which she replied that they were one family. A dagger appeared near the protagonist's face. The girl looked at him intently and said that he shouldn't play with her, she could just share the punishment with the others and finish him off here. How could she even believe that he would keep his promise? Then he grinned and said that if she didn't believe him, she could make a deposit. The DEM deposit system allows you to deposit the promised amount into a third-party account until the transaction is completed satisfactorily. In other words, it is a security deposit. If the payer is not satisfied with the recipient of the payment, the money is returned to him. The third-party account to which the deposit is received does not belong to anyone, it is protected by an absolute rule. The girl remained silent. The SU stared at them in surprise. The boy glanced at everything and continued to say that she could take the reward for defeating crying Galatea. He moved his hand to the side and said that he did not claim it. Everyone stared at him and thought that crying Galatea seemed to be a B+ rank boss. Also, due to the advantage of being the first in the world to defeat her, the reward should not be less than B+ rank. Tegang stared at him. Everyone stood silently. Out of all the items in the market, the current highest rank is C+. This is crazy. If they can get it, they will be one step ahead of everyone else. The girl gritted her teeth and put it that she can't fall for this. Why would he refuse a B+ rank item? It means he has something better. Iyajin stared silently. When a player is in a team, he has the right to distribute the reward from defeating the boss. Also, if you upload a raid video, you can expect to get views or even ad revenue. If you leave the raid halfway, the video is automatically deleted. You cannot refuse it. The girl began to slowly put away the dagger. Then the protagonist raised his finger and said that this is the right choice. They have 6 people and the fee is 100 million, so each one needs 14 million. He was very surprised when he saw that the girl contributed 200 million gold. Golden Rain contributed 100 million, Silver Rain contributed 100 million gold. Bronze Rain contributed 100 million, Teak contributed 100 million gold. The God of Battle contributed 100 million gold. Iyajin looking at this, he stared at them and thought that he wanted them to pay a total of 100 million. He seems to be these guys really want to finish this. The girl asked him to keep his word. She looked closely and corrected to make sure that he really will defeat the statue and all the loot from the boss will go to them. To which the protagonist nodded affirmatively, and he began to walk forward, thinking that they must really want to be pioneers. That was the reason for their success in the future. He frowned and thought that in their place he would give up and die, and out loud he said that when he gave the signal, everyone should turn away from the statue. He came close to it. 5 years after the discovery of the Weeping Gallatin, collective reflections, inductive records, counting every unexpected change, hidden options. He put the shield in front of him and thought that only after collecting all this, some guys, having resigned themselves to the possibility of destruction, decided to defeat the terrible and deadly monster. The brunette put the bronze shield of the ancient civilization in front of him. He grinned and ordered to close their eyes. Everyone closed their eyes. The guy looked at the statue and the reflection in the shield. The statue removed her hands from her face. Then she swung, but the guy saw it. He dodged all the blows of the statue, and then he plunged a dagger into her eye. Then he ran away from her. The statue kept trying to hit, but the protagonist dodged them all. He defended himself with a shield. The girl bared her teeth. She looked at her hands. Crying Galatea becomes indestructible when someone is looking at her, but when they stop looking at her, she turns into a monster and attacks the nearest player. The most frightening and important fact about this statue is that it is an attention seeker. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to open their eyes. Da Hu opened her eyes and looked around. The statue behind the protagonist returned to its original position. The guy attempted to attack the statue and thought that he had already checked everything. His information was reliable. Its attack pattern resets after each stop. Everyone stared at him when he asked them to close their eyes again, and the protagonist prepared for a new fight, and he rushed into battle. Everyone stood with their eyes closed. Tegan closed his eyes and thought that they were in the middle of a raid and their plan was to close their eyes, and in such a strange situation, all the team members could not leave one thought. Da Hu closed her eyes and thought about what was going on there. She wanted to see what was going on there. Iyajin quickly ran away. He looked back. The statue tried to strike, but he buried his shield, after which it broke into pieces. The brunette looked at him and said that, as expected, this was too much for his shield, but he would squeeze everything out of it. The guy began to wave his spear in the air. He swung and said that in his best years, he could even defeat a plus rank monster alone. He shouted that it was too early for him to die and rushed to attack. The guy, standing with his eyes closed, thought that he really wanted to look, but if he looked, the crying Galadia would turn into a statue again, and who knows how the dead water would react to that. The man stood with his eyes closed. Everyone stood with their eyes closed, and the girl thought if she should stand in his way. Dahyu lowered her head down and thought what would happen if she looked at the boss and immediately closed her eyes. It would hinder his movements and she would kill him with one hit. She gritted her teeth and continued to think that because he was naked, his defense was most likely complete shit. Maybe she should open her eyes. And then she abruptly opened her eyes when she heard that he was the first player to finish the raid with the crying Galadia. The guy stepped aside. The statue was kneeling, covering her head with her hands. The crack went down her head. The protagonist grabbed the blade in his hands. Then he raised it high above his head. He looked up, thanked him and said, 700 million, his bank account will be filled again. Everyone around him rejoiced, and Dahyu rolled her eyes and said that she felt terrible, but she couldn't do anything and it was still better than being killed halfway. She turned around and asked what was going on. She opened her mouth and screamed loudly that the boss had already been defeated and they still didn't have any reward. They had received a notification that they were the first. Why wasn't there any reward? Everyone started looking at each other. The girl turned towards the protagonist, and then it dawned on her, she remembered everything that had happened. The statue began to fall apart in two, and the crying Galadia cried out, and the body sealed in the statue awakened. There was an explosion, and the real boss of the upside-down world opened his eyes. Everyone looked at all this in surprise. A huge woman stood up from the statue. Tiak looked at her and thought that she couldn't do anything while they were looking at her. If they could immobilize her, they could come up with a plan. The monster opened its eyes. It was a Medusa of a plus rank. This monster, whose legend was passed down from mouth to mouth, and the dream existence was hidden by the Devil's Tower, just acknowledging its existence crosses out the ideals of magic passed down from generation to reign for thousands of years. Dahyu began to turn to stone. She looked at her body and did not understand what was happening. Jianbai opened her mouth and shouted that her body was turning to stone. Yunbai looked at her hands that had already turned to stone and asked, didn't he tell her to look at her? She was indignant. Why did the scheme turn around so suddenly? Dahyu turned around and looked at the protagonist with confusion. He stood there and smiled, after which he closed his eyes. The girl's eyes widened and she started screaming that the bastard knew what was going to happen and asked why he didn't tell them. The girl sighed and said that she was shocked and she shouldn't have interfered in other people's affairs out of curiosity. She frowned and said that she remembered his face. The protagonist looked at them in surprise and didn't understand what they were talking about, and then asked if they wanted to kill him. Absolutely all of the bodies completely turned to stone, and the guy said that in this day and age, information and experience are as important as money. The information and experience gained during these days are well worth the money, so for them it was a good deal. They even learned the location of a hidden dungeon. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that knowing the location wouldn't help them get through it. A jellyfish appeared behind him, and the guy wondered if he should play with it. Iogen smirked and thought that after awakening, Medusa does not move for about 30 seconds. Since her specialty is burning mana, you cannot look her in the eyes. He clenched the blade in his hands and thought that even knowing all the patterns of her attacks, now he has a great chance while he has a bronze shield. He clenched the shield in his hand. After that, he looked forward. At that moment, a roar was heard. One of the columns cracked. The protagonist jumped to the side. He looked at it in surprise. Then he opened his mouth and said in surprise that this was simply impossible. The man hit his knee. Tegang rose from under the rubble and hung in the air. He stared at the protagonist. He looked at him and did not understand how he could stay alive. Then he smirked and assumed that this guy realized what was happening and also closed his eyes. Tegang opened his mouth and said about dead water. Then he put his hand in front of him and offered to fight. The guy stood in a confident pose. The hero thought, Tegang, how did he stay alive? The brown-haired man's gaze was determined. With a surprised look, Iogen thought that this guy realized what was happening and also closed his eyes. In the haze, he thought about what it meant. The guy's cheeks turned red as he recalled the images of what had happened, thinking that while everyone was absorbed in greed, surprise, or fear because of the new boss, he was the only one who was openly watching him. The brown-haired man pursed his lips. A swift movement. A fist flew past the brunette's face. A mark from the blow remained on his cheek. Iogen managed to dodge a new attack. His gaze was surprised. Tegang hit with his knee. Iogen held the shield. The opponents stopped opposite each other. The hero grinned, thinking that he needed to calm down. He just needed to use the increase in movement speed. The brown-haired man stood with his arms bent, and then he quickly rushed into the attack. He repeatedly hit the shield. Cracks appeared on it. Looking at the shield in surprise, the brunette thought that it was about to collapse. He had to dodge the kick. The guy in the cloak jumped back. He thought with a frown that he relied on one of the red leather feet options. How could he become so cool after playing for such a short time? Standing nearby, Iajin thought that he could easily go solo raid a C+ mob now, and he really was a monster. Clenching his fist, Teaging said that as he thought, he was not that strong in a one-on-one fight. He could not withstand his attacks with such bad equipment. He would finish him off. The brunette held a knife in his hand, and then he smiled. In the haze, his words appeared that he thought so. Smiling, the hero said that he was wearing top-notch loot. His eyes widened in amazement. He saw a glove with a round stone and thought it was a wanderer's glove. The boy stood in a confident pose, while the hero thought that he was wearing smooth stone armor, a victory helmet and cheater's shoes. He had expensive loot, but lacked experience. His gloved hand was clenched into a fist. Iajin thought that he was a big fan of the god of battle Teaging. The brown-haired man raised his hand. The hero thought that when he defeated countless strong opponents, rose to number 1 in Korea, he was even more excited than others. Iajin remembered how he cried in front of the monitor, and thought about how much he cheered for him and called him his mentor. Although he was even older, the attack style of the god of battle was firmly stuck in his head. He chuckled, thinking that a series of strikes that he repeated over and over again. With a wide smile, the boy asked, how can he forget this? The hero dodged the bright attacks of the enemy. Teaging frowned, thinking that it was impossible. He was avoiding his attack as if they had fought 100 times before. It felt like he was fighting a huge fly. The guy with red eyes was getting closer. Iajin smiled slyly, and the opponent thought, what kind of unnerving smile? Was he enjoying the fight? He gritted his teeth. Striking with his fist, he asked, who is he? A knife approached Teaging's throat. He waved his hands, closing himself. The brunette thought with a smile that he had a fragile chin. Squeezing the weapon, he thought that the fatal flaw that made Teaging, a former boxer, retire. Because of this, he is very sensitive when he attacks him in the chin. The brown-haired man's gaze became amazed. He sweated, realizing that his HP was falling. Touching his stomach, Teaging asked, what is he doing? Approaching, the guy with the knife said that they will see each other. He looked ahead attentively. Teaging smiled. His fist collided with the shield. Glancing at it, Iajin thought that he knew that he needed this bronze shield to fight the crying Galatea. The shield shattered into pieces, and the brown-haired man said that he would not die. There was no more shield. He lost. He would get this bronze shield faster and kill Medusa himself. With a slight smile, he said that no one could defeat the monsters that he had not defeated. The hero looked at him silently. The guy confidently clenched his fist, and Iajin thought that it resembled the spirit of the mountain, as expected of a hero from another era. Continuing to watch, he thought that it was admirable, and said what to do now. He knows that he can defeat her with his eyes closed, right? The brown-haired man standing opposite asked in surprise. He saw the boy turn around indignantly and asked what nonsense. How could he defeat a rank monster with his eyes closed? The brunette held up 2 fingers and said that there was no time to explain, just watch the video later when it came out. He imagined the figure of a woman with red eyes. Teaging frowned, thinking that he must be joking. It was impossible. He was really going to defeat her. Iajin walked forward in a cloak, thinking that he would return to Medusa's attack pattern. Cloaking his eyes, he recalled that Medusa's subjugation difficulty was still 5 stars, 3 active skills and 1 passive. She attacks at random. There is a 33% chance of one of the attacks appearing. Remembering the woman with snakes for hair, he thought that in addition, he should anticipate and avoid an attack with his eyes closed. Concentrating on the noises, he can hear more than the sounds of his body. The boy stood with his eyes closed. A sound was heard in the darkness. The brunette waved his hand and said that he was stagnant water and he was a streamer. Iajin smirked and said that he was continuing the quest weeping Galatea. He would challenge Medusa. He remembered the blow to his shield and said that under normal circumstances he would have used it. The shield shattered into pieces, and the guy explained that due to his companion's betrayal, the shield was destroyed, but it was nothing, and should he fight with his eyes closed, he had good hearing, so everything should work. There were red symbols around the woman. The hero explained that she had 3 active skills and 1 passive. Ice flows rose up. The first hellish frost. Ice spikes sprouted from the floor. Since he could not see, he needed to listen carefully. Flames rose up. The second wave of hellish flames. The guy remembered how he dodged it and explained that it was burning and spread in a large fire. Of course, if he could not see, he needed to listen carefully. The hero was surrounded by smoke. He said that after dodging these 2 random attacks, he remembered walking with his eyes closed and told him to crawl along the floor to make a physical attack. Since his eyes were closed, he needed to remember where exactly Medusa was. The opponent's eyes were glowing red. Iajin said it was time for the 3rd active skill. A huge black snake appeared from the portal. He said it was the summoning of Jormungandr. Holding a knife, the guy explained that if they were afraid that they would see its size and their fighting spirit would be broken, then they should not worry. It was just a summon. This guy's attack pattern was very simple. The tail moved quickly. The hero said it was a tail strike from top to right. The snake moved along the ground. The guy continued, writhing his body from bottom to right. The cloak flew up from the attack. The hero continued, a headbutt and again repeat, until they can't see, let them dodge. Poking the snake with his weapon, Iijin explained that since it can resist magic, physical attacks are its weak point. To defeat it, one must be focused and attack continuously. Sparks flew. The snake's head fell to the ground. Medusa appeared next to the boy who had his eyes closed, who said that after avoiding the endless hellfire and frost, an enraged woman would approach him. He imagined her waving her arms, turning him into stone, and explained that she would try to use her passive skill, mana burning. Raising his thumb, Iijin said that this meant that her HP was almost depleted. Now should he fight her? He remembered holding the shield, and said that he was originally going to use the bronze shield to finish her off, but it was not the one. Also okay, as always, there is an alternative. The hero clutched a shiny weapon, a bronze sword of an ancient civilization, made by an ancient method. It is too old, the attack power is almost gone, very shiny and perfectly reflects the owner's face. Introducing a figure with a staff, the hero said that they must be thinking, why this? Let me explain something. The bronze blade obtained after defeating the nameless queen harbored the queen's great dislike for the demons and dragons that destroyed her country. Therefore, the item he obtained from her has a distinctive ability against dragons. The damage inflicted will be increased by 100 times. Raising a finger, Iijin said, they can ask what the connection is between Medusa and the feature sharpened for the dragon race. It is easy. Pointing his finger upward, the brunette explained that the monster is classified as a dragon-like. Snakes and dragons, although they seem different, but the methods of dealing with them are similar. To be honest, he thinks that there is some kind of error in the settings of Medusa. He presented the sword, saying that the bronze sword's basic attack power is 80, adding the one-time boost that applies to the dragon flame. He presented the shining sword, saying that it would increase to 8,000 in one hit. The sword was surrounded by a shining haze. Iijin said that on top of that, Medusa also has snake characteristics. She is a monster that is weak to bronze, so the damage is 8,000 and will be increased 4 times. The attack power of the bronze sword from 80 will increase to 32,000. The hero swung the sword, saying that the final attack is finally here. Medusa's eyes glowed red. Iijin grinned with determination. He clutched the sword in his hand. His body turned to stone, and he screamed. A quick movement. With a sharp movement, he cut off the monster's head. The system reported that he was the first player to hunt Medusa. This was the world's first solo Medusa hunt. He was the first to completely clear the secret doll collection. Iijin happily raised his hand with the sword and said that with persistence, fortitude, and a little cunning, they completed the raid. Smiling widely, he said that it was all thanks to the companions who accompanied him. Let them remember that the body is perishable, but the soul is eternal. Stagnant water was with them. Let them subscribe, like, and press the bell. A spark of a fading screen appeared. Iijin happily raised his hand, and then indifferently lowered it. A ring with a red stone appeared in front of him. It is a spirit sealed in a ranka ring, calling the name. The gray fragment is a piece of the sculpture of crying Galatea. The ivory fragment gives off some ominous feeling. Iijin crossed his arms and said that there is no need to show them the rewards. There are already quite a few ways to deal with the dungeon. He is not sure what to publish, so later. The guy looked in another direction, saying that now. He sat down on the ground. Opposite him was Medusa's head. The guy looked at it carefully. 3 hours later, he was still sitting opposite the head. He grinned and asked if he thought this was the end. He was waiting. Let her show him what she has. Medusa's eyes were closed. They glowed slightly red. The head said that he was still here. Why didn't he leave? Showing his fingers, Iijin said that didn't she have something to tell him? He waited 3 hours to hear it. The gray head was silent. Sitting opposite, the guy heard that she couldn't die like this after being deceived. Since he was the one who killed her, she was sure that he would listen to her request. She imagined the silhouette of a woman entwined with a snake and said that she was originally a human. She fell in love with a black dragon and gave birth to his child. Imagining a baby in a swaddling cloth, she said that now, on her deathbed, she can't stop thinking about this child and can't protect and leave him alone. Medusa with red eyes said that she asks to kill them and send them to the underworld to her. Wincing, Iijin asked again. She asks him to kill the child. Let him not talk nonsense. The woman's lips slightly curved into a smile. A notification about the hidden quest Medusa's mother's love appeared. The system said that the task is to kill the child, the reward is unknown, and offered to accept or decline. Smiling, the brunette said that in any case, he finally got it, another secret quest with a sequel. He imagined a blue monster and thought it was a bronze golem. He remembered a skeleton with a staff and said that the permanent queen. The statue covered her face with her hands. He said, crying Galatea. Introducing a woman with snakes on her head, he continued, and Medusa. In the system window there was an inscription, accept. Iijin looked ahead in surprise. A beam appeared above his palm. He asked, another drop. Looking at the key in his palm, he said that it seemed that after accepting the quest they give an additional item. Looking at the small key, he asked what it was. The system said that it was a dark key. Nothing good would happen if he touched this thing. There were many houses in the city. The guy was sleeping, his hand hanging down, and suddenly he opened his eyes. In front of him was an insect. The cockroach greeted him with a smile and said good morning. Iojin sat up on the bed and said that maybe he should move. Under the blue sky, he heard the words that yes, this is Apricot. He wants to know the details of his account. He sees the summary on the bottom right of the page. There were many houses in the city. The voice said that deposits were made at the end of each month. The withdrawal can be done on Monday of the next week. The commission depends on whether he is an exclusive player or not, but now she is a little busy. The woman walked in front, saying that this house is much cheaper than the average price on the market. He will not be able to find similar offers. It is fully furnished, so he does not have to spend extra money. There is also a gym and a swimming pool on the 4th floor. They are free. You can just come and work out. Later, she will personally send him the details. Let him say his nickname. Standing in the room, Iojin said that the floor is excellent. He does not think there are insects here. The woman said that this is great. When does he plan to move in? The words were heard that the streamer stagnant water. A little later she will transmit the data through, and then the question is who. The man sweating held the phone, saying that his name was Hyung Jun. He was the head of Apricot's support service. It was a great honor for him to talk to him in person. He enjoyed watching his broadcasts. Rumors of the emergence of a super newcomer spread like wildfire. The number of views is constantly growing. They set a new record for the number of donations. It's amazing. If he can spare some time, let him somehow drop by the office, or better yet, let him just say where he is. Come to him no matter what. Holding the phone to his ear, Iojin asked to send him all the information by mail and to comply with the payment deadlines on time. A voice came from the phone in his hand, agreeing, saying that he should not worry if he still finds time later. The hero looked at the screen with displeasure and said that he had only uploaded a couple of streams and even published them under a non-exclusive tag. They were already acting like this. He was sure they wanted to appropriate the rights to his streams or offer him a partnership or something like that. They thought he didn't understand that they would leave him with nothing. Holding a glass with a straw, he said that he had already been through this and would never fall for it again. An organization that unites players, streaming platforms, television, none of them could be trusted. He spat out the drink when something fell in front of him. There were fragments of a monitor on the ground. Looking up with displeasure, the brunette asked what would happen if an honest citizen were passing by. A scream was heard from a window on the top floor. The guy looked up, stunned. Awkwardly walking further, he said that he was not hurt, so he thought maybe he should forget about it. He could distinguish between a game and reality, so it was better to ignore it. Good coffee. Someone at the open window suggested shouting. The guy looked at the burning girl, asked why she broke a perfectly good monitor. Enraged, Da-Hyu clenched her fingers, saying that she would kill this bad man. It was unfair. He had deceived them, but the views on this guy's video continued to grow. There was a tab with videos open on the screen. She asked if he was winding them up. How did a paid video end up on top in the trending tab? She was curious, so she paid too. Chang closed his eyes, hearing that he had gained popularity thanks to Medusa, which they were all hunting for. Covering her eyes with her palm, the girl said that she was so angry that she felt like her head was burning. The brother replied that she was distracting, so let her just calm down and drink something. He looked at the man, who said that he had returned from a gathering event and noticed that his sister was also there. She was lying on the table, confused, and heard that he saw her in the dungeon on the video of the Medusa hunt. Showing the phone, he said that after that he watched all the videos in which his sister was killed, and now he was her fan, and he also joined both the guild and the fan club. The guy calmed his sister down, saying that she knew that he meant well. Da-Hyu froze with a bottle in her hand. Frowning, the red-haired girl heard her ask how many members there were in the guild. Chang answered that there were about 300. Her laughter was heard among the glow. Smiling slyly, the red-haired girl said that there was still a way out. Stagnant water would not get away with it. Her eye was glowing blue. The body of a monster was lying on the ground. A green body was also lying nearby. Words were heard that this was strange. The snake lay with its mouth open. The hero said it was a king cobra with sharp scales. Walking past the bodies, Iojin said, the horned lizard and the camel lechiel, all strong C+ rank monsters. Why are they all dead? He was walking through an abandoned land somewhere in the eastern hemisphere of the Den of Immorality. Looking to the side, the brunette thought that he did not think that someone would visit the dungeon before him. Jumping down, he thought, who came here first? Iojin landed near the blue monster. The blue Oni turned to him. Grinning, Iojin said, what a surprise, he is so huge, I bet no one will get close to him. The hero was surprised when the monster attacked. Dust rose around. Looking at the monster, the hero said that he was lucky, he has business with him. The blue giant swung his leg. With a smile, Iojin said about the earthquake. Raising his foot in a red boot, he said that he would see how it goes. A bright flash rose. Clouds of smoke flew away. The guy in the cloak attacked. About 3 hours later, the monster's head fell to the ground. Looking ahead, Iijin thought a squad was here. No, it looks like one person worked. Besides, arrows were stuck in the monster's body. In the legs as well. The hero realized that he was an archer. In the rapid movement, the guy thought that some archer was trying to make a solo raid. It can't be. The guy in the cloak stood among the rubble. A blinding flash appeared ahead. The hero covered himself with his hand, and then looked away in shock. Hiding, he drank a potion, saying that all he had was this pair of stone slabs and potions. He was naked and completely unprotected. He almost died in the stupidest way. The monster lowered his huge hand. He had white teeth sticking out his tongue. The guy thought that it must be. He had never fought him before, but this is Gorgon. Ahead was a horned one-eyed monster. The hero thought that this monster had everything balanced: strength, speed, endurance. He also had special abilities. He can even use mana burning. Looking from behind cover, he said that in general, he is not an ordinary guy. This is a top-level opponent at the moment. A long-haired guy appeared ahead. The hero thought, who is this? There was a blue scarf around the guy's neck. He held a crossbow in his hand. The brunette's eyes became surprised. Sparks appeared near the stones. A trace remained from a quick jump. Iijin looked ahead in surprise. Having jumped, the player shot at the monster. It raised its head up. The long-haired guy confidently held the crossbow, and then, looking to the side, he exhaled. Iijin smiled, thinking that this was Drake, a professional player who is at the top of not only the official rating. The guy shot at the one-eyed monster. Having mastered the non-standard type of character archer, he became the undisputed #1 in the rating, and many players recognized him as #1 in the world. A paw flew near the fair-haired man, so he received the nickname 1 in 7 billion. A blade appeared in his hand. He became so popular in Korea that he even received a cute nickname Drakey. The paw reached for the guy. One day he suddenly disappeared from the game, but no one knew why he left. Drake looked with yellow eyes. He is a real mystery. This made him famous as a legend. Iijin looked away and thought that he was cornered. The guy stopped, stretching out his hand. The enemy, opening his mouth, ran towards him. Drake grinned and quickly attacked him. The monster looked surprised. It fell sharply to the ground. The brunette stared forward, thinking that it was the same. There was transparent mucus on the paw. He thought it was the gel of snail skeletons. There were many sharp weapons on the ground. The guy thought that there were sharp spikes on the floor. Looking forward, Iijin thought that it was impossible. Such a short period of time, he was able to set such a trap. He remembered how the guy slipped under the paw of the monster. Drake stood with the crossbow in his hand, while the hero thought that this was incredible. The blonde-haired man smiled, thinking that Gorgon's HP had decreased to 5%. Great. He took out a short blade, a weakling sword, which has a feature that helps defeat an enemy with less than 5% of his health left. The blade glowed blue. Looking ahead, Drake thought that this was his 20th attempt. It was time to use the 5% chance. Iijin looked ahead tensely. The long-haired man rushed to attack, thinking that now. The monster's eye glowed red. Drake grinned, asking from the mana burn. The stone on his sword was shining. He said what it was. The impact left a mark. He said that it was bad. The blade pierced the monster's eye. Lightning began to emanate from it. Gorgon fell back. He fell next to the hero. Looking ahead, Drake exclaimed that he did it. He finally defeated this monster. Iijin opened his mouth and shouted at him not to move. The boy turned around, hearing that it was not over yet. A snake appeared in front, the tail of Gorgon. The yellow eyes widened in surprise. He saw the huge Jormungandr chewing on the tail. After all, it is immune to poison and magic. On his finger, a ring with a spirit sealed in it glittered. Standing behind, Iijin said that he did not mean to interrupt. Turning, the blonde asked, did he summon this? The brunette nodded with a slight smile and thought that Drake's meta was originally supposed to be an archer who caused an earthquake that occurred when he fired a barrage of arrows from a long distance, an excellent fighting style. He imagined a red boot and thought that the red leather feet were the item he used. Imagining the blue monster, he thought that if he had defeated the red Oni first and got the earthquake meta, he might not have had to fight Gorgon for so long. With a slight smile, Drake said that he had no use for it. If he died here, he would have nothing to do because the game would block access for a while. The brunette looked surprised. A notification appeared saying that he had successfully completed the world's first Gorgon raid. The solo raid rankings were compiled. Drake in first place, 7 deaths, 182 surrenders, 62 hours 3 minutes 21 seconds. The long-haired man reached for the dropped item, a fragment of Gorgon's horn, and said that they have a saying in their family, pay back a debt twice as much and revenge tenfold. Smiling, he said that he saved his life, so he would definitely save him twice, no less. Iijin looked at him with a slight smile and thought that this was not bad. As a character, he mentally raised his hand and thought that the #1 player in the world promised to save his life twice. In comparison, the reward for killing Gorgon was nothing. On the outside, he smiled calmly and agreed, saying that he would probably use it once, probably right now. Standing next to him, the guy in the cloak said that he planned to reach the very depths of the den of immorality. Drake turned to him and asked again, "Isn't this the lower floor?" Iogen passed by. He approached the stone building. Looking at it carefully, he thought that if the information he had was reliable, the way there lies behind this altar. A flash appeared in the darkness. It was a small keyhole. Smiling, Iogen said that he found it. A dark key hovered above his palm. He inserted the key into the keyhole. Drake watched this in surprise. There were cracks in the ground, and suddenly the floor under the guys collapsed into rubble, causing the blonde to scream. The system reported that they had descended to the hidden location of the Den of Immorality, the 8th floor. The first characters' names were entered into the Akashic Chronicles. The real boss appears. Looking down, Drake said that there really was a hidden floor. Smiling, the cloaked hero said that yes, the final monster he had been walking towards for so long. In front of them was a huge black monster with a long tail and wings, Medusa's son, Basilisk. Light was pouring out of the rift. The black dragon had imprisoned his son in an underground prison before he could rebel. His mother Medusa he had sealed in a statue, so Basilisk was separated from his mother after his birth. The black silhouette of the monster appeared. All this time it had been building up rage towards the black dragon. Iogen exhaled and said that it was quite cruel to imprison his son in the sewers out of fear of being usurped. The black dragon is a coward. Drake added that he did not know about this hidden boss. Smiling, he said that he was excited. The brunette chuckled and clarified what he said. The guy shot down. A spark flew off the monster's armor. Drake looked away questioningly. Iogen, who was standing next to him, said that it was because of his ability called Immorality. Looking down, he continued that it was a passive skill that returned 90% of the damage to the attacker. His defense was high, so he would not suffer much damage anyway, but this skill was annoying. A fire ignited in the monster's mouth. Iogen clenched his teeth, saying that he was about to exhale. Flames burst out of the monster's mouth under a cry to dodge. The hero ran away in fear. Sparks flew around the boss's head. Looking there, Drake said that it was a strong poison. He could take damage from a simple impact. He turned around, hearing that the hero would go first. Iogen resolutely jumped into the pit. The confused brown-haired man said that the entire 8th floor was flooded with this poison. There was no room to stand. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked what he was planning. The guy in the cloak stood on the snake's body. The black snake had a red eye. Words were heard that the immunity to Jormungandr poisons was beyond his wildest dreams. Smiling, Iogen said that there would be no problem with the poison as long as he was here. Flames burst from the monster's mouth. The hero's cloak fluttered. He grinned as he clutched the weapon. Suddenly, the ground rose up under him. Looking tensely to the side, he said that it hit the torso. The monster's paw reached for the hero. Suddenly, something hit him in the eye. The brunette turned around, recognizing Drake. He closed his eyes after the shot. Smiling, the brunette said that he helped well. The clothes fluttered from the quick movement. A spark appeared near the torso. The black monster opened its mouth. Drake appeared next to him and said that even with Jormungandr's immunity to poison, they wouldn't last long. Looking ahead, Iogen shouted that they needed to run now. The guys ran up the spiral staircase. The enemy swung his long tail. His blow broke the staircase. The brunette staring ahead said that they needed to go higher. This guy hunts attackers to the very end. Looking back, Drake said that he had excellent defense, the ability to reflect damage, and poison. His HP was also incredibly high, as he thought they should come back more prepared. The hero grinned and asked what he was talking about. He told him. The black monster was quickly approaching from behind. A question was heard, was he really going to hunt him? Glancing back, the long-haired one asked if he was sure he could survive his poison. Iogen clenched his fist, saying that he was actually thinking about it. He imagined the boss, thinking that exiting the dungeon through the basement would take about 2.5 hours, plus the time it would take to finally reduce his HP with point damage. Together, about 3 hours. This would significantly undermine him. Is it possible to avoid Basilisk's poison for so long? Iogen grinned, saying that there is a way out. He will see for himself if he goes with him. Drake grinned and said that he will trust him. The 6th floor. Glancing back, the hero said that this sound is him spraying poison. Let him hurry up and jump to the 5th floor. Green smoke burst out of the monster's mouth. Drake turned around and asked how he could tell the difference between spraying poison and inhaling it. His comrade replied that it could be understood by the sounds, obviously. The hero clarified what he meant and received the answer that when he uses the exhalation of a club of poison, the FPC is 50, and when he sprays poison in the air, 370. Didn't he know that there is a difference of 20 FPC? Not to mention that his tongue moves up and down before exhaling and slightly right and left before spraying. 5th floor. The heroes spread out from the rapid movement. The brunette said that this is the sound of the 3rd octave. These are grenades made of scales. All the scales fly at an angle of 45 degrees, so it is enough to just lie down. 4th floor. Flames flew above the guys. Drake said that every monster on this level could destroy enemies just with a breath of poison. The item said that they were all so strong that he could not kill a single one. 3rd floor. Basilisk's face appeared in the darkness. Looking down, the brunette thought that he still had 80% HP left, and in the meantime, there was less than half to go. The comrade standing behind exclaimed that he would be caught if he just stood there. Iajin turned around and said that he would take a look. He thought it was about time. There were 2 cracked columns ahead. Running up to them, the guy called there. Looking at him in surprise, Drake thought, isn't the exit on the other side? Why here? Suddenly, Basilisk appeared in front of the hero. Sparks fell. Lightning appeared in the haze. Iajin smiled, saying that it was great, just in time. A bright beam shone among the lightning. It crashed into the ground between the opponents. The monster clenched its fangs. He smiled and said that thanks to it, he could buy some time. Standing behind the blue monster, the guy exclaimed like a Pokemon that he chose it. Drake was shocked, turned around to the guy who shouted forward Blue Oni. The blue monster rushed at Basilisk. A reddish haze in the darkness. Blue flashes appeared. Red and blue zigzags merged. The system reported that the fusion of items was complete. Blue Oni stood in front of the monster. Smoke surrounded its muzzle. Drake looked at the brunette in surprise and asked if he had really thought this through, to which he received the answer that of course, fortunately, they arrived just in time for the Blue Oni to regenerate. Looking ahead, Iajin declared that he would simply attack everyone in his territory, even if that creature was Basilisk, which was 10,000 times stronger. The black paw squeezed the blue one. The hero thought that besides, its strength was enough to mistakenly classify it as a rank higher than C+. Basilisk squeezed the Oni's hands. Iajin thought that he hoped. Black fingers squeezed the wrist. The blue monster screamed. The boss opened its mouth. A stream of flame burst out of it. It surrounded the head of the screaming monster, and then everything disappeared into the haze. Basilisk was standing next to the remains of the skeleton. Iajin quickly ran forward, saying that great, he bought them 10 seconds. The heroes ran up the stairs. The guy thought that Basilisk's HP was now 50%. They had fallen significantly. Turning back, he thought it was worth a try. The monster was smashing the steps. The 1st floor. The guys stopped in front of the huge boss. Drake said that Basilisk was still alive and kicking. It was a shame that they did everything they could. His comrade giggled and asked what he was talking about. They had exhausted themselves so much to get here, could they give up now? He imagined the image of the red monster and thought about his secret item he had patiently prepared all this time. A blue monster appeared in his memory. Imagining the fusion of blue and red, the hero thought that his finest hour had come. In front of him was a boot. The system reported that it was the skin of the legs of Jormungandr, rank B+, attack plus 500, movement speed plus 50, and the ability to use the earthquake skill. These shoes were created by fusing the skin of the legs of red and blue Oni. The boot was put on the hero's foot. With a determined look, looking forward, Iajin said that his preparation for a full-scale dungeon raid was finally finished. Everything was going according to plan. He raised his foot, shouting for him to taste the most devastating area of effect attack that monster's capabilities could offer. The eye on the boot glowed. A scream was heard. It was showtime. Rock debris flew up. There was blue smoke in front of Basilisk. Then he fell into the abyss. The monster fell along with the debris. Looking down, Drake made a surprised sound. Standing next to the rift, he said that this was a terrifying force. The monster's body disappeared into a bright haze. The hero explained that the Den of Immorality is essentially a deep hole between each floor. A lot of space. Basilisk fell from the 1st floor to the 2nd. Wouldn't that cause a huge decrease in HP? The impact caused many cracks. The guy continued that during the fall, his immorality feature would reflect damage to everything around him. Looking down, the brunette continued that the floors were already weakened due to Basilisk's rampage, and his poison was everywhere. Now all this still affects the attack, so while the floor under him will collapse, this is behind the floor. The puzzle monster fell among the rubble. The guy continued, falling lower and lower. He continued to fall into the darkness. Looking down, Iajin said that with each floor he would lose a lot of HP. A crack appeared from the impact. Stones flew up. The monster lay among the rubble. The rubble quickly fell down. The hero continued that the floor would collapse up to the 8th floor. Flying among bright flashes, the monster fell to the ground. The hero explained that in the end there, where it all began. And up was raised a black hand. Looking at the cliff, the brunette said that it will take this guy a long time to get back up again and thought that by then the point damage from the chisel should finish him off. Hearing, he continued that from now on it is a battle with time. The guys looked down carefully. Pointing a finger forward, the hero suggested throwing down rocks just in case while they wait. Stroking the snake on the muzzle, Iajin said that he was quite a useful ally. Drake looked ahead. He was absolutely useless and thought that it was necessary to grab popcorn. A notification appeared that they were the first players to complete the Basilisk raid, they were the first to clear the Den of Immorality, completed the hidden quest Mother's Love Medusa and killed the child. Here is the reward. An image of a black armor appeared, which was called the Heart of Immorality. It is in a plus rated armor with plus 500 defense and the ability to use the unique skill Immorality. It is made from a perfectly tailored and perfectly dried basilisk heart skin. Iyajin chuckled, thinking that this is a great drop. He never thought he would get something so unexpected. Now he has to go down to the 8th floor again. Drake looked at him with a smile, saying that he did nothing, so he feels awkward about his name being written in the raid clear. He got the title thanks to hunting basilisk, but not a single item due to his low contribution to the hunt. The brunette retorted that no, it was great for an impromptu team, but that's later. Since he doesn't know the layout of this dungeon, will he help collect the dropped items? Looking at him with a smile, the guy said that there was no need to ask. If anything, there was something else he wanted to do. He should not be shy and say it. The hero looked at him with a slight smile, thinking that he was quite polite. A question was heard, that earlier, when he entered his name in the rating, he said stagnant water. Without turning around, the brunette answered that yes, what? The fair-haired touched his chin. Shifting his gaze, he said that recently many large guilds ordered his murder. Iyajin raised his eyebrows in bewilderment and thought, an order to kill. Staring at the guy in shock, he asked what he meant. He did nothing like that. Waving his hand, his comrade replied that he also received everything simply with a reward. A notification appeared that they were looking for any player with the name Stagnant Water who behaved unusually and rudely. The list of crimes: trolling, stealing monsters, stealing items, killing players, showing off their naked body, stalking, and so on. They are waiting for players who can deal with this problem in cold blood, and then there is the amount of the reward. The hero stares at the system window in bewilderment, saying that this is ridiculous, and there is not a single accusation that he agrees with, except, perhaps, showing off his naked body. Looking to the side, Drake said that it seemed like a lot of people would come for him. How about hiding for a while? He stared forward with a completely gloomy expression, and then he chuckled. A shadow fell on his face and laughter could be heard. Iyajin smiled slyly, saying that they wanted to catch him. It was so cute. He imagined an image and many birds, thinking that imagining the faces of all these newbies who would surround him like chickens, wouldn't it be exciting? Drake was surprised to hear the guy say that before these chickens grew into fighting roosters. The brunette stretched out his palm and asked that getting rid of them early wouldn't be such a bad thing. Among the sands of the harsh B-rank desert, there were black thorns. Sparks flew around the monster. The man clenched his fist, shouting that he was the one who caught it. Let him give it to him. The man with the sword replied that he should take his hands away, or he would cut them off. Pointing his finger, the man asked if he shouldn't apologize if he bumped into someone. Replied, why would he? He bumped into him, wanted to fight. The crowd cursed and pointed their weapons at each other. A quick movement and a shout to everyone. The people turned around in surprise, hearing that they hadn't forgotten why they came here, right? The guy holding the mace, hearing how they were told not to waste their strength. The silhouette of the platform appeared ahead. The girl with the microphone raised her hand, shouting that today they had a common task and only one goal: to kill stagnant water. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise that it was the leader of the UD Guild. The second exclaimed that it was the beautiful boss. Dahu held the microphone, shouting that they would not lose precious HP by fighting against each other. Who should they point their blades at? The men resolutely shouted stagnant water. The air echoed with a shout in response to the question, who should feel them together? The red-haired girl shouted, who is the bad person they are going to kill? The men raised their hands and shouted. Clenching their fists, the people cheered, shouting the hero's name. The man with the sword asked how she found so many people. He knew that the squad they hired, the secret fan club, was here, but there were no more than 100 people. Here there were more than 500. Dahu put her hand on her hip, saying that it was not only them. Many Chinese tops came too and heard the question, why? She introduced the man on the throne in front of the information window and said that recently a Chinese rich man named Yungxi personally announced a large reward for this bad guy's head. She thought the Chinese players were unhappy with the Koreans taking the initiative. There were sparks in the pink smoke, and words were heard that there were 3 major forces here: the UD Guild, the Incheon Alliance Guild, and Yungxi's bounty hunters. The girl chuckled, thinking that all these people gathered here to catch stagnant water, even embarrassed by how much stronger they are, but they will get rid of him with confidence. Stepping forward, she said that thanks to him, they will be able to find him. As the guild leader, she is grateful and turned to Drake. The blonde looked at her determinedly, saying that they had to team up for a while, so he knows a little about him. Looking at the guy, the redhead said that she understood what he was getting at. Speaking of which, how did he know his current location? The guy with the blue scarf replied that he was stalking him. He got the information from the player league. Crossing her arms, Dahu asked what he wanted in return and received the answer: money, to which she asked if she planned to kill him and get a reward from both them and the Chinese. Shifting her gaze, Drake said that due to some circumstances, he could not receive a reward from the Chinese. he would transfer the entire amount from their guild, so let him pay him everything. The girl looked at the hero carefully. Imagining the guy with long hair, she thought that Drake was not in the official rankings, so she did not know his level. The guy dodged the claws. She thought that he was already famous in the underground gaming world. She imagined him with a determined look, thinking that as long as he did not oppose the UD guild, this could work. The girl said that it was fine, as long as he definitely finished him off. Turning around, she said that they would see each other later, but the guy stopped her. Da-Hyu turned around. Smiling slightly, the blonde man asked, was she by any chance planning to kill him and be done with it? The next day, clouds were floating above the desert. The warriors with weapons gathered together. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted for him to come out already. The red-haired man chuckled, saying that they would incinerate him and cook themselves a roast. Da-Hyu held the scroll, thinking that she had spent a lot of money to get this scroll. A lightning strike, she could not let him die until she personally pierced him with her sword. A bright spark appeared in front. More and more. The girl pulled out the melody surrounded by lightning, shouted a death wish. Lightning came from the hands of the warriors. A green ball came from the man's palm. A bright glow went forward. There was a bright flash. The girl looked ahead tensely and thought, did it work? Clouds of dust rose up. Among them, the silhouette of a pile appeared. The amazed players looked at it, shouting, what is this? The girl looked at it in shock. There was a neat pile of shit. Then it disappeared. Dust rose up. Then a lying camel appeared. The man looked at it tensely, exclaiming, what is this? The blonde man in a huge mask exclaimed that he thought he saw a huge poop, and now there is a camel. Did they attack a camel? Frowning, Da-Hyu thought, it can't be, they got false information. She used an expensive scroll just for the sake of it. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. She thought, what is this? An earthquake. The sand hills were really shaking. The cloaked brunette who appeared said with a laugh that they had asked for it. This was a gift from him. Let them enjoy the horror of their first encounter with a monster. A huge monster burst out of the sand. The guy stared ahead in shock, thinking, wasn't it daytime now? It had suddenly gotten dark. He and his comrade looked up in surprise. A huge worm appeared in front of the players. It opened its round, toothy mouth. The girl looked up tensely. With an expression of horror, she screamed, what is this? Sparks of energy flew forward. The worm attacked, scattering parts of the players' bodies. In the desert, there were stone cliffs the day before the raid on stagnant water. Dust rose near the cliffs. Iyajin turned around and asked, did he get all the rewards? Drake, who was standing behind him, said that yes, the United Guilds actually wanted to stab each other in the back. They all put a price on the heads of the group leaders. The brunette chuckled and said that of course he expected that from them. In front of him was a whole list of kills with a reward for killing each of the guild leaders. The guy in the cloak looked at his comrade and asked if he had spread the information that he would be there at 2 o'clock, to which he heard the answer that yes, they believed it even easier than they thought. The brunette continued that he was not affiliated with any of the groups, so they should believe that he had no reason to lie to them. As long as he was fighting these 3 guilds, tomorrow he could remove the targets from the list and get the reward. A question was heard in the sandy desert, is this what he planned? Drake looked at the guy, saying that there were already hundreds of people gathered there. Tomorrow there would be even more. Each of them an experienced player, and they all gathered to kill him. Yungshi from the Chinese player base only made things worse. Yellow eyes widened in shock. Iyajin closed his eyes with a smile, saying that the name is made up of a part that means snort and a part that means won't tell. Sticking out his tongue, he slyly said that therefore, if someone wanted to know his name, he would have to say that he wouldn't tell. Drake looked at him dumbfounded, and then opened his eyes wide, that it was him, wondering what he was going to do with the crowd that had gathered. The hero replied that he would understand tomorrow. A bloody camel was lying on the ground. A swift movement. A 50-meter-long plus-rank sandworm was scattering the players' body parts. The red-haired man exclaimed in shock, where did it come from? The players clutched their heads in fear, screaming. Chang frowned, ordering everyone to attack. In front of him was the round mouth of a monster. The people felt an earthquake, and they fell sharply into the abyss. A huge worm towered over the desert. A cry was heard that the monster was causing an earthquake. The blonde man in the huge mask cursed in confusion. The brown-haired man asked with tears on his face, how should they persuade the melee squads to lose their lives in such a way? Da-Hyu, who was standing behind them, exclaimed at them not to panic. With a determined look, she shouted that it was an earth or mud-type monster, which meant that the damage from ice increased 4 times. Let the magicians use ice attacks at once. And flashes of bright lightning flew. The man hit the monster with an axe. A cry was heard to gather all the guild members. The crowd gathered around the monster, hearing that it was rank A+. Sparks appeared on the monster's body from the attacks. Swift movement. The girl stretched out her hand, ordering to defeat it. The guy added that after spreading the news about the monster, they received more advantages. He grinned slyly and said that when the people who started the battle would soon die, a new wave of the team would end up taking their place. The leader said with a grin that they still had a lot of shells. Lightning surrounded the worm. With a determined look, the girl shouted that just a little more. The gray-haired man addressed her, saying that she was slowly moving into a defensive position. Tiik grinned, saying that if they could support the attack, it would definitely not hold out. Rubbing his nose, he said that to be honest, after the mission was over, he had something to tell her. Da-hyu was surprised to see a spark flickering. There was fletching sticking out of the ground, she said. This arrow. Turning around in displeasure, she exclaimed, Drake. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that even if he couldn't kill stagnant water, why kill Tiik now? Now she would have to team up with someone else even if they were almost all dead weight. She saw the arrow hit the guy and exclaimed, about her brother. The girl turned around in shock. Behind the rock was the figure of a guy. Drake was holding a weapon. Looking at him in shock, the leader cursed, shouting that he was originally on stagnant water's side. A spark came out of the weapon. A swift movement. Iajin in a black cloak said that if even a newbie like him managed to defeat the sandworm, this kind of pinpoint approach works well. He imagined the lying pile, thinking that stagnant water did not realize that he had summoned Jormungandr to hide thanks to its immunity to magic. Introducing the camel, he continued that for a monster, it had low physical resistance. Things would be a lot easier if they had an archer. Thinking that in the midst of the confusion, he attacked and awakened the sandworm, as those with bounties on their heads, they should have come for it, but now the crowd of newbies seemed to be delayed. Clouds floated across the sky. The monster's mouth was black and scorched. It scattered into ash. The monster fell on its side. The players watched in surprise as it fell next to them. The man in the helmet asked in fear, did it work? The blue-haired player exclaimed, was it defeated? The people raised their hands joyfully, shouting that they did it. They defeated an A+rank monster, they won, but suddenly the answer was no. The ground beneath their feet shook again, and they exclaimed again. The armored men looked at each other, asking, is it still alive? A leg in a blue and red boot appeared. The hero said that they did not win. The guy in the cloak grinned. Surrounded by sparks, Iajin said with a smile that he won. The armored men asked with displeasure, what is he talking about? Standing in front of the hero, they exclaimed, does he want to take their loot? The brunette grinned, thinking that he could not do this if they did not help him complete the task. His eyes widened. He thought that he could not believe that he actually defeated the sandworm. In his past life, he was defeated for the first time 5 years after the release of the game. He thought with a smile that now only 6 months have passed since the launch, that's 10 times faster. The hero turned around when he heard his name being called. A figure with a sword was approaching him. Surrounded by lightning, Da-hyu shouted that he had lowered his defense. The girl hit the hero in the chest. Da-hyu opened her mouth, screaming that he had weakened his defense. She hit the guy with her sword, wishing stagnant water death. Smiling evilly, the girl said that his defense was poor. She was surprised, barely managing to finish, that he would not survive with such a thing. The sword surrounded by lightning touched the armor. She thought that his skin was covered with something black. Sparks flew, a calling sound was heard. Looking down, Iajin asked if she was not looking at someone's body too openly, so shameless. Red rays threw the girl back. Throwing her head back, she screamed. Looking up in shock, Da-hyu thought why she was taking damage. Could it be that this was a reflection of the damage? The black spikes glowed red, and then they began to dissolve. Looking down, the brunette exhaled. Information about the armor of the Heart of Immorality appeared. Looking at the black palm, Iajin said that it was a bit of a worry, but this relic was amazing. The trait of immorality reflects over 90% of the damage dealt to the attacker. The guy in the cloak heard someone excitedly exclaim that he was alive. Drake looked at him, asking if he hadn't been critically hit. How did he even survive? Iajin replied with a smile that it was nothing, you could say that he was fully armed. The edge of the cloak fluttered. The hero said that since all the guys who attacked the sandworm were killed. The wind fluttered the cloak. The hero continued that the pinpoint damage he dealt finished off the monster, making him the only player to defeat it. Standing next to the monster's body, the guy said that thanks to this, he received another amazing item. The information said that this was a sandworm skin of rank A+, can use the unique traits of foul play and tenacity. The boy imagined himself standing in front of a flaming ball and thought that the sandworm's passive skill known as Fortitude would activate if the user of the shroud had full HP before taking damage and would always leave 1 HP if the user took damage exceeding 10,000 HP. In other words, even if a meteorite destroyed the entire planet, he would survive with 1 HP left. Iajin drank the red potion, saying that with 3 items like this, he wouldn't even need any more regeneration potions. The empty container flew away. The brunette clenched his fist in joy, mentally rejoicing that he got 2 of the top 3 items he was aiming for. He twirled around happily, telling Drake that he was in good shape. Let him watch carefully. Isn't this cool? He replied that all he saw was a pervert in a black leather suit and cloak. The guy crossed his arms and said that he would definitely not be boring, so he would continue to follow him. Iajin smiled. The guy introduced Hyu and asked if he had noticed that she was very skilled. She was able to dodge all of his arrows, escaped, and even tried to deliver the finishing blow. Ijin turned around when he heard a demand from behind him to stay put. The figures standing behind the monster's body were indignant that this was their sandworm, first dressed as a pervert, and now wanted to carry off their prey. He could not steal their reward right in front of them. Ijin looked back with displeasure, saying that they were hiding from this monster, but showed up to complain. Throwing a cloak over his comrade, the brunette said that they were leaving. The player stepped on the monster's body. His face became surprised. He asked where they went. There was only desert sand ahead. The guy said that they dissolved. The wind drove the dust. There was a brown cloth on the sand. The boys hid under the sandworm's skin, which reduces the chance of being noticed by the player or monster by 50%. Ijin said that he was sure that they were newbies with 6 months of experience, so this disguise was enough. Now they could go to a safe place to log out. The heroes looked ahead carefully. Lying under the skin, they both thought it was awkward. Under the sky, the hero thought that because he was technically naked, his stomach was growling too loudly. White clouds were floating in the sky. There was a sign on the brick building. From the video on the screen, words were heard that this was the end of their review of the Red Oni, one of the 3 main bosses in the newbie area. Next time he will talk about the long sword of the Needle King Cobra. Let them not forget to like, share the video and subscribe. It was stagnant water, disconnecting. The guy with the phone exclaimed how cool he was. The other said it was amazing how he could explain things so well while fighting an Oni. The student sat with his head on his hand. Teaging turned around when he was called. 2 guys approached him. With an indifferent look, the professional player of the K1 Soul branch asked what they wanted. The blonde looked at him awkwardly. Standing next to him, he hesitantly said that it was nothing, just what they talked about last time. He wanted to know if he got them. His hand squeezed the handle of his backpack. As he walked away, Teaging said that if he meant the hunter's bandana and the bold armor, he already had them. He interrupted the thanks, saying that there was nothing to thank him for, just to get the money ready. The blonde standing behind him asked displeasedly why he was leaving. The class hour had not even started yet. Looking after him, he sadly thought that he had hoped they could play together. White clouds floated across the sky. Teaging looked ahead with dissatisfaction, saying that he couldn't continue to earn so little. Professional gamer groups forbid their members from participating in other commercial projects. He walked with his hand in his pocket, thinking that the regulations monopolized the players. Because he dropped out of school, he had nowhere to go. He walked down the city street, thinking that when he tried to stay in the dorm, it was annoying because everything the older ones did was gather all the younger ones and make them do everything for them. The house is empty because his parents work day and night to pay for his younger sister's treatment. There was a bright building ahead. Teaging thought that he wanted to debut quickly to participate in tournaments, but with his history and the school's interference, even that would be difficult. He closed his eyes and said that since he was a rookie who hadn't even debuted, he couldn't get anything from sponsorship or advertising. He had to earn money somehow. Something black was flying quickly. Teaging caught it with his hand. He looked at it and asked, "What is it?" He was holding a blue poster of the East Pacific ship, Toto League, which said that there was a cash prize of 1 billion won and that they were looking for the best young professional players in Korea. If you wanted to bet, all types were allowed. Feel free to call, come and become a superstar. White clouds were floating in the sky. There was a car parked not far from the house. The woman in pink was shouting discontentedly, so this is how he decided to spend his father's inheritance. The man in the tie reminded the older man that he had said that he could get a bigger share. The man angrily shouted that he had his own needs too, if he had forgotten, and besides, he was the oldest of them. He should give them a bigger share. Ijin heard someone shouting with an awkward smile. Did they think that this conversation was not only about them? The guy held the phone to his ear, thinking that for the first time in a long time he decided to come visit his uncle. On the phone, he was told that a memorial service would be coming soon, so he needed to come at least a week before they arrived. The displeased uncle asked the hero if he thought he had crossed the line. The guy awkwardly asked again. The man opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted that he was already at the age to go to college, find a job and become completely independent. He expected them to still pay the bills and fuss over him. The boys looked ahead in confusion as he ordered him to look at his cousins. They hadn't relied on their parents since they started going to school, and how good was he at school? The cousins chuckled a little. Spitting out saliva, the man yelled that no, he was just sitting there playing his stupid games, and now he sees the difference between him and those who have real jobs. Ijin let out a sigh, dejected, thinking that who knew he would make a speech to pretend that he was actually protecting him. The children held their phones. The man waved his hand, telling his brother that he was sure Ijin thought about such things. But he angrily replied that he didn't, and then said that they would return to their common problem. They needed to discuss it together. The indifferent brunette listened, that it was about his grandfather's inheritance. It shouldn't be a surprise, since they all knew that he was no longer with them. The boy smiled and asked how much he had left. He asked again in surprise when he heard the man put a 20 and 2 zeros next to it. The furious man, spitting, shouted that so much money was no joke. He was too inadequate to understand what it meant to have so much money. Iyajin raised an eyebrow pitifully, thinking it was only 2,000. He hoped in vain. He wondered how they would react if they knew that he had earned 40 million in 3 months. The man held up the papers, saying that the paperwork seemed quite complicated in this case. The man with glasses heard him ask for permission to help. Iyajin raised a finger and said that he would submit these documents to the district office and ask for a geographic survey and the issuance of documents for land distribution. It should not take long. The relative froze in dismay, and then pointed his finger in displeasure, shouting why he was butting into the adults' conversations. Iyajin smiled sweetly and said that he just wanted to offer his help, but if they didn't want to involve him, that was fine. Sitting with his legs tucked under him, he continued that it seemed like the inheritance request hadn't come through from the local courts yet, so the whole process would take at least a week. If they went to the registry office later and got the registration number, the inheritance would get a new number. The cousins were displeased to hear that only after that would the inheritance registration process be transferred to them, but they would need to prepare the land transfer application and official seal in advance. They would also need to choose the right seal and a suitable representative to oversee the process. The bespectacled man smiled, saying that if they thought about it, they could really use his help. The brunette said with a smile that they would leave the inheritance worries to him. Iyajin smiled. His uncle grinned darkly. The guy thought that he had learned all this in his past life after he had set him up. In the bluish space, words were heard that by the way about this. The guys surrounded the hero and asked what he was doing these days, since he should not go to college. The cousin with glasses smiled, saying that he was 21, so it was a little late, but perhaps if he started studying now, he could still take a place at a lower level. The second brunette said that he was older than him, he could tutor him if he did not know how to study. Iyajin looked at them with displeasure, hearing that he should go to college at any cost. Then he turned his gaze. The children continued to look at their phones. The uncle shouted at them with displeasure that they were sitting in their phones all this time, as if glued to the screens. He smiled nastily, saying that perhaps they wanted to end up like their elder Iyajin. Arching his eyebrows, the brunette thought that he had already started on the children. He knew how much pressure they would be under from their parents. He imagined a boy studying, being told that his brothers had become doctors and lawyers. Do they think it's enough for them to work all night? A girl wiped away tears, hearing that they should be doctors or lawyers like their brothers. Their parents, spitting, said that it was for their own good. The brother with glasses smiled. The hero thought that 15 years later, the older brother, a paid medical practitioner, caused a major medical scandal and became an alcoholic after leaving the hospital. Remembering the brunette looking down, the hero thought that the younger brother, who became a lawyer, saw his business fail and got divorced thanks to his trademark arrogance. In the end, they used up all of his uncle's severance pay and pension fund and tried to encroach on his property as well. Clenching his fist, Iyajin thought resolutely that he would not return to his old life and would not allow this to happen. The uncle turned around with displeasure, asking who was there. Hadn't everyone arrived? Throwing open the door, he yelled, "Who is this guy who parks so loudly in front of someone else's house? If they want to park, can they do it somewhere else?" Opening his mouth, he saw the truck, asking which house did they even come to. Iyajin, who appeared behind him, smiled and apologized for that. With a sweet smile, he said that in fact, it was to him. A shout was heard to the dear customer that his order had arrived. The headlights of a car appeared. In the cabin of the truck was a luxury car. The cousins' mouths opened in shock, exclaiming that it was a Morse Crocodile L3021. The children stared ahead in admiration, saying how cool it was. Iyajin signed for the delivery man, saying that this was an inimitable service. The delivery man said that delivery was a service that was included in the order. The door of the blue car opened. Holding his jacket in his hand, the boy said that they had discussed the main things about the inheritance, so if there were any other problems, they should contact him. He had important things to do, so he left. His relatives watched him get into the car with their mouths open. The uncle looked extremely surprised. The sky was clear. Opening his mouth in displeasure, he shouted that they were looking at their phones again. How many times had he told them to study? Frowning, he continued, unless they wanted to become like Iyajin. Then his eyes widened in shock. Holding the phone, the boy said that they wanted to be cool like him. A video was open on the phone screen, and words about likes, subscriptions, and that stagnant water was with them could be heard. Rapid movement. The car moved forward quickly. The boy said that it was really a waste of time. He tried to give them a chance. With a smile, sitting behind the wheel, he continued that in any case, the moment had come, the big event that everyone had been waiting for. On the seat was a crumpled poster. In South Atlantic, the Amazon, a red beam was rising from the device. Words were heard that the Asian Toto League was finally starting. The man spread his arms, saying that he thanked everyone for joining them today, whose decisive victory would bring the player a huge prize of 1 billion won. The girls had masks with ears on their faces. Words were heard that today's match had already begun. This was the first duel in honor of the opening of the event. A long-haired man in armor stood in a confident pose. Words were heard that their first player was a private league participant with impressive skills and past experience defeating opponents in this tournament, number 48 PK Joe. The man smiled widely. The guy was warming up his hand. Words were heard that on the other side was a newcomer to the event, number 9 Machios. The guy looked forward with determination. The words were heard that this was the first duel in honor of the opening of the event. The brunette grinned predatory. The host continued, number 9 Machios against number 48 PK Joe. The participants stood opposite each other. The audience chanted PK Joe's name. Someone asked, who is the second? In the stands there were blue figures of temporary avatars to hide the identity of the participant. A question was heard, didn't they hear that he had a Korean accent when he spoke earlier? Another exclaimed that there was no way he would bet on Korea. Japan would definitely not lose. This was probably a child with a fake avatar created to bypass the law on the closure. In the orange glow, the order was heard to get ready and begin. PK Joe with a predatory smile pulled out a sword, saying that everything will be over in an instant. A quick move, a quick draw. A powerful energy crumpled his face. The guy standing opposite attacked. The fingers were clenched into a fist. The man thought he couldn't even react. T-Gang looked forward resolutely. The brunette frowned, saying that he was an impudent child. A bright flash came from the attack. The brown-haired man hit him in the side. A glow appeared next to PK Joe's face. The blow threw his head back. The screen showed the intro that number 9 Machios had won. A scream was heard that it was incredible. Against all expectations, the fan favorite PK Joe had been defeated. Number 9 Machios had won. The guy was standing next to his prostrate opponent. The spectators in the stands were discussing where he came from. Someone was betting on him. The chances that he would lose were 8-1. The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that this was to be expected. In tournaments like this you have to hide your identity. So the standard attack patterns of fake avatars are used. A bunch of nameless ones who awkwardly adapt to unfamiliar equipment. No problem, the victory will be his. A red beam emanated from the device. The host said that it was unpleasant to lose money, but they should not be so sad. Now he had better try to win the next fight. Who will be next? The guy smiled, thinking that out of a total of 50 participants, 25 survived, another 12 people were eliminated, then only 7 remained. Being part of 3 participants who are claiming the prize money, he needs to win 3 more times. The host with a mustache exclaimed that the atmosphere is heating up. The next confrontation will begin soon. The bet number 9 Machios appeared on the screen against number 21 Stagnant Water in Korean writing. The guy's eyes widened. He said not to tell him that this guy is also here. A man in a black cloak appeared. There was a black mask on his face. He heard the words, stagnant water, is it really him? Blue Eyes looked forward. Frowning slightly, T-Gang thought it was an imposter. Standing in front of the guy in the mask, he thought that this shorty was clearly not 2 meters tall compared to their last meeting in the dungeon. His height had changed by at least 20 centimeters. It was impossible to grow like that, even if he ate well. The man in the white mask told him to start. A cry of the beginning was heard against the orange background. The player was clutching a spear in his hand. An eye flashed in the slit of the mask. The guy said, "Come closer." None of his blows would reach the target. The brown-haired man continued to stand, and then he grinned. Stagnant Water was surprised by the rapid movement. Machios was quickly approaching him. Flashes appeared from the blows. The guy clenched his fists. Then he attacked under the knee. The brunette in the mask made a dissatisfied sound. A red beam appeared from the attack. The hand was clutching the blade of the hedgehog needle from the dungeon. Looking at this, the blue-eyed guy thought that he was a melee player, but chose the style of this. Probably he has low HP. The masked guy's cloak was fluttering. The hero thought that he had an advantage in a large reserve of HP. That's why he should develop melee skills. Not to mention that this guy's speed is much lower than the real one. He dared to pretend to be naked in front of him. Clenching his fist, T-Gang thought that he asked for it himself. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, he offered to dance. The stone on his forged glove of rank C+ glowed. An orange haze surrounded the enemy. The masked guy cursed that he had become even faster. The fist was surrounded by bright swirls. The glow was getting brighter. Clenching his fists, the guy appeared on fire. The avatars in the stands were discussing that this guy was a professional player. These were fire fists, amazing. The round stone on the glove was shining. The guy thought about a full charge. Flames were coming from his fingers. Gritting his teeth, T-Gang thought that this was the attack he was waiting for. Let him receive it. A vein bulged on the brunette's neck. People were discussing that Stagnant Water was so weak, he came here for 2 rounds. The brown-haired man's eyes became amazed. He remembered scenes from the past, a dark figure, a guy in a cloak, flying debris, the brunette's rapid attacks, flying bright sparks, the way he frowned forward, and how Iajin showed him 2 fingers and cursed in his mind. Flashes appeared in the fire. The man in the cloak slid back. Clenching his fist, T-Gang thought that the one who could beat him in a one-on-one duel, which he thought was impossible, the one who could complete dungeon raids on his own and succeed where professional players failed. He looked forward resolutely, thinking that he was missing even a part of his aura, and demanded to reveal his real face. The face of a dissatisfied man appeared. The spectators asked, "How is this possible?" The avatars in the stands were discussing the Lord of Western Chukos. He is a professional player who ranks 3rd in China, 6th in Asia Coast. The man chuckled, and then cursed. There was a white pattern on the round shield. He said that he was tired of hiding his style. Sparks flew from the tip. The man continued that in a situation like this, it would be pointless to give up on victory, right? He would get the prize money, but the bettors would cut him out. T-Gang looked forward resolutely. The man in the golden armor told him to come here now. This time it would be different. T-Gang clenched his fist. A bright flash appeared near the armor. Kos only chuckled. Smiling, he asked, decided to tickle him. Didn't he tell him that this time it was serious? Sparks flew. The attack left a bright trace. Covering himself with his hand, the brown-haired man thought that he was too strong. If he really hit, then the end is near. Looking ahead sullenly, he thought that, in addition, despite his size, he was too fast. First he should create distance. The guy took a step back. Kos smiled wider and said that he was scared. Let him come closer. He does not bite. As if raising his sword, he exclaimed that he would show him the power of the Great China. Bright rays crashed. The guy froze, thinking that this was a long-range attack. He frowned at the flash. He jumped aside from the rising beams. The hero gritted his teeth, and was surprised when the man appeared behind him. T-Gang shifted his gaze. Kos hit him from top to bottom. Dust rose from the beam. Sparks flew in all directions. The brown-haired man held the sword with his hands. With a wide smile, the brunette said that it looked like his HP was already running out. What would he do next? The armor on his hands cracked. A demand was heard to answer what he would do next. The hero gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and said stop. He gives up. The screen showed the inscription that number 21 won. Words were heard in the blue glow. Who could have thought that the ruler of the West Coast himself would be here? They saw the expression on the guy from Korea's face when he gave up. But we need to go back to the question, what is a professional player with a 6-figure salary doing here? The man in armor said that this Korean does not have an ounce of courage. The avatars in the stands heard that the next opponent would be the contestant number 3. Who is it? He hadn't seen him before, and besides, he barely got out of the nameless group. Then he should definitely bet on number 21. There was no one in this league who could defeat Kos. The guy walked away. As he walked forward, he thought that this was a waste of time. The Lord of the West Coast was impressive. The hero remembered the flashy attack and thought that close combat using an overwhelming amount of physical attacks and net speed. He remembered how the man raised his sword and thought that even his attempt to pretend to be stagnant water was only successful because he was confident in his fighting style, using an evasion that was completely opposite to his own. I wonder who would win if he faced the real stagnant water. Closing his eyes, T-Gang thought that he couldn't earn a penny this time. It was a shame. He thought he should take this as a learning experience. The guy opened his eyes when he heard someone greet him. There was a powerful armor on his arm. A man in red armor stood in front. There was a red mask on his face. Frowning, T-Gang thought, who is this? Does he know him? As he passed by, the man said that he was curious about something. The guy turned around, looking at him, and heard what was said before. Stopping behind, the player continued that it would have been the end for him if he had hit him in the stomach. But why did he continue to attack him in the chin? Why did he make such a mistake at such an important time? The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. He thought about this guy. How is he? Thoughts flashed through his mind that perhaps stagnant water is not that strong. The guy clenched his teeth in displeasure. Then he turned around and said that he didn't know what he was talking about and why did he care about his fight. He opened his eyes when he was asked to let him say one thing. The armored hand rose and the man said that in the next round of betting. The guy looked surprised when he was asked to bet all in on him. The man walked forward and showed 2 fingers. The guy remembered Iajin showing the same gesture. His eyes became amazed. Turning to the man in armor, he exclaimed that he was stagnant water. The screen also showed the images of the participants and heard words saying that the next fight was now participant number 21 Goinmul against number 3 Madingwang. Kos scratched his ear and said that the Koreans have no courage. Did he agree? The masked player was silent. The man opened his eyes slightly. He made an inviting gesture and said that he was so confident. Let him start. The man in red knelt down on one knee. The weapon on his hand touched the ground. Bright rays flew from it. The brunette clenched his teeth, thinking that the arena was shaking. His knees were shaking. He exclaimed that he could not stand. The enemy approached him. The eyes of the slit of the mask were burning, and words were heard that he had begun. He grabbed the man's face with his hand. On the screen was a video splash screen. Words were heard asking to like, subscribe, and not forget to like other videos. On the screen were preview images. The hero thought that all his broadcasts were becoming popular, each of them gaining more than 1 million views immediately after publication, and this despite the fact that you have to pay to watch them. Ijin ran forward, thinking that the sponsorship and advertising revenue he received was impressive enough. Running forward, the hero thought that, however, such income would not be enough for his plans for the future. He had a long way to go. Rapid movement, the guy thought that there must be a better and more profitable way than just streaming dungeon raids. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew into his face. He took it off and saw a blue poster. A red beam was rising up. Ijin thought that this was a private and illegal tournament for players. The Total League, he still remembers all the pro players from the ratings, so he knows with almost 100% certainty who will win and who will not. In short, victory is in his pocket. In red armor and a helmet, he sat among the avatars. There was a wide smile on his face. The guy thought that he joined the league to bet on the winners and losers of each fight. The brown-haired man stood in the ring. The hero thought, isn't this T-Gang? Sitting in the stands, Ijin thought that he registered in an illegal league of players. He did not think that this could happen, although he is not very familiar with his personal life. The brunette had a mask on his face. He thought that judging by the incredible height and nationality of his opponent, it was probably the overlord of Western Chu. No wonder such rumors spread. After all, he really participated in an illegal league. Crossing his arms, the hero thought that he was undoubtedly still #1 in Asia, but at this moment, the overlord was the one who, he may be a fan of T-Gang, but the money he bet was on the line. The hero's eyes widened. He raised his hand, encouraging Meishios, although he himself bet everything on Kos. 10 minutes later, flashes erupted from the blows. Ijin swung his fist, shouting, why is he going on the defensive? What is his problem? He can't stay so quickly. The guy's fist was engulfed in flames. He hit his opponent in the chin. The armored guy froze, thinking why he suddenly changed the trajectory of this blow. No matter what, he would be able to keep his 3 million thanks to T-Gang's mistake. Moreover, his investment would double. As a result, his next opponent, a certain one, would make a noise. A swift movement. The hero hit the opponent's face. Blood splashed out of Kos's nose. The sword was surrounded by fire. The brunette clenched his teeth. Bright flashes remained from the movement. T-Gang looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he understood. The arm in the armor was glowing. On it was the golem's infinity gauntlet. Looking ahead carefully, the brown-haired man thought that they had great attack power, but after a successful attack, the recoil causes the player to be paralyzed for half a second. That's why he wanted to cope with powerful attacks from a distance. It turns out that the best tactic against the guy is. The guy attacked the enemy in the cheek. Clenching his fist, the red player voiced his thought, close combat. In close combat, half a second is an eternity. A bright blow crushed the cheek of Kos, who said about long-range attacks, he needs to close the distance. A flash appeared between them. Ijin in a red mask said that it was a pity, but he would not let this happen. On his hand was a weapon in the form of antlion claws. He said that he would not escape from him. Many lightnings flew around. Kos gritted his teeth, saying, another earthquake, how can he still do this? He fell to the floor. His hand touched the ground. His fingers touched white crumbs. He thought that the earth was turning into sand. Bright flashes of special claw skill, whirlwind flew around the hero. Imagining the silhouette of a warrior, he thought of Dongwang. When he thought of who to pretend to be in this league, a specific person appeared in his mind. Indeed, he was the symbol of the macho of the game. While imagining the men standing back to back, he thought that along with T-Gang, he was one of the top players in the Korean rankings, but unlike Tuzan, he could not earn recognition. Ijin imagined the armor, thinking that just a year after his debut, he was quickly forgotten in the gaming industry when it turned out that he was involved in a match-fixing scandal. While imagining the armor details, he thought that because of him, the professional league almost went through a terrible crisis. It took 1.5 years before he was allowed to participate again. He already knew what skills Dongwang used for his debut. He thought that his actions hurt both the leagues and the fans. Ijin smiled, saying that he was using them now. He was surrounded by bright lightning. Kos gritted his teeth, saying that this was not just an earthquake. His body was being pulled into the center. The tip of the sword was lowered. He thought that if he screwed up when attacking, he would not miss this chance. The guy in the mask stood. The eye in the slit glowed white. The man looked extremely scared. A bright ball appeared near the sword. The brunette swung it, leaving a bright trace. Kos opened his mouth in shock when Ijin approached, reminding him that he said he would not escape from him. A fist crashed into his face, along with bright beams. Many beams crashed into the body of the man who said that it was impossible. Clenching his fist, the player asked what was wrong. He said something. Maybe it was because of his large build, but he was holding up well. Ijin clenched his fist surrounded by beams. Kos lay in the rubble of broken armor. The player in red armor stood confidently. Words were heard. What just happened? He did not even think that it was possible to fight in such a way. Impressive. The avatars in the stands rejoiced. Words were heard that this force is stunning. Dongwang broke into the ratings. The guy looked ahead, saying that so much time had passed. No, something else was more important. The hero in red armor stood sideways. His fingers were clenched into a fist. The brown-haired man smiled, saying that it was amazing. The hero clenched the blade and looked ahead in shock. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that this was crazy. Two red eyes flashed in front of him, and he tried to understand what it was. The brunette frowned and sweated, turning his head. Ijin swung his weapon and shouted. The pink-haired girl looked up in confusion, not understanding how everything came to this. Blood splattered on the wall. A week earlier, a cafe in the Gangnam district. The girl closed her eyes and took a breath. The youngest producer of the LGB program From Beginnings to the Crown, Hong Yong HWA, sat and worried that she had come too early. She opened the front camera and checked if her makeup and hair were in order. The girl blushed and muttered with a smile that she never thought stagnant water would respond to her, and the meeting itself was not long ago when a response to an email sent without much hope came. Yong HWA sat at her laptop and looked at the person she had stumbled upon while searching for a guest for her show. The screen flashed clips of Stagnant Water's streams, a man who had topped the charts of all streaming platforms, and whose incredible control over his own skills had earned him international fame. She opened the page with the videos and noted that famous brands were already trying to launch ads on his channel, and before anyone knew it, he had already become a celebrity. The pink-haired girl sat back and wondered if such a person would respond to her email. She typed out a message, deciding that she should give it a try. She quickly received a response agreeing to participate. Yong HWA enthusiastically picked up the laptop and blushed. The girl smiled awkwardly and muttered that she was sure he would ignore her, because it was hard to believe that a star of such stature would agree to take part in a new show on a small TV and radio station, especially considering that From Beginnings to the Crown didn't have such high ratings, so everyone there was excited. A little earlier, her colleagues had been fussing and trying to tidy up the girl, choosing her clothes and doing her hair. Young HWA put the straw in her mouth and noted that she was so nervous that she didn't know if she would be able to speak at all, and it would be better not to blurt out too much or with a strange pronunciation. She flinched when she heard the sound. The man adjusted his cap. A guy in a mask and dark glasses walked inside. The girl turned around and thought that it must be Stagnant Water. She jumped up and waved at him, and he was surprised to think why she was talking with a straw in her mouth. He put his glasses on the table, and at that moment the girl said that she was glad to meet him. The interlocutors looked at each other, and the young man said that there was no need to stare like that. Young HWA flinched and smiled awkwardly. The girl scratched the back of her head and muttered that she was uncomfortable seeing him in clothes, because he was always naked, and the brunette reminded them that they were in reality now, not in a game. The hero narrowed his eyes and wondered if she had arrived 2 hours earlier or if he had messed something up and misunderstood her letter. The pink-haired girl looked at the interlocutor with confusion, and Ijin mentally greeted the girl from the LGB poster, remembering that From Beginnings to the Crown was a program that would turn their small TV and radio station into the #1 gaming broadcasting service in Korea. He pictured the office building and noted that it was a station that had perfected the art of VR broadcasting since its launch, something the guy was attached to. The hero looked at the interlocutor and said that he had already thought about the content for the broadcasts, but thought it would be difficult to broadcast it in HD quality with his current equipment, so he wanted to get help from experts. The girl nodded when the brunette added that it was a project that he wanted to show his viewers in a good quality video. The guy presented the document on the table and remembered that unfortunately, in 5 years, LGB would face management difficulties and would be forced to merge with Chinese investors, after which From Beginnings to the Crown would grow in popularity, but without being able to capitalize on its potential, the company would disband. Young HWA looked at the man with a smile and said that their CEO was a big fan of his and he wanted to meet him, but the guy retorted that the boss would have come by then, to which the girl said that she was not exaggerating. It was just that the man had a heart attack when he heard about Stagnant Water's response and was taken to the hospital. Ijin sighed as he looked at her and mentally asked him not to screw up this time. The pink-haired girl leaned over and asked what type of content he was planning on making, and the boy noted that she was impatient and asked what if they were disappointed. The woman smiled and exclaimed that what Stagnant Water had brought would not disappoint her, because it would top the charts anyway. The guy closed his eyes and wondered if she would have spoken like that if he had been standing there picking his nose. The brunette pulled back his mask and noted that he had come here thinking about how to convince them, but it seemed there was no need for that. He leaned his elbows on the table and declared that he was going to go through the Tomb of the Brave. The girl stared at him in admiration, her eyes shining, after which her surprised exclamation was heard throughout the cafe. The protagonist imagined a tall building and remembered that the Tomb of the Brave was a tower that had 108 floors in an event dungeon, a place where players competed to see who could climb the highest in the least amount of time, and it was currently the most popular event in DEM, so there was fierce competition between players from several world rankings. The other visitors turned around questioningly when the girl exclaimed that Stagnant Water would challenge the Tomb of the Brave. She jumped up and said that the current first place in the rankings was held by a raid conducted by an alliance of France, the United States, and Korea, but they had only reached the 45th floor, and the record was set 6 months after DEM opened, but no one had been able to beat it even after another 4 months. Eugene stared at her in surprise and mentally noted that she was very talkative when it came to the game. Young HWA smiled with anticipation and said that it would definitely be great content, and if it was him, he would be able to reach the 46th floor of hell, and no matter what others said, he was the unofficial #1 in Korea. The brunette smiled and thought that if this broadcast was successful, LGB would have a chance to go viral, but wasn't she being too confident? The guy smirked and remembered that he had another reason, and the girl kept shouting that stagnant water would definitely be able to do it, and the hero and the waiter asked her to calm down. 1 week later, the sky was covered with clouds. The hero was standing in front of the Tomb of the Brave. The guy looked ahead and asked if the broadcast was going on now. He turned to the blue light, the camera in support mode, and young HWA replied that she couldn't go on air right away. The girl was sitting at her laptop with headphones on and was saying that after recording the video in HD format, she needed to do the timing and write subtitles, and also edit the frames, so there was a lot of work. The tower was hidden behind the clouds. It was an event dungeon created in the likeness of the 108 earthly filths, and the participants needed to defeat the monsters that multiply on each floor. The hero mentally divided the tower into several levels of difficulty and thought that the ranks of the monsters increased depending on the floor. His body began to be covered with black energy, and the guy noted that even after 15 years, this place had not been completely cleared. He smiled and thought that the last thing he remembered from the future was the news that the 106th floor had been cleared, and 10 months had already passed since the launch of the game. At the moment, the record is still the 45th floor. Eugene frowned and decided that it would be nice to break records, but he was not interested in advancing in ranks. The brunette smiled and reminded himself that his real goal was to find a clue to obtain the last of the 3 artifacts. The hero grinned and exclaimed that he hated standing still and asked the girl to watch and enjoy how he would break all the records, and young HWA happily supported his mood. The guy ran forward, shouting that the world record should be waiting for them. Blood spurted. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, pointing his blade. He frowned and shouted loudly. Eugene crouched down and thought that he couldn't give up, because if this continued, he would die and he couldn't lose. The young man clenched his weapon and indignantly noted that a bunch of nerds had overtaken him. The brunette sweated and, gritting his teeth, decided that he had to defeat them. The boy swung his arm and shouted for the enemy to attack. The blue flame looked ahead in confusion and asked what the hell that was. The protagonist raised his hands and exclaimed that he had won. There was a red puddle on the floor, a C-rank queen slime, specialty, regeneration, habitat, all continents. The boy wiped his sweat and muttered that he was close to giving up, and the girl exclaimed how he could have spent 2 whole hours fighting a normal slime. Eugene pointed and countered that the queen slime was a monster with the widest attack range in DEM, and there was no strategy to dodge its special attack pudding packet. Young HWA smiled tightly when the protagonist said that he would have definitely been flattened if he had gotten caught in her attack range, after which the girl muttered that he tried well, but the protagonist thought that he had wasted too much time on the first floor. The brunette moved forward, saying that it should be easier from now on since they defeated a relatively cunning monster. Then the monsters followed one after another, but the hero won until he received a notification that he had ascended to the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. The guy stood in front of a huge creature. Young HWA looked at her companion in shock and exclaimed that he had passed from the 2nd to the 46th floor without damage. The black monster opened its mouth. It was a B+ rank Kaitamaru, with the features of giant, demon, stealthy, earthquake, hybrid. Its habitat is the burning rotting lands and the kingdom of giants, and its size is 45 meters. The hero grinned and muttered that he hadn't seen him for a long time. The guy looked at the enemy and noted that he did not expect this guy to appear here, which was an unexpected bonus, and offered him a dance. The monster broke 2 columns in front of him. The brunette bit his finger until it bled and frowned. The young man waved his hand, brushing away the blood, because one of the basilisk's features is poison, and it poisons the blood of the one you aim at. The monster stepped right on the drops of blood on the floor. Kaitamaru roared and flinched, feeling pain. Eugene grinned and exclaimed that this is the basilisk's poison, which is 2 ranks higher than his. The enemy stepped hard on the ground. The monster spread its paws and released powerful energy. The protagonist crouched to the ground, and his cloak fluttered. The brunette grinned and noted that his physical strength was incredible, but his attacks were too easy to predict, so the outcome of this battle was determined. The guy looked warily to the side and remembered that one of Kaitamaru's features was stealth. The monster was sitting on the ceiling, and the boy thought that their habit of hanging upside down like bats did not seem like a natural distinguishing feature given their size, which is why other players were getting too close and letting him strike first. The brunette frowned and tensed up. He bared his teeth and thought that they could not hide their distinctive smell. The monster suddenly jumped out and struck. The monster opened its mouth, sparks appeared around it. The creature screamed and attacked with a fireball. The hero raised his hand with the spirit sealed in a ring, which has plus 300 magic power and can summon Jormungandr, and shouted, "Not so fast." He frowned, and the attack passed him by. The boy took out his blade and swung. Iogen began to run around the enemy, delivering slashes. With a sharp movement, the boy cut off several limbs of the monster. He jumped up and plunged the blade into the monster's head. The brunette bared his teeth and declared that his surprise attack had failed before it even started, so he had no chance. All that was left was to die in the shadows. Sparks flew to the side and the ringing of the blade was heard. System windows appeared in front of the young man, stating that for the first time among all servers, the boss of the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Brave, the lone Kaitamaru, had been defeated. The protagonist stood in front of the defeated enemy, and the system asked if he wanted to receive a reward. The young man furrowed his brows and exhaled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered that it took a little longer than he thought. The brunette turned to young HWA, who was frozen with a shocked expression on her face. She opened her mouth and shouted that this was simply amazing. The pink-haired girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that for the first time in history, the 46th floor had been passed. The girl burst into tears and said with a smile that the guy even passed the previous, 45th floor, which is called the Hell Floor, and the test that even the top players of France, the USA, and Korea could not pass was passed by stagnant water, and she could not believe that history was being made before her eyes. The guy turned around with a grin and noted that this was only the 46th floor out of 108, but the girl objected that this was a new record. The hero looked down, noticing the item. He frowned and his eyes widened. A blade of Kaitamaru essence, rank B+, material, fusion, was floating in the air. The young man smiled, and the girl noted that this item did not look like a good drop, but the interlocutor replied that it was not so bad. He showed a boot and said that the essence item could replace any fusion material. Young HWA looked in surprise as the guy poured liquid onto the boot. The shoes began to vibrate and emit energy, and the system notified that the fusion of items had begun. The guy looked at the shining thing in his hands with a smile, while the notification said that the fusion was ongoing and the process could not be interrupted. The blue light smiled, and the girl exclaimed that she did not know such a possibility existed, and this was the first time she saw the fusion of items. Iogen grinned and clarified that with this, the stream ratings are guaranteed to be high. Young HWA happily raised her hands and shouted that the world's first clearing of the 46th floor and fusion of items went to them. Their viewers will applaud standing. The brunette smiled and thought that it was time for him to show himself, because he should be enough. That is the key to the last of the 3 artifacts, and it was worth going this far. Notification: you have ascended to the 47th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. A dark figure sat ahead, and the hero thought of the slutty succubus. A blue light shone on one of the floors of the tower. Iogen walked along a dark corridor decorated with statues. The guy shuddered and looked ahead. He jerked back, dodging the attack in time. The young man looked at the mark on the floor, and young HWA exclaimed that she could not believe that he dodged. The brunette looked up and mentally noted that he must have been waiting for her to come. He sweated and smiled. A black wing appeared. A girl with a scythe, a slutty succubus, was hovering in front of him. The brunette stuck out her tongue and narrowed her eyes. The blue light glanced at her, and her partner noted that this boss was just a beauty, but looked weaker than the previous ones. The hero frowned and replied that he would go. The enemy swung her scythe and smiled. The guy dodged the attacks cutting through the air and thought that she had a special feature, duality. The brunette sweated and widened his eyes, remembering that such monsters are divided into 2 types, those who attack with physical force, and those who use magic, and once you choose one, it cannot be changed back, and the guy chose a demon with a physical attack. The player clenched his teeth and dodged, cursing, because he thought that if it were magic, then most attacks could be neutralized by Jormungandr. The guy sweated, noticing that the blow landed right next to him. Explosions were heard throughout the corridor, and the young man noted that this was not bad. The columns and ceiling were covered in cuts. Iogen frowned and noted that the speed was high, and it was difficult to avoid due to shock waves, but the longer you delay, the worse. The brunette grinned, and the guy thought that there was one dangerous way, but either all or nothing. He turned around and clenched his fists, realizing that even if everything went smoothly, he didn't know if he would win. The succubus furrowed her brows and looked at her opponent questioningly. The guy used the skin of a sandworm, and a bright light began to emanate from him. The brunette frowned and clenched his teeth from the tension. A black paw, depravity, appeared from the hero's body. The succubus quickly appeared next to the young man, and he flinched. She struck with a quick movement. The hero jumped back and exhaled. Iogen crouched to the ground, and young HWA said that she didn't know what he did, but it seemed that the attack did not work. The opponent was fast and also attacked physically. The brunette took out a bottle of potion and replied that everything was fine, because physical attacks take a long time to recover, and his companion exclaimed that the question was whether he would be able to attack her at this time, because she was the fastest monster she had ever met. The succubus was approaching again, swinging her scythe. The guy frowned and thought that he should deal with her speed first. He squeezed the bag in his hand and noted that it was a bit early, of course, but he was using his secret weapon. The hero clenched his teeth and poured the contents into the air. The succubus frowned, looking at him. The contents flew to the enemy. The brunette looked in surprise at the pink liquid on her body, and it was slime essence of level D, which allowed her to block the enemy's main forces. The blue light widened his eyes, and the producer asked if the guy really wanted a warning from the Korean Communications Commission. She flew up to the hero and exclaimed how he could do something like that, to which the guy replied with displeasure that the enemy was too fast. The succubus frowned darkly, while the interlocutors discussed the fact that young HWA was a pervert, since she saw something more in this than a sticky substance. The opponent frowned and widened her eyes. The hero turned around, noticing the approaching attack. He gritted his teeth and dodged. An explosion sounded near them at the sight of the blow. The guy jumped back, and young HWA noted that her attack power only increased, and the hero assumed that it was due to one of her features, increased sexual desire, which increases strength when getting into an abnormal situation, and the interlocutor noted that the enemy was simply angry because some suspicious liquid was poured on him. Iajin dodged another blow and noted that the speed decreased, hoping that this thing would buy him time. The guy widened his eyes, watching as the succubus launched another attack. A system window appeared, fusion of items completed. The hero smiled and noted that it was just in time. He turned around and frowned. The opponent looked at him questioningly. The brunette stepped forward in new boots made of Kaitamaru leather, rank A, fire attack plus 1000, speed plus 70, lava run ability. Iajin grinned and ran forward. The girl frowned and swung her scythe, and the hero thought that the advantage of fusion items was that you could create an item one tier higher. He kicked the enemy and noted that the special feature of Kaitamaru leather boots was lava run. Light appeared from his boots because wherever he put his foot, everything would be on fire. A bright flash appeared ahead. The protagonist swung and delivered a flame kick, throwing the succubus back, and noted that this was energy that would turn everything within a 10-meter radius into lava from just one step. The ground began to melt, but the guy was focused only on the succubus's body. There was a footprint of a figure imprinted among the rubble, and the hero remembered that this was used during the golden years of King Madon, with earthquakes and floods. The boy looked at the shoes in shock and muttered that it was quite impressive, so he should be careful not to adopt King Madon's style. The young HWA jumped up with her fists clenched and exclaimed that they caught it, and the audience would be shocked too. The hero smiled awkwardly as the girl shouted that for the first time, the 47th floor was cleared and a B+ rank monster that could not be caught one-on-one was defeated. A B+ rank sword was floating in the air. The brunette smirked when the producer noted that the weapon would attract a lot of attention if it was put up for auction, and now she was facing the very first player climbing to the 48th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. The young man scratched the back of his head and smiled when the interlocutor asked how he felt and how high he planned to climb. Iajin put his hand on his belt and said that he was going. The corridor of the dungeon, a female voice thanked the viewers for already collecting 100 stars. Da-Hyu winked and said that she was ending the broadcast, welcoming new subscribers and happy for those who have been with her for a long time. The girl made a heart gesture and reminded that the next broadcast would be a fight with a B-rank monster, so she was waiting for everyone. Da-Hyu waved her hand and said goodbye. The girl slammed her fist on the table and exclaimed why she had to host these broadcasts. She gritted her teeth and muttered that it was fine, but after that idiot, it was a death sentence, losses, and if she had the stolen money, she wouldn't have to do those damn broadcasts. Da-Hyu bit her nail and thought that without the sponsorship from the broadcast, it would be hard to run the guild, so she needed to find that guy and get revenge. A man approached her and said that he had already filed a complaint, to which she replied that all is fair in war. She frowned and looked away. There were two men standing behind her, one of whom said that one of them had written 40 posts on his blog. There were cans of beer and squid on the table. From beginnings to the crown was starting on the TV. Da-Hyu slumped in her chair and muttered that this was the only thing that brought her joy these days, so it was time to forget about her duties and rest. The K1 team coach and MC, Yeung, smiled and said that they had an unusual guest today. The redhead took a sip and asked who it was. The girl spat out the drink when she heard that it was the most popular streamer, after which the man asked for some comments from producer Young HWA. Her house shook from the indignant scream. Cafe Hall, Gangnam District. The protagonist sat at the table in a mask and cap, asking how the reaction was. The interlocutor turned pale and replied that she received a warning from the organization, saying that this was too much, because she sent the protagonist of the ball, but they turned a blind eye to it thanks to him, and the guy thought that it felt like everything was getting worse. The girl smiled and leaned forward. Young HWA grinned and said that the ratings were fantastic. Even if the broadcast was a little unusual, people still watched until the end. The pink-haired girl smiled awkwardly and added that the ending was shocking. The interlocutor looked away and remembered what she was talking about. A week ago. The blue flame glanced at the young man with displeasure and asked why they needed to go back since they were already on the 108th floor. The brunette looked at her and said that the girl already had enough material for one episode, so he needed to get a reward. The guy smiled and thought that it would be a bit of a pity to lose this valuable material, since every time the record was updated, you just go and set a new one after 1-2 floors, so it's good that you can create content alone. They stood in front of the sword hovering in the air, and young HWA asked why he came to the ascended room. The blade was glowing, and the girl remembered that it was the sword he received after the B-rank battle. The flame smiled, and the producer guessed that the guy wanted to strengthen it, and then the price for it would be simply cosmic. The hero grinned and muttered that this was, of course, true. He threw the crystal into the compartment. They watched the light coming from the weapon, after which a notification appeared stating that the enhancement was successful and a +1 sword was created. There was another flash in the air, and a new notification, the enhancement was successful, a +2 sword was created, and then a +3 sword. The blade sparkled, radiating energy, and young HWA enthusiastically noted that this was already the 3rd level. The blue light turned to the young man and asked if the stats had become even cooler. She froze when she heard that the enhancement was successful, and a +4 sword was created, and then a +5 sword. When the system notified about the 6th level, the producer silently widened her eyes. Young HWA flew to the hero after the sword reached the 7th level and asked if that was not enough. The brunette silently threw another crystal into the compartment. The weapon glowed brightly, a new notification, the enhancement was successful, a +8 sword was created. The pink-haired girl questioningly looked at the monitor, not understanding what was happening. The blade was emitting red energy, and its level had increased to 9th. The girl was sweating, trying to understand how this was even possible, because the situation was changing so quickly that she did not know how to react. The protagonist looked at another crystal, and the interlocutor exclaimed that maybe it was time to put the stone back in place because it was too dangerous. The brunette stared intently ahead. Memories from the past flashed through his head, full of disappointment and tears. He grinned. Young HWA looked at the guy who was squeezing the stone in his hand and asked if he had calmed down and was glad that he had strengthened 9 times in a row. The girl raised her hands and congratulated him with a smile on his B-rank weapon with a level 9 strengthening. The hero silently threw the crystal into the compartment and a glow appeared. The producer's eyes widened and loudly protested. The blade became invisible behind a bright flash. A notification appeared, error, strengthening failed. The weapon fragment fell at the player's feet, and the system notified about the destruction of the sword +9. Steam was coming from the blade. Iogen silently turned around and looked at the blue light. The guy made a face and shrugged. Young HWA collapsed on the floor, exhausted, and her colleagues ran up to her, asking if everything was okay, ready to call an ambulance. The pink-haired girl sighed tiredly and muttered that there were a lot of comments, and it was a shame for the sword, although it was not hers. The hero crossed his arms and replied that nothing could be done, and someday it would be more interesting. The young man grinned and thought that he did not regret it, because this was an item that was destined to be destroyed. He imagined the weapon and remembered that it would be clear when, compared with the real level of the sword, this blade had weak characteristics, and under the bullshit there was truth, a hidden item. The girl smiled and asked the hero to help her with the next broadcast, and the brunette agreed, on condition of good payment, to which she immediately agreed to give more than he wanted. Iogen looked questioningly at the phone, hearing the call. He glanced at the screen and saw a letter about joining. The hero put the gadget in his pocket and noted that it was the same sender again. The brunette froze and widened his eyes. The guy abruptly took out his smartphone and stared at it again under the puzzled look of the interlocutor. The young man looked at the screen, not believing that this was so. The protagonist sweated and realized that this was a Madamada account. The director was talking on the phone and asking, "He is not a professional player registered to someone else, right? They cannot allow others to take him away?" Then ordered to immediately send him an invitation letter, to which he received a response from the interlocutor that it is impossible to contact him. There is no email, no phone number, they can only leave a comment under his video. The blonde guy, sitting at the table, continued to say, "No, if he gets picked up by some foreign team, it will be a loss for the whole country," to which the guy asked, so he should continue posting comments. The director said, "Okay, let him continue in the same spirit, write a whole wall of text, but do not try to cheat and just copy-paste the text. All the messages need to be formulated differently, not repeat themselves." The man looked aggressively at the monitor and thought that Madong Wang. This guy meets all the requirements of a professional player. The macho and berserker styles are different in that they crush the enemy with the onslaught of pure force. Then he continued the thought that for someone seasoned in the Shadow League, he has crazy skills and control, not to mention his unique sense of combat. Fans will have no choice but to bite. This is the perfect formula for box office success. The brunette stood behind the main guy and asked that this Madong Wang, judging by the rumors, is very good. Yes. Gray-eyed turned around and asked back if he hadn't watched the video he sent him. Lim Joseph smiled and replied that he didn't watch the videos from the illegal Toto League. He then spread his arms when the director looked at him in surprise and continued to say that he heard that he had defeated the Western Chu Lord. But anyway, this loser's skills had only gotten worse after participating in illegal leagues for so long, even he could have won hundreds of times. He then looked at the man who was staring at the computer and asked if anyone who had a taste of the underground's prize money would also want to come out and play by their rules. Even the salary they offer to professional teams is just a pittance compared to what he can get competing illegally. To which he replied that all the illegal leagues are now being shut down, the country is putting pressure on them as they speak, so all the players have no choice but to say goodbye to these shady deals. Ying turned his head and continued to say that this is the best time to get Madong Wang. The brunette silently closed his eyes and then said, "Director." Suddenly, he opened his mouth in anger and screamed, why did he never pay so much attention to him? To which he replied, "Go to hell, what complaints could he even have?" The guy replied that he had a lot of complaints about his salary. The blonde responded by looking at the monitor when a notification came. Then he asked in surprise, "What is this? Spam again?" To which the guy frowned and said that this needs to stop, really. Suddenly, he fell silent and looked questioningly at the computer. The gray-eyed man approached the director and called out to him. He was unconscious when the guy shouted that he fainted. Trying to bring the man to his senses, he asked what happened and told the director to come to his senses. On the screen hung a message from Madong Wang. In it he was asking about his salary. The protagonist narrated that after participating in the illegal league, he created a backup account named Madong Wang to upload video material from his PC. He did not think that anyone would want to hire a Toto League participant. He continued to say that it was hard to believe that his fake avatar Madong Wang received an invitation to the national player team before the dead water. This is the best deal of all time. There were sounds coming from the bathroom. Someone turned off the water. The protagonist noted while wiping his mouth that although he received a lot of these letters after the raid on the Nameless Queen, he then held his head and said that at that time, he refused them because the rules were too strict and the salary was close to zero, but now is a good time to force the government to sponsor esports more actively. The brunette frowned, smiled sarcastically and said that debuting as a C was a turn of events he never expected, then asked how he should start. The sun was shining brightly on the Seoul National branch of K1. The director raised his hand and shouted loudly to welcome their guests. The man in black stood behind him, saying that he was glad to see them all. He had a mask on his face when he introduced himself as Madong Wang. The three guys looked at him and thought in turn that with this mask, he was using a voice meter. Why the hell did he choose such a style? The brunette looked at him seriously and said that they were glad to meet him, and then asked, "But why in this mask?" The protagonist answered indifferently, "Because of the burned scars." Then Joseph came closer to the guy and asked, and why the hell he was late for more than 2 hours, wasn't the meeting at 5:30? When the director intervened in their conversation, put out his hand and said that it was just because of the rain and traffic, this gentleman is not to blame. The brunette got angry and yelled at the blonde why he was using formal language if he was going to be part of their team, to which he replied that he hadn't signed the contract yet. Then asked what that idiot was whining about, to which he replied that it was because thanks to that idiot, he missed training. Looking at the men's quarrel, the protagonist thought, how nostalgic. He remembers that these two would bicker even in public. Under his mask, he hid a smile as he continued the thought that there was such chemistry between them. It was nice to see it up close. He was getting sentimental. Then he clenched his fist and thought that now he needed to maintain his arrogant image. He didn't want to fail, he needed to put pressure on them. The director and the brunette looked back in surprise when the guy asked who told him that he was needed here. The observers were shocked. Then the gray-eyed man grinned and asked what he said. The protagonist repeated his question and added that if he wanted to see him right away, he should have come to him himself, then asked why he was angry if he was the idiot who decided to wait. A voice could be heard that he sounded very confident, too much pride for someone who didn't even have an official rank. Yunho and Song Byung-gun stood and looked forward when the latter asked if he would mind if they helped him tone down his ardor a little. The red-haired man smiled and asked if he really thought the skills he learned in the illegal league tournament would help in the real professional leagues. Suddenly the director turned around and asked what was wrong with them, then turned to the new guy and said that he was really sorry. They were usually friendly. Maybe it was because they missed training today. Then one of the guys asked, he had to take the entrance test anyway, right? He would see for himself if his skills were good enough to make a fuss about him. The gray-eyed guy frowned and thought, this is just a guy who broke into an illegal league with no previous records. Who knows? Maybe the match was rigged in his favor. They invited someone who is an expert in PK at best to their national team. He needs to be put in his place. The brunette then looked away and asked who wants to start, to which he heard the first one answer that he will go first. Doesn't he know that PvP is his specialty? The second one said no, he will go, and the third one said that he is in the lowest place in the official rankings, so he should start with him. The guy looked at them and said, no, before them, the second row should get their chance. Then he looked at the blue-eyed man and asked why not give the understudy a chance. The understudy looked at the protagonist seriously. Then, without looking away, he said, no, he already had one. The gray-eyed man narrowed his eyes and said that this was low, and then asked why he retreated after saying that they couldn't go first. He thought he would have more courage after returning from the army, but apparently he was wrong. The brunette closed his eyes and said, that's enough, it's fair to start with those who are lower in level so the understudy can continue. Suddenly, the gray-eyed man looked up when he heard, no need. The man in black kept his hands in his pockets and said that he didn't have time to sweep the floor with everyone individually. When everyone looked at him, he continued saying that this was only annoying, after which he suggested ending this match, all 4 against 1. A voice was heard in the desert, telling Madong Wang that the entrance test was a one-on-one match. They couldn't break this rule even for him. The muscular guy opened his mouth and told the director that it was about their rankings. He should let them figure it out for themselves this time. Many guys looked forward when someone asked a question. Well then, should they go and see how good he was? The man held a mask in his hands. Then he put it on and he had the ability to use the serial killer feature. The notification said that the user's karma value is applied instead of the death count. After putting on the mask, the attack power will increase proportionally to the total number of kills. The attack power increases by 1 for each kill. The kill counter will only be applied to the player's active avatar. With the mask, the hero turned into a strong player. Song Byung-gun looked forward with a smirk and asked the guys, fighting 4-on-1, isn't it too much? Yunho smiled and replied that the director's position should also be considered. If he was punished too much, it would be awkward to face him later. The protagonist turned his attention to Yun-seok and said that he could be a healer, but he has more than enough agility and attack power to defend himself, plus he is probably armed with a powerful sword that is currently hidden. He then talked about Joseph, who can both attack and defend with 2 shields at the same time. Thanks to his absurdly high HP, the title of Poker Face, and the famous bullish charge, he received the additional nickname of Overlord. The protagonist in the player's body looked forward and said that this lineup is definitely dazzling. What can a noob who does not even have a rank do against number 1, 5, 7, and 9 at once, not to mention he is alone? The guy then smiled and asked if this is what they think. Right. People were watching the game from the observation room. The director gritted his teeth and said that these guys, how much he wanted to team up against him. The brunette looked at T-Gang and asked him why he refused to fight. With his skills, he should definitely try. It was a good opportunity. The guy opened his mouth and answered because he didn't want to which the brunette said that this was enough reason. The protagonist was a very large-scale player. A voice was heard that he would go first when the guy called Yun-seok. The blue-eyed man smiled and said that his teammate's status was higher. He was the youngest, so he would take care of it. Byung-gun got angry and said, this guy, is he serious? To which Yunho replied, let him. The pink-haired man rushed forward, holding a weapon in his hands. He then used his power and said that he was deeply mistaken if he thought he was an ordinary healer, after which he smiled sarcastically and continued to say that he also likes to fight, but it quickly becomes annoying. Suddenly, he put his hand forward and shouted that it was time to end it and launched a shockwave. The protagonist's fist clenched and glowed. An explosion occurred. The blue-eyed man looked forward questioningly. Then he jumped. Then he smiled and asked if creating earthquakes was his main fighting style. Looking forward, he continued to say that it was stupid, anyone could dodge it by simply hanging in the air. The protagonist found himself on par with the enemy and extended his hand. The ground began to split. The shaking intensified. Suddenly, the hero made a blow that sent the opponent flying down. He screamed loudly as he fell. Their powers clashed. The guys watched the explosions. Then one of them frowned and asked what, and the other added what happened. The director and the understudy looked at the screen. A head was visible from under the rubble. The first person was added to the protagonist's kill list. The basic attack was increased by 1. Then the giant took a step forward. The red-eyed man smiled wickedly and asked, so, it's already been reduced to 3-1, huh? The blue-eyed man opened his mouth and said that he channeled the power of fire into the ground right under his feet, thus lifting himself into the air. The protagonist extended his hand. Then he made a magic strike. The second opponent dodged and defended. Suddenly, the hero stopped and thought, a rapier, this is Byung-gun. The opponent frowned and thought, how can he dodge every strike? He won't be able to see it thanks to the camouflage effect. There was a flash. Sparks flew around. The opponents confronted each other. The brunette gritted his teeth and shouted, "Madness." Their battle continued. Suddenly, the protagonist smashed the ground. Then he carefully extended his hand. He stopped and thought that he seemed to be paralyzed. This shield is at least rank B. There must be a special skill that includes paralysis as an abnormal effect. The guy looked forward angrily. Suddenly, he transformed and used lightning strike. Gray Eyes smirked and said that he was good. He admitted it. It was embarrassing to admit, but they would have to attack him at the same time. Red Eyes smiled and said that their healer was not here, then asked if they really planned to attack in a crowd. Looking at the opponent's concentrated power, he thought that the paralysis was due to the shield, a combination of high-class magic attacks from the 4 best ranks of each class. Then he continued his thought, looking at the brunette, that the invisible assassin was at the forefront of a surprise attack. The hero stood still, then asked if he screwed up. Suddenly, he dashed and flew up. There was another explosion. Gray Eyes frowned, gritted his teeth and asked if he was using the same trick as before. Did he really think it would work a second time if he activated the earthquake nullification skill? A drop of sweat ran down his face. Then he looked down and asked what, and shouted that the ground was melting. With the help of the skin feature from Kanchimaru's legs, the protagonist walked on the hot ground. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted that everything was turning into lava. The protagonist, smiling, said that his skill melted all the ground around him within a radius of 10 meters, and then asked how long the guys could dance on the lava ground. Suddenly, he began to climb with his hands. Rocks were flying around the guy. Then he concentrated his power and said, "Damn, he didn't cast the defense spell completely." Suddenly, the opponent fired magic towards him. A fist appeared in front of the brunette's face. There was a commotion. A metal claw grabbed his face and he started screaming. The protagonist defeated him. The two guys looked at what was happening, when one of them shouted that he easily dealt with Yahello, and the second said to stay close to him. The two of them are not as strong in defense as he is, so they need to double their attack. They just need to get out of here. The hero took a step forward. The 50-50 skill reduces the damage of the environment by 50%. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled and asked, "So this is how they are trying to hide?" Then he, in the body of the Iron Hero, said that it was not his shift and launched the alien skill Whirlwind. A hurricane spread across the entire area. The brunette gritted his teeth and ordered Byung-gun to quickly cancel the stealth mode. He opened his mouth and shouted that it was too late. The hero stood there and said that now he felt that victory would be too easy. Just think, this is all they can do, they will die like flies. Suddenly, a transformed man headed towards him. He realized that it was Joseph. Their forces collided. Sparks flew. The brunette held swords in his hands. Looking at him seriously, the protagonist said that in the end, he deigned to show both his shields. The #1 in Korea is going fully armed against him. Incredible. The red-eyed man smiled sarcastically and asked, "Isn't it exciting?" After these words, the opponent began to attack. Suddenly, he ran towards the opponent. Then he swung his sword. The giant dodged his blow, and then he left. The brunette continued to strike. The hero stopped and looked forward. The opponent pulled his hand back. Then he used a force that made the earth collapse. The opponents continued to fight when one of them said that the rankings, the total league, none of that mattered. Then he smiled widely and said that in a match where 4 go against 1 and end up on the losing side, it is a complete collapse. From now on it is a matter of his stubbornness. The guy ran at the opponent shouting that he will not fall without defeating him. The protagonist with the hero's body smiled and replied that it was good, the true determination of #1. He was not going to give in either. The brunette looked at the opponent seriously as he stood in front of him. Then the protagonist rushed forward. The gray-eyed man gritted his teeth and asked, "A frontal attack using earthquake? He can't break these shields." The battle was going on when the hero asked who said he was trying to break them. The brunette looked forward seriously. Then the iron claw touched the shield. The opponent looked at her in surprise and said that in his left hand it was. There was something glowing in the claw. The guy raised his hand up. After which the protagonist extended his hand and asked, "Well, is this a bull rush?" His special move. Then he swung his fist and shouted, "Checkmate." There was a flash between the players. Ijin frowned and said that no matter how high his defense was or how much health he had, it did not matter now. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth. Then he launched his power and shouted that he would grind him into dust before the earth recovered. The director was shocked. The brunette looked forward, raising his head. Sweat was pouring down the blue-eyed man's face. Someone noted that the top players of Korea, a dream team of 4 leading players who even participated in professional leagues, a team of such a level was defeated by 1 person. The protagonist looked at the destroyed earth and said that there was not a trace left of them. Ma Dong-wan, no, dead water. The narration began that, compared to how he was when they clashed in the illegal Toto League, he seemed to have become ruthless, destructive, and much stronger than before. He plays completely differently than his seniors, the players in the rankings, and the rest of the older generation. he really is that strong. The director, looking up, said that he thinks he will now draw up a contract of employment, to which someone replied, "Okay." The hero standing in the desert thought that these were probably temporary items, but their quality could be compared to real ones. Compared to their items, he can be estimated at about B rank. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and continued the thought that now that he thinks about it, his items were a little better, but in a 4-on-1 match, it is fair. If he only used 2 gloves and 1 shoe, he would most likely have a hard time. The brunette looked straight and thought that he wants to catch up, he wants recognition. Looking at the screen, he thought that he wanted to stand next to him. Then his fist clenched and he said, "So cool." They finally ended up in the castle of Malice. Drake rubbed his shoulders and said that he felt uneasy about this place. It was cold here despite the fact that they were in the south. The protagonist said that he got wet when entering here and they were heading there. Iogen came to the castle of Malice to get the last of the 3 artifacts. He asked Drake if he wanted to join, and he readily agreed. People were hanging around the hall. The boys ran and the protagonist said that in the very center of this castle there was a secret passage that led straight to the boss room. He thought they could call it a back door. He looked ahead and said that it was because there were too many annoying zombies in the way. The zombie opened its mouth. The boys approached a dark doorway and the protagonist said that as long as there was daylight they were weak, but it would take too long to deal with everyone, so it would come down to them just avoiding them. At that moment, a loud scream was heard and the boys turned towards it. The brunette grabbed the blonde by the shoulder as he moved forward, shouting that it sounded like a woman's voice. She was in danger and they had to save her. Iogen told him to calm down and wait. The protagonist stared. Strange sounds were coming from the door. They kept coming from there. The protagonist rushed there, saying to hurry up. The guy asked in confusion if he was going to help. Iogen smiled evilly and said that if it was an NPC, he would help find him later if he wanted, and if it was a player, then even better. He ran into enemies first and they should take advantage of this opportunity. Drake remained silent in response. Then he ran, saying that it seemed true, he was sorry and they would save him if he survived until they returned. They ran inside, and he asked the protagonist what they were trying to find here. The protagonist looked somewhere to the side and said that he found it. A dark silhouette was standing in the corner. It was the gossip Camilla. She rushed at them with her arms outstretched. Drake shot her with an arrow and said that she did not seem that strong, and asked if monsters like zombies like this one did not have a self-destruct function. The doll fell to the floor and he said that it was not this one, to which Iogen replied that he had a keen eye. The doll's body glowed blue and the guy said that something was appearing. Camilla the spirit appeared and asked if talking about what rumors were saying was a great sin. The guys looked at her and a notification came that they had opened the hidden quest of the gossip master. The girl cried and said that the priest punished her for gossiping. He made her climb the spire of the cathedral and cut a pillow with a knife, letting the feathers fly away, and then she had to collect them, and after failing the task, she was left to die. The girl held onto the fabric saying that this was her last regret. The guys received a quest to help Camilla collect all the feathers. They have to collect 19,910,321 feathers. Drake looked at the floor and said that now that he thinks about it, the floor is strewn with white feathers. The 2 boys looked at the floor and the blonde asked how long they had been there. He picked up 1 feather, looked at it and said that there were too many of them and asked if they needed an item like a vacuum cleaner. The protagonist picked up a few feathers, saying that this was not the way to do this quest. He clenched his fist and a notification came that they had already collected 12 feathers. He then stomped, activating the flame step. The feathers rose into the air and turned black. They began to slowly dissolve into space. Then they all turned into ash. The space around them was very mossy and a notification came that they had collected 12 out of 12 feathers. Iogen smiled widely and Drake asked if he had gone too far. If he decided to do it normally, this quest would be cheating, because it was impossible to collect almost 20 million feathers. A notification came that the quest was completed. The girl hugged the pillow and thanked him and said that thanks to them she was able to collect all the feathers. She was so glad that the cut was on the white pillow. Then she rose into the air and said that if it was a black pillow, it would be bad. The guys looked up, and the blonde asked what she was talking about. The girl disappeared from their sight. The protagonist silently watched her. A black feather fell from the sky. Then the black bag of the gossip Camilla fell from his feet. The guy grinned and said that this was the key to the boss's room. He ripped the bag open and shook out the feathers from there. They scattered all over the space. The feathers flew up. Then they began to dissolve in the air. Drake raised his head up and said, "Wow, this is an item that can change day to night in a certain radius." Night fell, the dead raised their heads. The protagonist threw his head back and shouted that he knew that the castle of Malice must be passed at night. The gates should open, the dead are looking at the surroundings. The protagonist smiled and said that the secret door to the boss room only opens at night, so he came to Camilla's secret quest to activate it. Drake turned to the protagonist and asked why they couldn't just come at night, to which the brunette replied that the zombies they met on the way here are much more active at night. He just wanted to make things as convenient as possible. A hole appeared in the wall. Drake clenched his fist and said that he didn't remember her being here before. Isn't she hard to notice unless you're deliberately looking for her? The ladies turned around when they heard someone calling out. The girl tried to answer, then she straightened up. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure and thought, what the hell? So it was Dahyu's scream. The girl gave up her fist and said that she was glad to run into him and ordered him to wait for her in place and not move. The guy looked at her and didn't understand what she was talking about. The boys started crawling through the tunnel and the main character suggested leaving before they got caught up in something. Dahyu ran after them shouting that they told them to wait for her. Then a lot of zombies appeared. The girl opened her mouth in fear and shouted to wait a second. She also ran into the tunnel. The zombies pressed their faces against the iron bars. The hole in the wall disappeared. Half an hour before arriving at the Castle of Evil, the girl looked at the camera saying that everyone thought she would go to the boss. It must be because last time she said it would be nice to speed up, but even a scary military march starts with a normal step. Then she stuck out her tongue and asked how they were going to get to the boss. Then she smiled at the camera and said that as she promised in her last stream, today she will record a guide on surviving against B-rank monsters. She will call it Survive the Castle of Evil. The girl smiled at the camera and said that their mission today is a full review of this dungeon filled with zombies. Most of them are from C+ to B rank, so you need to be careful otherwise they can fatally injure. Dahyu showed a heart at the camera, winked and asked to pray for her. Strange sounds were heard. A zombie appeared behind the girl, and she screamed that she was scared. She ran away from the zombie and screamed. The zombie looked at her in confusion. The zombie extended his hand to the girl. The girl looked at the camera with fear. Then the camera fell, and the girl screamed loudly. The camera turned off. Dahyu leaned her hands on the door. She sighed heavily and said that screaming over and over again was really exhausting. She slid down the wall and asked if it was so necessary. The overall message of the survival broadcast was to save a beautiful girl with her hair swinging. She looked sadly to the side and said that she needed the money and she had no choice. Then she straightened up and opened the door. Zombies were moving towards her. The girl cut down several zombies with one blow and said that it was time to teach these bastards a lesson. She stepped forward. The doors slammed shut. The girl stood there with the weapon in her hands. Then she wiped her cheek and said, "Great." Dahyu pressed the record button on the camera. The girl bent over and tried to catch her breath, saying that she thought she was going to die. She was so scared that she didn't even realize that the recording had stopped. She wasn't even sure that she was saving herself. Then she turned towards the door and said that she ran deeper into the castle and stayed here. The girl clenched her fist and asked what now. Then she asked to drop donations if they didn't want her to die here. She looked around the room. Then she grinned and thought that of course she wasn't going to die anytime soon. The zombies at the entrance were about C+ and B ranks, but their level drops to C and C+ during the day. Their movements also slow down, so she can run as much as she wants. Dahyu grinned and thought that not many people know this secret. She won't get any extra experience or drops from them, so it's a little frustrating. The space began to fill with smoke. Night fell. The girl looked and didn't understand anything. The dead raised their heads. The girl didn't believe what she heard. The moon illuminated the space. The girl opened her mouth and asked what was going on. It was not time for night yet. Zombies crawled out of all the cracks. They began to move towards the girl. The dead began to look around. The girl screamed loudly as the zombie reached out to her. She slashed at him with her axe. The zombie was fallen. The girl looked at him in confusion. The dead man reached out his hands to her face. The girl ran away screaming. While running, she turned around and didn't understand what was happening here. She was really surrounded by C+ and B rank monsters. The girl heard a familiar voice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just don't tell her that it was dead water." The zombie raised his hands. The girl kicked him in the face. Then she continued to run away from them. She ran deeper into the room. The guys turned towards the sound. The girl fished from behind at the bottom of the hole in the wall and thought about what it was and what they were doing opposite her. She looked at the wall and thought that they had found a corridor leading into the depths of the castle. The zombies ran after her. The girl gritted her teeth and said that now was not the time to think. She rushed after the guys. She slid into the hole. She fell, hit herself and asked what this place was and realized that she was sitting in blood. Then she looked at the protagonist and asked what he had done and that the night had come too early, to which the guy asked Miss Boss Beauty to calm down, and the girl asked again what he called her. The protagonist looked forward and asked that she would not have the nerve to be angry with him here. The girl looked at him in surprise. Sounds were heard from the depths of the tunnel, and the protagonist said that in the end, this was not the safest place and she had better take care of herself. The room began to fill with smoke. The guy threw his head back. He combed his hair back, and in the depths of the corridor, a monster with a pumpkin on its head appeared, and someone said that he had found it. The blonde reflected the attack. Iyajin looked away carefully. The snake grabbed the enemy. Gritting her teeth, Dahyu struck. Splashes of blood flew past her face. The hero stepped back in surprise when she struck again. Holding the body in his mouth, the snake heard Iijin indignantly asking Da-hyu if she wanted to get rid of him, but the girl replied that he should have died when they first met. Frowning, they looked at each other. The girl also said that it was his fault that she ended up here, and even her brother was not around. The hero was surprised, but replied that if she was not happy with something, she should have left. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Da-hyu noted that it was night now, and all thanks to him. Looking at the monsters walking, the hero asked if she was the one filming the survival stream, and suggested trying to film something like an escape for the sake of views, to which she noted that he was really hopeless. Frowning and clenching her fist, the girl thought about killing him right now, but the situation was not the best. Even if she took care of him, the whole area outside was teeming with zombies. A thought appeared in the haze. If it was only him, everything could have turned out fine, but Drake. Imagining the blonde behind Iijin, she decided that she would have to deal with 2 players from the unofficial ratings at once. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, putting her hands on her hips, she said that she could do little alone and would go with them, because in the end they could become a team, and she was useful for the tank. A message appeared stating that the guild had sent a request to create a team. Her hand touched the reject button. Indignant, Da-hyu opened her mouth wide, asking why he did not accept. Iijin replied that he did not want to. While striking, Drake listened with a smile as the hero said that creating teams was not his style, to which the girl objected that he was a liar, because he had archers. Iijin replied that they were not in a team, but just walked together, to which the blonde agreed. Then the confused girl extended her hand, asking that there was nothing wrong with being on the same team. He could take any item that dropped. He wouldn't even have to share experience, so why not create a team on paper? It would be better for both of them if they joined forces. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing the words about her axe. The axe was glowing brightly. Looking at the weapon, Iijin said that if the girl offered this item, he would consider her offer. Da-hyu frowned. Then she put her weapon on her shoulder, saying that he was a hopeless bastard. Drake looked at her. Then Iijin turned away, saying that if she wanted, then she could follow him, as long as she didn't get in his way. He didn't care that they didn't get along. He smiled widely, saying that she could continue like this, after which he looked at the gray walls and ceiling, drawing the others' attention to the cracks in the wall, and told them not to go too far, otherwise the stones would collapse. Looking at the other wall, he noted that they would not be able to run across in time, so they would have to just crawl. Seeing the dark corridor ahead, he said that arrows would fly at them here, so it was better to lower their heads and not step here, otherwise they would fall into a pit swarming with zombies. And then he looked at the floor, said that there would be a thread that would tie their ankles, and then the guillotine blades would fall on them right from the ceiling, so they had to be careful. Smiling, passing all the traps, he told them to go exactly 5 meters forward, and then to the left, there was a dead end ahead, so they had to be careful. Da-hyu, who was walking behind him, asked him in surprise how he knew all this, and was he a master of the game? To which Iijin replied that he simply knew everything in advance, because if he were a master, he would be swimming in a pool of money and shares without having to play. Looking at the hero in the cloak, the girl could not understand how obsessed he was with the game, because many of these traps were not even discovered. Iijin silently frowned, thinking about the fact that he had never actually died on this map, and all thanks to the collective information. Seeing the red floor in front of him, he thought about the location of the traps and monsters was the experience of countless players who died over time. Studying and analyzing was his rebirth. He touched the wall with his hand, thinking that it could be said that he was now rotten water, the water that had stagnated in one place for 15 years, now this was his essence. The hero was surrounded by a red aura, thinking that it made him most suitable for these sewers. Drake looked ahead in surprise, saying that he saw something there. A bright light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Da-hyu looked tiredly at Iijin, who said that they were safe and sound. The mini-boss should be right in front of them. A system message appeared, saying that they had entered a hidden dungeon. Iijin looked down with a smile, saying that a high-level monster, Jack-o'-lantern Ripper, was here, and the signal at the prison was calling for a meeting. The iron bars were cut off. He carefully looked at their sharp ends. Iijin and his companions stopped when he said that something was wrong here. A dark aura appeared against the windows. Someone's eyes glowed brightly. The monster was holding a scythe in its hands. It was Jack-o'-lantern Ripper. Drake and Iijin looked at it carefully. The guy asked if it was an awakened monster, to which the hero replied that they had not entered this area yet, and that someone must have done it before them. Our hero frowned, wondering who it was. Could it be that the player who had previously planned to attack this monster existed so early? A certain sound was heard. The monster swung its scythe. Someone blocked its attack. Then the monster attacked again. The guy, opening his mouth, noticed that it was acting quite quietly. Its blades and scythe crossed. The man with a scar on his face smiled, saying that it was not that easy. He dodged Jack again. The monster swung again. This time, it managed to injure its opponent. Looking at this, Drake replied that it was a great blow. The wound on the man's body was recovering. Drake and the others watched the scene. The boy said that he was impressed that there was a player here who got here before them, not to mention that he was a good fighter. Ijin took out his blade, calling it theft. Hugh pointed at him, surprised that he was actually going to take credit for the one who defeated the monsters for him, since it was so shameless, to which Ijin replied that it was especially sad to hear it coming from her. Frowning, he also said that he believed the girl had misunderstood, he was not here for Jack. Confused, she continued to point her finger at him. The blonde asked him what he meant. Drake looked at the scarred boy's face, outraged that he had already gotten here. Staring at him piercingly, the hero decided that he had to kill him immediately before this situation got out of hand. He saw a man in front of him, saying that this is the most scandalous, the most famous player, and an unusual serial killer named Zodiac. He imagined a newspaper, thinking that he could remember the headline in it from his past life, although he does not even remember when it happened, because the number of his victims was in the hundreds, and most of the murders occurred due to conflicts on the network. Zodiac stood handcuffed. He is not an ordinary player, but a real monster. Seeing how the man fights Jack, the hero thought that this same monster continues to hunt. Zodiac repelled Jack's attack. Their blades crossed. The man fought against a Ranka monster. Wounds were visible on the monster's body. His hand was also cut. The monster held his scythe. This monster has 1.5 million health points. He is standing here in a critical condition. The man lowered his hand with his blades. Then he brought it to his face, noting that Ranka is not a joke at all, and they are both exhausted. It took longer than he expected, but it seems he is almost done. Taking his hand behind his back, Zodiac said that it is the end. Suddenly, arrows hit him. The man looked at the arrows in his hand. Drake held the crossbow in front of him, saying that this is a strange reaction. Zodiac looked at him. Then he rushed forward. The blonde was able to block his attack. Zodiac frowned slightly, surprised that there is a player who got here. The blade left a bright trace. Drake fired again, but missed. Meanwhile, the man attacked the blonde. Bright sparks remained from the impact of the blades. Drake smiled, thinking that this is true. He remembered his words about how if it was PvP, he wanted to try it first. Then Ijin stood in front of him and gave him advice about how the man was known for being a pervert. With a smile on his face, he warned him to avoid close combat. Normal people often get scared when something goes wrong, and even in a game with automatic pain suppression, it is impossible to ignore the body's unconscious reflexes, but this does not work with Zodiac. Then he imagined the man in full height, saying that when an arrow is fired, he looks at it without blinking, and only before it hits the body. He dodges. Leishnayan syndrome is a rare disease that causes the inability to feel pain, and therefore Zodiac does not know what it means to flinch. Then the blonde licked his lips, remembering the words about how the enemy never felt pain, using the split second that usually goes to blink or flinch to accurately calculate his movements, and repeated the idea of avoiding close combat. Drake held his blade out in front of him, saying that hearing this made him want to test himself even more. Zodiac looked at him in surprise. He then had to dodge the attacks. The swings of the blades left bright marks. Drake tried to attack Zodiac again, but the man blocked it. Sparks flew from the swing of the blade. Looking at his opponent, Zodiac said that the blonde was strong, and it seemed that this was not the first time for him. Ijin had a smile on his face when he thought that most people would perceive Drake as losing, since the archer was always at a disadvantage in such tight spaces. Frowning, he mentally noted that this scoundrel was strong even in close combat, and after watching him for a while, he realized something. Seeing the confident smile on his comrade's face, the hero noted that he loved PvP more than anyone. Zodiac's swings left red marks. Drake frowned, thinking that he might have good stamina and items, but his techniques definitely lacked precision. The scarred man looked at his opponent seriously. Then the blonde looked down in surprise, thinking that he didn't have much health left and could keep up this pace. Drake gritted his teeth, saying that he felt like he was paralyzed, although he was only slightly grazed, but the damage was insane. The Zodiac blades were surrounded by a glow from the special effect of the Knight of Dismemberment's claws. The blonde aimed the crossbow, thinking that the fifth strike would deal colossal additional damage. The man dodged the arrow, saying that the guy was too slow. Then he rushed towards him, saying that he had fun, but he should die. Suddenly, someone's boot hit his face. It was Ijin, who put his foot forward, using a flame step. Standing in front of Drake, the hero asked if he was in their way, to which the boy replied that he was angry, but it was better than dying. Seeing Zodiac pinned to the wall, he asked if he was really dead. The man raised his head from the hole in the wall. Looking up and breathing heavily, he asked them who they were and where they came from, calling them abominations. Ijin had already rushed towards him, thinking that this idiot was still alive because he hit with a boot and not a weapon. Seeing Zodiac put his hand behind his back, he thought that it was still hard to stand after a direct hit with a rank item. Dodging the attack, the hero did not understand how much health the enemy had. Closing his eyes, Zodiac dodged the attack, saying that he had dealt with many abominations that were in his way. Afterwards, he looked at the hero again, saying that he felt some kind of intent from the two of them. The man rushed towards the hero, saying that he didn't quite understand, but Iijin kicked him in the arm. Then Zodiac looked down. Iijin gritted his teeth, telling his opponent not to be surprised because he would kill him. He managed to tear off Zodiac's arm. A blade appeared from the man's boot. He directed this leg forward. He managed to strike the hero. Zodiac frowned and looked down. The blade on his leg was broken. Dark aura was coming out of Iijin when using the special effect of the heart. Zodiac dodged the attack with a dagger. Seeing the hero in front of him, Zodiac smiled, noting that he was using an unusual weapon and even his armor was funny. Drinking the potion, Iijin asked him if he thought it was comparable to his armor. Then the man lowered his eyebrows, saying that they were starting to irritate him. Some sound was heard. The pumpkin-headed monster grabbed his weapon Jack had recovered. Looking away, Zodiac called him a thorn. Iijin frowned, thinking that he had to be careful if he wanted to kill the man and avoid Jack. The monster stood next to him, and the hero thought that one wrong move and Zodiac would be the winner. Zodiac looked away. Da-Hyu stood with her arms folded across her chest when the man addressed her. He raised his head, offering her to team up, saying that he could see that she wanted to kill him. A sly smile appeared on his face. Iijin smiled in confusion. The girl frowned in thought. A message appeared, saying that Zodiac had invited her to join the team. Standing over him, the girl thought about how he knew that she was planning to kill Iijin. She gritted her teeth, thinking that she was going to kill him when she had the chance, but she hadn't had the chance yet, so she was still waiting. Da-Hyu closed her eyes, thinking that if he was at full health, they could do something. At that moment, a voice said not to listen to the man with the scar. The girl thought that Zodiac could be used as cannon fodder, but he still advised her to listen to him, because if she stayed with the protagonist, her path would be over. Without opening her eyes, the girl realized that now that she thought about it, the situation didn't seem so dire. Iijin said that she would get into trouble. Irritated, Da-Hyu looked down, telling the protagonist to shut up, to which he replied that he knew what she was thinking, but she should forget about it. Iijin smiled, saying that he was just warning her from the bottom of his heart. Then the girl furrowed her brows angrily, saying his name in her mind. In the fog, thoughts of how many times she died because of this pervert and how many times he stole from her appeared. The girl gritted her teeth, recalling the past, thinking that the potential damage he did was impossible to predict everywhere. She did not think that she could seriously trust Zodiac, but she could use it. The axe touched the ground. She thought that in any case, she had something to rely on. She smiled, saying that her revenge would be cruel. Then she pressed the accept button. Iijin put his hand on his head, saying that he warned her. Drake asked if the hero was okay, and said that he thought that her level was quite high and it might be difficult if she went against them. Rushing forward, she thought that he was the most insane, and she would take revenge on him for everything. Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying that she was rapidly losing health and did not understand why. Zodiac, who was standing behind her, laughed. He had the Eye of the Voodoo Queen artifact on his neck. He thanked his partner. The hero looked at the necklace in surprise, thinking that the distributor was a special effect that redirected part of the damage to team members. Looking at the red eye of the amulet, the hero reasoned that if one of the team received 100 damage, the other 99 members could receive 1 point of damage each. But the problem was that the owner of the necklace could assign how much damage a team member would receive, and Da-Hyu was the last to join the team, and Zodiac gave her 99% of his damage. The blonde looked at our hero in confusion as he cursed in his mind. The thought flashed through his head that the enemy was one step ahead. Looking at Zodiac's body, he saw that he was wearing the Caltro lizard armor and thought that its specialty was fast regeneration, and his weapon was a Wadao with a special dismemberment effect. Seeing the blades on his hands, he noted that they were all above B+ rank. Frowning and gritting his teeth, Iijin thought that he should have realized this when he first saw them. These items only dropped in one location. The thought that it was in the Wajidu hive appeared in his mind again. He was planning to go there. Seeing Zodiac surrounded by a blue aura, he thought that he wanted to attack the hive after obtaining 3 artifacts, but it seemed that he had already obtained them, and now the question was how many. The thought that the boss in the hive was in a rank monster appeared in his head again, and did the man kill her? Gritting his teeth, Iijin guessed that the first person to clear the Castle of Malice was Zodiac, noting that he assumed the man was fast, but even this was too much. Iijin's dagger began to glow brightly at the thought that if he did nothing for another day, Zodiac would probably take one of the 3 artifacts. Looking at his comrade, Drake asked what now. Since Zodiac had recovered a significant part of his health, he said that he was not an easy opponent, so they needed to prepare. Iijin smiled, telling him not to worry. Da-Hyu wasn't the type of person to be bullied easily. Suddenly, Zodiac's hand began to shake. He didn't understand what was happening. Looking at it, he noticed his body was starting to freeze. The girl lying on the floor said to him, "You're welcome." She smiled ominously as she asked, did he really think it would be that easy when anyone who crossed her path would end up dead? Da-Hyu leaned on her disappointed captain's battle axe. Its effect increases an ally's attack power in defense, but when the user dies, the debuff is applied to that ally. The man placed his hand on his head as the girl noted that there were many debuffs such as poison, paralysis, sleep, confusion, burning, frostbite, and more, while he cursed. His other hand dangled helplessly below him as he received the worst debuff, sleep. Drake smiled as he looked at this, wondering if this was the reason she begged them to join the team, to which the girl retorted, "When did she beg?" Looking up, Ijin smiled as he said that she was planning to use it on him, but ignored his warning and was now in a sorry state. Condition. There was a sound and the hero said goodbye to her. Jack swung his scythe. Zodiac's head fell to the ground. His body touched the ground, and then it fell completely. The comrades looked at the dead enemies in front of them. Ijin clenched his fist in victory, saying that he killed two with one blow, finishing off Zodiac and even eliminating the annoying Da-Hyu. Although he did not expect it to turn out like this, Drake thought about it being a villain versus villain fight. Looking at the monster in front of him, Drake said that it reminded him that Jack was still here and asked what should they do, should they attack now. The hero looked at him, suggesting that they try to fire only 3 arrows at the head. The arrows hit the target, but they bounced off the pumpkin. The comrades looked at him in confusion. Jack looked at his hands, not understanding what he was doing here and asking who these two were in front of him. A message appeared that the petty thief Jack-o'-lantern wanted to talk to them. The next window asked if they wanted to continue the fight. Smiling, Ijin asked him if he had regained consciousness and offered to talk. The window asking if they wanted to continue the fight appeared again and they clicked no. Jack looked at the people in front of him and said that he had stolen something and was in prison. He then opened his mouth wide and said that there would be no mercy. His body was surrounded by dark flames and he told the people to get ready. His silhouette became darker and he said that he would now leave this place to take revenge on the one who had imprisoned him, asking if his comrades wanted to join him. Ijin waved his hand and said that with his level and equipment they had no chance. Looking ahead, Jack noted that he had no choice and added that he would repay for his awakening. Holding his scythe out in front of him, the monster clarified that the hero and his comrade had come here to meet the owner of the castle and said that he could open the door. The swing of the scythe left a blue trail and it remained in the air. A portal appeared in its place. Jack approached the portal and said goodbye to them. Raising his hand to his face, the hero was glad that they now had a back door to the boss room. Inside this portal was the boss that could drop the final artifact. He remembered Zodiac's face, saying that if they were in the past, he would be the first player to defeat this boss, but the hidden particle that Zodiac used to keep people in fear would now be in his possession. Ijin and Drake stood in front of the portal, thinking that history would now change thanks to one item. The top of the portal was visible. Ijin and Drake ran forward. The hero said that this made everything easier. Moving along the corridor, he saw a door leading to the boss room, but the intermediate mini-boss was supposed to appear here. The corridor ahead broke. A monster with red skin appeared in front of them. Ijin's eyes widened in surprise. The monster was large, red, and a message indicated that it was a gorgon. Then the hero frowned, thinking that it was strange, because if he remembered correctly, the intermediate boss that protected this place should be at the level of the succubus. Could it be that the differences appeared because they were pioneers? The monster did not look at them. In the background of the fog, he suggested that his comrade go first. Drake took out a crossbow, saying to leave it to him because he had a personal score to settle with this thing. Looking at it carefully, Ijin asked if everything would be okay, because the monster may be weaker, but it would be more troublesome than the previous gorgon. Remembering the previous fight, Drake replied that he regretted not being able to finish it last time, because he was one of those who held on to these feelings. Then the snake attacked him. Frowning, the blonde added that he wanted to try later, but now was the perfect opportunity and he had a useful item from Jack. An object appeared in Ijin's hand. Smiling, Drake added that he wanted to know how much stronger he had become. The hero rushed forward, saying that he would not interfere. The blonde thought that he did not even think about it. The monster turned his attention to the hero. His paw was approaching him. At that moment, several arrows pierced it. Then the monster looked at the blonde, who told him that he was his opponent. Drake smiled, saying that if he looked the other way, he would turn him into a porcupine. The monster stretched out his hand to him. Only darkness was visible. The haze gathered under the ceiling. Someone wondered who he was. The one sitting on the throne did not understand where he was, saying that he did not remember. New reports appeared that he had entered the lower floor of the Castle of Evil, the Hall of the King, and the name of the first visitor was recorded in the records of Akashic. A certain sound was heard. Ijin was heading towards the figure on the throne. He clenched his teeth tightly. The silhouette sat motionless. Still, he was able to block the attack. The hero frowned more deeply. Sparks flew from the contact of the blades. Dark silhouettes began to gather around. These silhouettes surrounded the figure on the throne, and it turned out to be a bat from the King of Darkness. Iogen smiled, saying that it seemed that he would not be able to finish him off with one blow, and it would not be so easy. The man began to get up from the throne, saying that he did not remember. Huge horns grew from his head. This was the King of Darkness. Before the dawn of time, during the battle between heaven and hell, there was a being who stood at the forefront and stole many angels' hearts. He was the king of vampires and the closest servant of Lucifer, one of the 7 demons. With his mouth slightly open, this man only wondered who he was. When the number of angels he had killed reached 1,000,000, every species called him the King of Darkness. This king raised his hand. Then he stretched it out. With that, he grabbed one of the mice that flew by. A whip of darkness appeared in his hand. Iogen smiled, noting that his attack pattern remained the same, and this was the first one, called the Blood Whip. The hero deftly dodged the king's attacks. This whip shattered the floor into stones. His swings left dark marks. The attack hit Iogen's hand. Gritting his teeth, he looked at it. Frowning, the hero said that he was slightly hit, but immediately took away half of his health, so if a small attack does so much damage, then how deadly will a full one be? With a smile, an object appeared in his hand. A question appeared in the fog. What is this? He remembered Jack, who said that it was free and would help defeat the King of Darkness. Then the hero looked at this object. Drake also looked at him questioningly, asking if he could just put it in his mouth and use it. Noting that it was very convenient, the interlocutor added that it was especially convenient for an archer, whose hands are constantly busy. The item looked like a pumpkin-shaped candy called Halloween candy. Iogen pressed it and one of the candies fell into his mouth, for which he mentally thanked Jack. As he chewed it, he thought that this would actually be a permanent item if Jack were dead, but he was much more useful alive. Iogen held his weapon tightly. The man with horns raised his hand above his head. Smiling, the hero realized that this was the second attack. Dark auras were sent out from his fingers. The hero managed to dodge this attack. He had to retreat to avoid being hit. Putting the weapon aside, Iogen said that it was dangerous as always. Normally, it would take him another 10 years to arrive here. Thinking back to his past, he thought that when he was in the top 100 in Korea, back then, fighting the King of Darkness took 24 hours straight using all types of spells and potions, like viewers of his stream prompted. Seeing the King of Darkness in front of him, he noted that he had nothing now, only blood. A kick on the ground shattered it into stones. Watching the bats approach, he thought that the knowledge that had taken root in his bones and flesh over 15 years of playing was experience. Seeing the imperturbable face of the King of Darkness, he also thought that 3 artifacts could defeat even a god: the heart of the basilisk, the skin of the sandworm, and the next final piece. The bats burned in the fire. The King of Darkness standing in front of him held this piece. Iogen looked ahead with a smile, thinking that in this life, all 3 artifacts should be his. He put his 15 years of playing and would get them no matter what. Many swords appeared in the sky. The horned one raised his paw, and the guy thought that the 4th attack would be the Dark Force. The monarch extended his hand releasing the swords, and he continued his thought and thought that since he dodged the first attack, the rest would be easy. The black-haired man began to dodge the rain and thought that although they were fast, they happened at regular intervals, so if he moved accordingly, it would not be so difficult. The black-eyed man made a swing. He confidently, with a little anxiety, looked ahead and said that he did not think he could dodge this one. The shadow hand made an area attack. After the white-haired man squeezed his hand releasing the shadow, many spikes came out. The hero sat with red eyes and dark skin, and the special effect of the sandworm cover and the heart of the bastard was activated. The brown-eyed man stuck out his tongue with a Halloween candy and said that since he received damage that exceeded his full health, he could activate the last battle skill, and this thing is quite useful. Suddenly the space around the evil king darkened and he asked why. He clutched his face and continued to wonder why he was here and what had happened to his people. Then the noob looked at him with a smile and said something that seemed strange to him, but he didn't remember any of those lines, and assumed that he was the discoverer and thought that the king he had met before had never said anything like that. The guy imagined the villain surrounded by power and thought that he had lost his mind and was drunk with power, laughing all the time. But suddenly, he looked at the enemy in front of him and thought that the one standing in front of him was completely different and in contrast to that crazy behavior. This one was speaking clearly and his black eyes were not full of murderous intent, but sparkling with agony. The horned one again put his hand in front of him with an unperturbed expression. Then the protagonist looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, he felt sick and blood poured out of his mouth, after which he assumed that it was a special effect. The monarch looked at him without a drop of doubt. The blood eater sucks the blood of any living creature within a certain radius. Then life streams began to be drawn out of him and 0.01 of the user's maximum life reserve was depleted every second. Black veins began to stretch across the hero's face, and this terrifying effect, which destroyed many raids and is the reason why the difficulty of the evil king with a low life reserve of 5 million is higher than that of a sandworm or a basilisk. He immediately went on the attack and thought that now he was receiving damage every second, and since he only had 370 HP, he should receive 0.037 damage, but due to the fact that the damage is below the decimal point, it is counted as 1 and a constant loss of 1 is obtained, and in other words, 370 seconds remained. Shaggy raised his blade to attack. He smiled wildly while bleeding and said that when he activated the skill, he would not be able to use other attacks, and thanks to the candy, he only needed to hit him during his treatment. Looking at the disgruntled horned one, the noob thought that due to the special effect of the glitch, the evil king also receives 0.01% of the maximum damage, and his maximum amount is 5.5 million. Then the monster extended his hand, and he continued his thought, thinking that in other words, the damage that is inflicted every second is 545 units and they have the same amount, but he inflicts 370 units of damage more than him. Then the black hand stopped attacking. The blonde removed it, creating a splash of blood, to which he, wiping his face, asked if he now understood that he was in a much more disadvantageous position, and the damage per second together with the damage from him should be quite critical. The brown-eyed man confidently looked at him and said that this is not all. Shadow whirlwinds appeared around the king. He extended his kagun in front of him. During this lightning attack, the protagonist began the countdown and said that he wanted to win using only physical attacks. The countdown reached 2 and he smiled, saying that it was too late. Then the number 1 was heard. Something struck Black Eyes. He felt multiple damage on himself and screamed. His body began to collapse after the passive skill of Dead Water. Looking at the suffering, the protagonist thought that it was 4 times stronger and longer than normal poison damage, and it also deals 4 times more damage when it gets into the blood and penetrates deeper into the body. The monarch abruptly closed his mouth and black veins spread across his face. Iogen, standing in a low stance, began to approach and asked if he was surprised and said that it was basilisk poison. He continued walking with a smile and thought that his poison also deals damage equal to 0.01%, and it also absorbed his blood, so if you add another one, increased by 4 times, to the damage per second, then the King of Evil loses 0.05% of the maximum every second, which is about 270 units. The brown-eyed one grinned slyly and thought that the fight would end in about 30 minutes. The horned one clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. His appendages became longer. He looked menacingly in front of him, pulling his hand away. Then the ruler transformed and took a larger form. The black-haired man quickly dodged a huge number of attacks and said with concern that he had not seen this side of him for a long time. The blade stretched out, taking a strengthened form, and he continued, saying that he should have done this from the very beginning. Iogen swung, conducting an attack with a wave. The king squeezed his hand without changing his aggressive look. After he spread his fingers, he assumed that it would be a blood eater again. The guy smiled, saying that he was using him because of the distance, and said that it seemed that little could be done with artificial intelligence. Then the monarch lowered the corners of his mouth, but immediately after, he smiled. The hero was very surprised to see this and wondered how this was possible, and thought that he should be in danger without a doubt, and wondered what else he was hiding. Shadow Mana began to rise up. The guy noticed something was wrong and looked away. Then something stunned him. There was a huge sphere of energy above him and he immediately screamed that it was impossible. The black-haired man clenched his teeth in alarm and wondered how he could use 2 special attacks at once, and said that he was sure that he couldn't do anything while using the Blood Eater. The black-eyed man was absolutely confident in himself. The brown-eyed man looked at it in horror and thought that the Dark Hand was an absolute attack that dealt 500% of his monstrous physical damage, and everything was different because this was the first battle. The cloak lifted and he thought that the sandworm cover could protect him thanks to the fortitude skill. Then he turned around abruptly, clenching his teeth. Taking the candy pack in his hands, he squeezed it tightly and thought that it only activated with a full supply of health. He immediately became very worried and knitted his eyebrows. The guy poured all the candies he had into his mouth and decided to try it and asked the Moon Jack to give him strength. A monstrous attack occurred. The King of Evil was putting out his gauntlet with energy. Blood splashes were observed from the hero's body. His shoulder was torn apart. He clenched his teeth tightly and frowned, thinking about what with the Blood Eater and the candy effect active at the same time. He goes back and forth between full HP and -1 damage. Again turning his attention to the cloak, the guy thought about how the sandworm cover can protect him with the fortitude skill, but it only activates with a full supply. Iogen continued to quickly eat candies, raising his health to the maximum, and wondered if it would be a waste to use all the candies for 1 HP. The guy tensed up, moving his hand away and throwing back the cloak, and thought about how his life depended on this unit now. The monarch clenched his teeth and frowned, continuing to deal damage. Then the brown-eyed man gritted his teeth and used the sandworm cover. After the blood splashed, the bastard's heart was used. The muscle stopped for a moment and turned blue. After the organ began to contract, he thought that it reflected 90% of the damage received from enemies below his level, and 99% from those who are higher, and if he hits him with his 500% of his strength. The hero immediately tensed his entire body and screamed that he would return 495% of the damage and ordered him to receive it. A special skill was used that surrounded him with black blades. The king was alarmed by this development. He was immediately pierced by many blades. He received too much damage and screamed non-stop. The brown-eyed man coughed up some blood and was terrified. He began to lose consciousness and closed his eyes and thought that maybe this is so, and the horned one remained in a small share of sanity as long as no one hunted him. Afterwards, the guy imagined his opponent and thought that after losing to the players, he completely lost his mind and became a bloodthirsty monster, and maybe there was a similar hidden story here. Afterwards, a noise was heard against the darkness. Someone was loudly calling the hero and asking him to bring dead water. Drake was above him in alarm and asking him to wake up and asking if he was okay. The noob opened his eyes and was perplexed. He suddenly stood up and asked how long he had been out, and he said that he had no idea and he was already knocked out when he came. And then the hero asked what was wrong with the king. The yellow-eyed man pointed his finger to the side with a small smile after asking if he was still alive. The black-eyed man was lying on the ground covered in darkness. He was kneeling without one horn and asking what would happen to him now. The handsome man rose from his knees and spoke about his body and his people in the darkness. Then the brown-eyed man was wildly surprised. He smiled and stretched out his hand and said that he had done it and raised his level. Then the white-haired man screamed in horror as the darkness engulfed him and screamed about the castle. He began to be sucked into the void. Only a hole remained and a scream was heard, to which the hero thought that he had also become 10 years younger like him, and thought that he was muttering words that he did not remember until the very end. Suddenly, a blue glowing beam appeared in front of him. On the floor was a blood-eater ring with enormous resistance to darkness. Iogen clenched his fist and smiled and screamed that this was the last artifact and the most dangerous and terrifying of the three. He finally had it. It was the Godslayer set that was assembled. The guy imagined the cycle of attacks and thought that constantly remaining with full HP thanks to the use of the Ring of the Devourer. With a combination of the last fight and the bastard, it will be possible to survive with 1 HP and repel damage, and then you can simply regenerate by stealing life. He smiled with confidence and thought that in this way, naked speedrun without damage becomes possible, and this is the best set for dead water. Then Drake put his hand on his belt and said with a smile that he was glad that he achieved his goal, to which he thanked him and asked if he had taken revenge. Yellow-eyed smiled slyly and said that it was so. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate in the background. The corpses of torn monsters lay on the rubble, and he continued saying that he did it with great interest. Black-haired also put his hand on his belt and smiled. They clashed fists and said that the raid was over. Suddenly, notifications began to emerge about the murder of the King of Darkness and the absence of night over the eastern continent until his resurrection. And billions of eyes that were locked are now looking straight at the dead water, and he was the first to finish the raid. This is the world's first solo raid on a monarch. Fog rose around, and he was rewarded. The guy looked up with concern and was offered to leave his name and began to count the data on the solo raid. Then the brown-eyed man scratched his cheek and anxiously asked if he heard correctly and asked if he had already received the reward. Then a glowing beam descended on the throne. There was a small chest. The hero looked at his ring and thought that it was a rare drop, but he was able to get it because it was guaranteed at the first cleanup. The black-haired man continued to look with a little concern and asked what the other reward was. He slowly reached out to the box and wondered if it was a mimic. Afterwards, the guy imagined a crab crawling out of there, but there was some kind of artifact there. There was a scroll and a necklace of Solomon, which gave special resistance to darkness. Then he imagined a monarch on the throne and thought that he was smart enough to be known as the King of Wisdom, and they say that he sealed 72 monsters that destroy the earth in a brass can, and then used his power to change the earth forever and rule the world. The protagonist looked at this with a smile and thought that this was in history and that this was a secret piece of the whole picture that only a few saw. Then he smiled even wider and thought that Solomon was a hidden NPC, and it turns out that he was the King of Darkness, and thought about something he would never have guessed. Suddenly, the smile on his face became more confident. A new hidden quest of the King's Will was activated. In his hands was a scroll. It was written there that he was known as a smart ruler, until one day one of the 7 demons who controlled this world put him to endless trials. Then the demonic creature introduced itself, and the story continued with him believing in his virtue and wisdom. But now the one on his knees wondered what would happen to the people who trusted him and helped bring change to these lands, and then the appeal to the reader began. The crown was also introduced after the words that he was probably much smarter and more virtuous, as well as stronger and braver than him, and asked to avenge him, and the demon who did this to him, Beelzebub. But suddenly the hero with an irritated look pressed the skip button and said that it was his mistake, that he could not fit his will into 3 sentences and probably everything will be saved in the Akashic record, so he will read it later. A notification popped up demanding murder. The black-haired man closed the chest with a soft smile and said that whether it was a quest or a necklace, now was not the time to use it, so it was worth putting it away, and said that he would definitely avenge it. And then he thought about how in the near future, when big changes would come to this world, then the time would come to use this necklace, and he thought that in any case, it had finally happened. He stretched out his hand in front of him and thought with a smile that since he had finally collected the 3 artifacts of the God Killer set, he could crush those who could kill him in this world, and his era had arrived. A few days later, under the bright sky, a call to the king was heard, asking where he was. In the middle of the city, a guy said that something happened on the way and asked why he asked him to meet today. The hero was talking on the phone and looked away when he heard that he had shocking news. He was sitting in his underwear in the police station where he was dragged for instigation, and someone shouted into the phone about his planned professional debut. The sky was clear. One of the apartments was completely empty and there was silence. There was absolutely no one in it. Suddenly the phone rang with an unknown number. The hand pressed the answer. The brown-eyed man got out of the shower and wiping his head asked who it was. When they addressed him by name and said that it was the junior PD, he put the towel away with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And when the guy just stood there looking tired, she immediately screamed and asked if he had written down her number and said that she was upset and thought that they had become closer during the last episode, but it seemed that he was taking it easier, and asked how he could not save someone's phone number and asked if he knew how she had signed it and said that it was their lifelong guest and said that she had added 2 hearts at the end and said that it was a betrayal and said that he had gone too far and that she was in pain now. Afterwards, he started putting on his shirt and told her to calm down and that he would save the number now, and she asked if that was true, to which she replied in the affirmative. The black-haired man finally exhaled, and the woman asked how he had recorded her, to which he replied that it was JGBPD from Prince in her name. The kitchen was surprisingly in perfect order, and young HWA said that it was very professional and asked about the hearts, to which he replied that he would think about it and asked why she had called him. The cutie held a folder in her hand and said that she was preparing new material for the show and she wondered if he wanted to be their guest. Then the brown-eyed guy started to put different ingredients in a bowl and said that he was very sorry, but he was a little busy these days, so it would be difficult, and said that he would try to find time for it in the middle of next month, to which she said that it would be great. The guy started to put food in the blender and she continued asking to find time for it and said that she knew one cafe that served great cakes and asked if he liked them. And while the black-haired guy was making a terrible mess, she continued to talk about how she knew a great restaurant that served gopchang and thought that they would need to create another program and she had something like a backup plan in mind. Finally, the process of preparing the hellish mixture began. Then Iajin removed his hand and she got scared and asked what he was saying, to which he said that he said nothing and said that he always watches that show and asked what the next episode would be about. Then the pink-haired girl anxiously scratched her butt and said that she usually doesn't say things like that, but she can say that the topic she'll be covering on the show is currently very popular and said that she heard that the person she'll be covering went pro right after debuting. Then the shaggy guy paused for a second and meaningfully kept silent and thought about it. Then he looked ahead anxiously and asked if he'd give an interview, to which she said that the community had turned him down. He grimaced after they told him that they'd be working in front of his house secretly, to which the hero asked if that community was popular. A disgusting smell came from the blender and a notification about the dead man's health juice appeared, after which she continued and said that they were #1 in Seoul and asked if he'd heard of K1, to which she heard that it was possible. The cutie in the earpiece with the cup said that almost no one knows him, and said that she heard that he was from some mysterious or underground league, to which the guy asked if she wanted to bet whether he really knew that person. The pink-haired girl looked away with a smile and said that it sounded cool, and after the question about the punishment, said that if she wins, he will come to the program 10 times. The black-haired guy picked up his horrible goo and asked what would happen if he won, to which she said that she would go for a walk and eat with him when he asked, but only 10 times, to which he refused, and offered to come to his streams 10 times, and she asked with displeasure what about walks and food, and the protagonist said that he eats alone, so. Then the girl started drinking and said that she would probably win in any case, and asked how he would guess the person hidden from the ranking. Then she was dumbfounded after the words about the king. The guy anxiously watched the phone from where the sounds of coughing and screaming were coming. She jumped up from her seat and asked how he found out, to which Iajin said that if they are talking about a hot newcomer in the underground, then only that one comes to mind. Then, in the middle of an empty kitchen, on the other end of the line, words were heard that he was right and even Joseph, known for his arrogance, was inferior to him and heard that he had already become the unofficial #1 on their team, to which the hero said that. In addition, he looked good and was very thoughtful, and the beauty asked again in surprise, saying that she had never heard of him, and then mentioned that he really had a lot of connections, and if Mr. recommended him, then he must be a really amazing person. Then the brown-eyed man put his hand to his chin and said that this was a really amazing person and perhaps he would lead the next generation of players, and she immediately asked about the possibility of using this phrase. With a wide smile, she offered to meet later and said that if he needed a guest on the stream, he could call her anytime on weekends and during the holidays. The guy put the empty container on the table and said with a smile that he couldn't believe that he was able to invite her to his streams 10 times and in the future it would be difficult to do even with money, and it sounded like one chance for a lifetime. Suddenly, he was alarmed by a notification. There was a message for the Demon King asking him to come to the studio, and they wrote that there was a conversation, so they needed to meet. The brown-eyed man immediately threw off his clothes and thought that Atoge's company was going to hold a major professional league soon. He spread his arms out to the sides and thought that his debut was predetermined, so, judging by the circumstances, it would take place there. The sly one smiled, looking away, and said that the music didn't play for long. He grabbed the handbrake and thought that everything was going according to plan, and that it was strange not a word about his wife, and also thought that this was a great professional debut. The sports car took off and he continued to think that everything was going according to his plan. Iyajin drove with a smile and said that because everyone was covering for him. The roof began to come off and he said that he had a chance to have fun. He sat naked behind the wheel and shouted that no one could stop him. It was clear outside. Afterwards, the guy sat at the police station and wrote an explanatory note, thinking that even though he was naked, the fact that he was in the car saved him from arrest. But he had to write an explanatory note, and the cop allowed him to borrow his underwear, and apparently he was lucky. It was clear outside once again. There was a large building. The guy in the mask sadly crossed his eyes and thought that since he constantly runs naked in the game, it was strange to wear clothes, and then he was called out. He changed his voice and looked up and said that he was listening, to which he was told that their conversation was over and there was something that was bothering him. Ying raised his finger and said that since he had not revealed his name and insurance number, he was the guarantor of his identity, and asked if that was true, and then said that it was obvious that the sponsors were a little reluctant to do this. But after being asked again, he lowered his hand with anxiety and said that he was just talking. Then the hero thought that he was trying to gain the upper hand before the salary negotiations, and inside he was a well-worn 15-year-old noob, as well as an experienced member of society. The blonde man extended his hand with a gentle look, saying that then they should talk about his salary, to which he received a sharp refusal and an offer to discuss it after the league. The hidden one put his hands in his pockets and thought about how after the league his popularity would increase and the owners of the companies would crawl on their knees before him. A super newcomer, a new superstar, and thanks to him, the number of viewers would also be guaranteed to increase. He imagined himself in a suit and thought that in other words, he would wait until he was worth even more. Then the brown-eyed man surprised his interlocutor by simply turning around and saying that he could even get a blank check if he went to China. And he asked with horror how he could say such a thing and asked if he thought that they could not offer the same as China, to which he said with regret that he heard him. The blonde looked at him with concern and wondered what was wrong with him, because he was only 21, and he was acting like a seasoned snake, and then said that in any case this would need to be discussed later and suggested moving on to the main thing. A map was placed on the table and he continued, saying that this was the upcoming league competition. He began to draw with a felt tip pen on the paper and said that there would be 10 city leagues, including Seoul and Incheon, and they would start as the league that chose to represent the capital, and the elite team was theirs, and K1 was the main enemy. The hard worker leaned over the table and said that they were also their first opponents and would now tell about the elite. Their coat of arms had 2 shields with blades, and they were an enemy professional team created at the same time as the national team, and they were sponsored by many large corporations. So they had a huge budget and a wide selection of players. The man in the shadows was hiding, and it was their leader, Storm, who was number 1 until Joseph passed him not long ago. There were 3 people of different classes, which made the lineup even more terrifying, and these 3 were a real thorn. The blonde looked down with concern and said that they synchronized their attacks, switching places, and it was a real art, as if you were fighting 3 at the same time. He imagined the gray-eyed man, saying that he needed to deal with Gino, so they would use him as an ace in the hole. After the hard worker exhaled, handing over the sheet, and said that he did not think anyone else could deal with them, which was what worried him, and he thought about the gold, silver, and bronze sister and had not seen them for a long time. The hero frowned and thought that although the decision had not yet been made, he already knew which teams would go against each other, and of course, he remembered the fight between the national and the elite. This was the hottest topic 15 years ago. He remembered himself in the crowd and thought about how this was a battle that would be remembered as a legend for decades to come. Now the brown-eyed man grinned with a smile and thought about something else. He remembered the Toto League and thought about 21 times. He imagined many flashes with a record price for bets. The voice of the host was heard shouting that they finally waited for 140 big and small national teams, and only 10 of them will reach the best league. The lights were shining in the background of the stage, and he continued, saying that now the confrontation that will determine the future of these players will begin here in the stadium for esports. The stands were noisy and shouted that the Otogi League is starting. During the flashes, words were heard that the event that will fill the front page of their giant league is today's conference match. Silhouettes appeared and he continued, saying that the players were on the storm side and were not going to stop, and then asked to greet the elite. Gino appeared first and everyone was shouting his team's name. Then Hyung came out with a smile and was shouted to go forward. Behind them appeared 3 green-eyed beauties who delighted the crowd. The team proudly raised their fists up, but suddenly the blonde stopped. He embarrassed the others by raising his hand up and demanding not to gossip. The crowd also chanted after him. The special effects began again, under which they said that a team was coming out that would confront them, namely a group with the #1 player in Korea. A man in a robe appeared, supported by the host. Several cunning faces of the guys appeared. Joseph looked at the crowd with a smile while his fans praised him. The dark-haired ones behind were completely confident in themselves and heard kind words addressed to them. Tegang walked onto the stage with a disgruntled face and they tried to praise him and wondered where he was from. Suddenly the last one showed up. The hero walked with his head bowed and everyone wondered who the hell was wearing the mask and who it was. The blonde guy from the enemy team looked at the screen and thought about how they didn't take a healer and wondered the same thing as everyone else. Then he thought about how he heard rumors that one lucky scoundrel from an underground league. He frowned looking in front of him and thought that this street thug who suddenly became a star in the sports arena was a common occurrence. But they were just puppets of the event creators who wanted a dynamic picture, and the professional ring was no place for a street dog. Then he looked at the enemy team again and thought that instead of an additional character, it was better to target a real threat. The host announced the start of the first battle. 2 emblems of the opposing teams appeared. Portraits of 2 players appeared and he continued, saying that the leader of the elite is Storm, and in K1, he is a super newbie. The capsules began to close and they began to wonder why they sent Gino right away. The man began to connect to the system. He began to be transferred to the system. A bright light came on. He immediately found himself in the desert. His opponent was a few meters away on the desert battle map. The events were broadcast on the screens. Ian folded his arms across his chest and watched with concern. Then he frowned and lowered his head. He recalled his dialogue with the protagonist when he asked about why they sent Tegang right away, to which he said that Yeonseok would not play and advised using another. But he asked about the choice and said that the recording was his job and asked not to get too carried away with it. Then the hero with a menacing look said that he shouldn't be like that and promised that he would have a powerful influence and asked if he knew about his skills, to which he was immediately told that he had no experience in competitions and there were many older participants. Suddenly, the red-haired man came up from behind, surprising the blonde, and said that he also recommended him. He smiled and said that, to be honest, in terms of energy, he was better than him and thought that it was high time for him to really take off. At that moment, the fighter was on the battlefield. Looking at him, his opponent thought that no one from K1 could compare with him now, and if he had to choose, he would say that he was a little worried about Joseph and Yeonseok, but everything became easier since they were not here. Continuing to look at the confident black-haired man, he thought that based on the research, this was his debut fight and he had been boxing before and such players would use weak jabs or kicks during skirmishes at the beginning, and he needed to strengthen his defense and save as much HP as possible. Suddenly, a leg rose from the floor. The fighter had already flown into the overconfident braggart with a fist. The spearman could hardly hold back the onslaught and, gritting his teeth, wondered how he had used a punch of such force from the very beginning. Afterwards, he looked at the equipment in horror and thought that this was an infinity gauntlet, and even after the block, the damage had passed due to the penetrating ability. But right after, a fist flew into his face. The blonde flew far back. He tried to slow down and thought that he had mispredicted his game strategy and greatly underestimated him. Afterwards, the guy tried to swing a 2-headed snake and thought that he had just received a return from using the skill a lot. The blue-eyed man looked at his shoulder, which received damage, and then the enemy thought that he managed to use poison. The fair-haired man jumped back arrogantly and watched the situation. Then he retreated with a smile and thought that he would lose 0.025% of HP every second, and now he would retreat to check his condition and he needed to wait for this moment and fall like a storm. The black-haired man could barely stand on his feet, and he thought that both players were retreating to prepare for the next attacks since they had just fought. Suddenly, only a gust of wind remained in sight. The spearman noticed a fist approaching his throat with great surprise and wondered why it was approaching. The gray-eyed man anxiously asked Gino to step back. A bright flash lit up. The fighter was able to smash the armor into pieces with a punch. He looked on with an unperturbed expression, but the hero stood nearby and thought that he should not get cocky, because today he will not be the one in charge. He looked up and thought that it was a mistake to think that T-Gang was a checkpoint on the way to the fight with Joseph, and speed is a problem even for him, who has agility items for dodging, and comparing their strength, he is now superior to the handsome guy. The fighter logging out began to disintegrate, to which the host shouted that he can't believe that the storm was defeated by a super rookie and wondered who would have thought. Ian clenched his fist and said with a smile that he can't believe that he marinated him on the bench, and it seems that he is not such a qualified trainer. The protagonist looked at the screens and said that he saw the legendary 3-hit KO again, and he was wondering what to do with it since there is no way to prove the results from his past life. But thank God Yonseok is not involved. He looked calmly at the screens and said a meaningful word and thought about how 15 years ago, he was just one of 1,500,000 spectators. The arena roared again and he continued his thought, thinking about how while he watched the players fly and fight, an ambitious dream grew in his heart. He imagined himself in a past life in the crowd and thought about not watching that fight that day, and then wondered if everything would have been different. Then the guy shook his head and thought about how useless this question was, and the question if it meant nothing in his life. The brown-eyed man looked menacingly in front of him and thought about how only the present makes sense, after which the host shouted about how the league has surprised them since the very first match and can't wait for the next fight, trying to hold out the pause with the announcement of the next fight. People were shouting joyfully, waiting for the performance. The young man thought that in life, nothing matters what will happen under certain conditions, because only the present matters. Joyful cries of the spectators were heard throughout the arena. The hero wondered what kind of person he was now, because he was now standing at the top of the stage where investors and their allies were fighting. Standing in a mask and hood, he bowed his head and decided that this was enough to make his heart pound, but there was something more important. The guy raised his head and decided that he had put all his savings on the line. He remembered the image of a blonde warrior. The young man thought that now the previous number 1 and a newcomer would fight. Then he imagined an image of his opponent and thought that the betting ratio on them was 7-1, which showed everyone's faith in Gino's victory. After which the young man remembered the moment of the newcomer's victory and decided that at that moment his money had grown 7-fold, but the truly incredible part had just begun. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero thought that now the predictions for the battle between K1 and the Elite. He smiled widely, anticipating the excitement, and thought that bets against the odds of 7 times, and then a team game that allows you to increase the bet to 3 times, and thus this legendary match can increase the initial contribution by 21 times. The voice of the commentator was heard throughout the arena, who said that in this battle, 5 players will form a team and go against the opposing team one-on-one. The player who wins will be able to fight the next opponent. T-Gang adjusted his glove, hearing the commentator's words that he has low health points, and it is unclear whether he will be able to participate in the next battle. Suddenly the commentator exclaimed that the guy continues without replacement, because this rookie's confidence is as aggressive as his fighting style. The crowd started screaming again. The announcer announced the continuation of the fight and wondered who the elites would send to the battlefield. Junhyun came out with a weapon in his hands. The announcer said that he was number 11 in Korea, a monk with the ability to self-heal as well as a huge reserve of health and defense. The young man looked at him sternly, preparing for a fight. The man beckoned him with his finger and with an evil smile asked if he wanted to dance, because he could just try to attack him, but the guy was greatly overestimating himself if he thought he could hurt him. After 10 minutes, the young man lifted his opponents into the air with one blow. The man looked at him in confusion and thought that the boy had predicted all his skills. Taking a stance, the young man thought that he was wondering how to break through his endless heal, but everything turned out to be easier than he thought. Having schematically imagined the enemy's healing, he thought that when he healed himself, the skill was not applied to him, because self-healing occurs due to the calculation of the position and area of effective healing magic. Then he imagined his attack and added that before the spell works, there is a small delay, about 1/10 of a second. The young man imagined how he stood up under the influence of Aga and noted that if right before this moment he managed to push the healer away and stand in the place of the spell, then he could heal himself. Lost in his thoughts, the hero thought that the guy was able to do this thanks to amazing dexterity and insight. T-Gang needed his hand and thought that thanks to this, he restored a lot of health points. Enthusiastic cries were heard throughout the stadium that now everyone understood how to kill a cockroach. However, it is easier said than done, but still incredible. The man pulled his hand to the side, clenched his teeth and said that he was going to die soon, then ordered the enemy to stay away from him, and began to ask for a replacement. The window that opened began to make the replacement process. The young man thought that this was a team match, so you can swap with a team member during a one-on-one fight, and there is no limit on the number of replacements. A girl appeared from the portal and said that instead of lowering the enemy's health, he literally healed him, so he is a pretty useless teammate. When she completely entered the arena, the commentator happily exclaimed and said that this is a new recruit of the elites, after which he wondered if this was the beginning of the teamwork of the three sisters. The girl rubbed her fingers lightly, showering some dust. She blew the particles off her palm, calling them seeds of confusion. Suddenly, strange plants began to grow from the ground. All the space under the guy's feet was captured by these sprouts. The hero frowned sternly, watching what was happening, and thought that these bloodthirsty plants can reduce the enemy's health if you just step on them, and the amount of HP taken away increases with each touch. Teagang frowned in confusion. The hero noted that if the first time a person loses 0.001% health, then the second time it is 0.002%, and the third 0.003%, and although the loss of health itself is already bad enough, but that's not all. The girl watched the growing plants and thought that she had prepared everything. Suddenly, the player change window appeared in the arena again. Yunbai ran out of the portal with a weapon in her hand. The hero swung his left hand, preparing for battle. Suddenly, he stopped, feeling the weight. He lifted his foot off the ground and saw that there was a sticky spear because the whole field was covered with white juice, which slows down the speed of movement. The girl took advantage of the moment and fired an arrow from her bow. The projectile hit the fighter's shoulder. With quick movements, the young man dodged and fought off several of her arrows. The girl grinned awkwardly, surprised by his talent. Teagang prepared for a strike with his right hand. Striking the ground, he created a powerful shockwave. His attack began to burn all the plants in its path. Junyoung looked at what was happening in surprise and said that although he was able to set fire to the plants under him, the young man would set himself on fire too. The guy rushed into battle. The man called him a real battering ram. Suddenly, several flashes appeared in the air. The girl closed the distance between them and used Iron Touch. The young man immediately covered himself from her attack with a glove. Having received another blow, the young man thought that the situation was bad because he did not have much health left, and this girl was quite fast and strong. Junbai grinned contentedly. The blonde frowned worriedly and ordered the guy to retreat and switch. The hero calmly watched what was happening and thought that it would be better to leave him. The man asked him why he thought so, because the guy could die. Ijin frowned deeply and said that nothing would kill him, but if the guy was destined to die, he could die fighting, and it would be better for them if he inflicted damage on the enemy. Teagang frowned sternly, getting into a stance. The girl again struck his body a couple of times. The guy gritted his teeth, taking the damage. The commentator said in surprise that this was the same lightning-fast double blade strike, the girl's final move, and now the guy's health was 0. Smiling widely, the girl said that this was the end. The hero watched what was happening and said that the result was excellent because she passed. Small black particles scattered through the air. Suddenly, there was a boot print on the girl's stomach. The image of the fighter appeared on the screens. The commentator enthusiastically said that he could not believe it because the young man, being on the edge, repelled her attack. Using all his incredible senses and sharp mind, he was able to defeat his final opponent. The girl, looking down in surprise, wondered when he managed to do this, after which she added that he was very annoying. Suddenly, the guy's capsule opened. The tired young man came out of it, exhaling heavily. The guys enthusiastically said that he was amazing and asked how he hit it all. The young man went on stage and was shocked to see that all the spectators were shouting his name. He looked down at the guy in the hood. Beads of sweat ran down his cheek, and the guy smiled slightly. Ijin gave him a thumbs up in approval. The heroes remembered the guy attacking Hongji and thought that now there are bets with odds of 7 times, and then a team game that allows you to increase the bet to 3 times, which later gives the opportunity to increase the initial contribution by 21 times, and in his past life, the elites won. Remembering the images of the fighters, the guy thought that although the match began with promising performances, K1 lost because of Joseph and weak performances, and although they had 3 times more support, the elite received the title of the representative of Seoul, and he thinks it will be difficult to defeat them. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy also noted that if he bets on the elite and loses on purpose, he will definitely raise a lot, but since he is a member of K1, this determines the match, so he will just bet on his team. Yeonggun gritted his teeth. The guy thought that his disguise did not have much effect against the dirty field. Looking at the girl shooting at him, he thought that he had been struck by long-range attacks and had fallen tragically. Yunho frowned in surprise as he looked at the flash in front of his face, thinking that he had lost a one-on-one match against Dongbai in a magical fight and had fallen to his knees in front of her. And although the damage to the terrain had played a role, Yunbai had more variations in magical skills. He then remembered Joseph's fight and added that he had gotten stuck in some unknown hell of poison ivy and caltrop, and had then been attacked by arrows and spells, but although he had survived, that was all he could do. The trio of girls gathered together. The commentator announced that it was a triple victory for the sisters, and that the #1 ranked team in K1 and the top representatives of Korea had failed to stop them. The hero was shocked and thought that the match had become more serious than he had expected, as the odds had turned from 3 to 1 to 7 in their favor. His eyebrows rose even higher at the realization that the legendary match, which allowed you to increase your initial bet 21 times, could now increase it by a whopping 49 times. Ying looked around and said loudly that they were in a tight spot, and although he knew it was difficult, so he did not expect the guy to win, but at least asked for a draw. Suddenly, he noticed that the young man was shaking violently. The blonde was shocked, thinking that this was impossible because he was shaking as if he was scared, but he understood that it would be strange not to shake in such a situation. The hero clenched his fist in the fabric of his clothes and thought again about your stunning news. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he thought about the fact that this was an unprecedented case in the history of betting, and this was reflected in the lack of a healer in K1. Suddenly, the man snapped him out of his trance by asking if he was okay. The boy replied that he was fine and that he was heading to the arena now, after which he thought that no one would bet on K1 to increase the bet by 7 times, since they almost lost, but at least one such person definitely exists. As he walked up the stairs, the boy decided that this was because he was sure to win at any cost. People watched him with skepticism, wondering who he was since they were seeing him for the first time, but the team was giving a chance to a newbie since they were going to lose anyway. The boy paused for a second, then raised his head. He slightly narrowed his eyes and thought about how much he missed this feeling: the blinding spotlights, the fireworks and dry ice, the smell of gunpowder, dust, sweat, glue and Clorox. The stream of shining particles quickly scattered through the air. The hero noticed that the feeling of all this was overflowing his heart, and it finally began. Suddenly, a young man dressed in scarlet armor appeared in the arena. He silently looked around. One of the sisters frowned and thought about what was making her angry, and then wondered if she had met him, although she did not care. She opened her palm again and blew the seeds of leaves and plant seeds around the boy's body from all sides. Sprouts immediately began to break through at his feet. The girl put out her staff, used her abilities, and said that since he was the last, she would finish him off with an explosion of shock. A powerful discharge of lightning struck straight at the hero, incinerating everything at his feet. The young man did not utter a sound, being under the oppression of her attack. The discharges of electricity reached his heart. Suddenly, the magic of lightning caught up with the girl herself. She looked at what was happening in surprise, not understanding how the energy was reflected. Suddenly, lightning bolts struck her in the surrounding area. Yunbai watched in horror as her sister was being treated. The boy emerged from the flames and smoke. The girl wondered how he could reflect it, since he should have been paralyzed by the blow, and the plants should have slowed him down. The hero grinned smugly and decided that she was right, but now he is in the dead water equipment. Schematically imagining the cut of the armor on himself, he thought that the Mattingwing armor also has a special skill for disguising the player's equipment, and thus he is a fighter with dead water items. The girl's body literally incinerated and scattered through the air. The system reported that the mask turned red, and the boy received 1 pack of serial murder. Sternly looking at his opponents, the boy called the next girl. Yunbai immediately pulled back her bowstring and said that she would finish him off with 1 hit since he only had 1 health point left. The guy immediately swung his right hand and used Tigang's impersonation. Tigang watched in shock as he was copied. The hero hit the ground, creating a powerful explosion. The girl released her projectile and asked him if he thought his sparks could stop her arrows. The arrow flew at incredible speed and blew smoke to the sides. The girl suddenly noticed that the guy was nowhere to be found, after which she wondered where he had gone. Suddenly, she noticed that the young man had risen high into the sky above her head. The hero hung upside down in the air for a moment. Yunbai pulled back her bowstring again and said that although she did not know how he had risen up there, he had simply become the perfect target. Several arrows were quickly heading his way. Suddenly, with a supersonic clap, the young man changed his trajectory and dodged, surprising his opponent. The girl frowned in confusion and said that she thought he had no means of flight. Tigang smiled happily and said that he realized that the boy was using the heat from his boots to propel himself through the air. Suddenly, he remembered Ijin's past battles and said that it was incredible. The young man was pushing off the air at incredible speed, dodging arrows. In a matter of seconds, he approached the archer. Junbai looked at her sister in fear and ordered her to retreat and change. The boy swung his right hand and said that it was too late, Vidya should have run instead of shooting from his bow. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered in the arena. Streams of wind carried smoke and dust to the sides. People watched what was happening in shock. Ian was shocked and froze in place. He clenched his fist from nerves. Suddenly raising his hands, the man shouted joyfully and said that the guy was truly amazing. The image of the hero was shown on the screen. People could not understand what it was, and whether it was even possible to control your boots like that. But this is the best performance of the day we want, and it is unclear where this player came from. The young man continued to stand on one knee, bowing his head. The commentator said that he could not believe it, because this is an incredible turn of events. 2 central players of the elite defeated in the blink of an eye from the moment the Dark Knight of K1 arrived. Streams of hot air blew on the guy's armor. The commentator noted that once again it was impossible to predict the outcome of this match. On a sunny day a week before the competition, the words of a man were heard from their mansion that the sisters were a real problem. The blonde raised his hand and added that they synchronized their attacks, constantly changing, and their fighting style was a work of art. So Joseph would have to deal with Jahello, so he was an ace in the hole, but he still didn't know who to put against the sisters, and this worried him. The hero took the paper in his hand and thought about the fact that he hadn't seen the sisters for a long time. Looking closely at their photos, he noticed that after resigning, they immediately took the university entrance exams right after they announced that they were returning to high school. Suddenly, his voice rang out throughout the room. The guy turned to the principal. Looking at him sternly, he said that if he defeated them, he wanted $10,000 for each, and then asked if the man could arrange it. The blonde was speechless from what he heard and tried to ask him about how he would do it. After a second of silence, he thought about his offer. The guy looked at him carefully and thought that the amount equivalent to a salary of millions was about the best offer a professional player could get, and of course, it depended on how many games he played and how many of them he won. The blonde suddenly giggled and said that the guy was talking about it so confidently as if he could actually do it. Looking up at the young man, he asked if he was really a newbie. Smiling widely, the guy closed his eyes and confirmed his words, then asked about who else he could be and thought that everything was right, because he was a newbie playing for only a year, and this is because he is a well-worn constellation thanks to 15 years of his past life. The man leaned his elbows on the table, agreed with his proposal, and said that he would watch how the guy showed himself in the match, and then inform the authorities that they agreed to $10,000 for the victory, because they could be persuaded if the results were good, but the guy must understand that the results must be excellent. The man returned from his memories and looked at the powerful explosion that thundered in the arena. People watched what was happening in silent shock. The blonde clenched his fists joyfully, looking at the screens. The guy straightened his back, being in the epicenter of the explosion. He took a proud stance and looked ahead, calling the next opponent. The arena was filled with excited screams. People were saying that it was unbelievable and wondering where this player came from. The screen showed an image of the guy. The audience said that it was amazing because he took them out in just a few seconds. Junhyung stepped forward and said with a smile that the opponent was not that bad for someone from the lower league. The man stood on a small platform and said that he thought the guy was so arrogant because of his damage, but he would show him what a real wall looks like. The people were surprised that the cockroach came back and was not dead yet. The man smiled widely and thought that this guy had 1 health point left anyway, so he could just wait for an opportunity to finish him off while dodging his attacks and healing himself. With a sly smile, the man jumped down. The guy watched him silently. Suddenly, he swung his leg, throwing a piece of sand at the opponent. Small particles hit the man in the eye, disorienting him. The man fell to the floor with a loud thud. Suddenly, the sand underneath became white hot and the man screamed, not understanding how his opponent had turned the ground into magma. The young man closed the distance between them in an instant and swung his right hand. The man thought in fear that he needed to hurry up and heal. Suddenly, loud blows were heard throughout the arena. One of the allies nervously trembled, watching what was happening, and said that he had to experience it to understand. The hero looked over his shoulder and called the next opponent. The girl climbed up to the same dais and looked at him. She watched the hero with an unperturbed expression. Noticing her, the young man said that this was finally the last of the 4 elite brothers and sisters. The girl was very outraged by these words. She smiled confidently, took off and said that she thought that everything turned out the way it did and she didn't like this atmosphere either, so she would defeat him with the same firepower. She pushed off from the platform with incredible speed. She approached him with a smirk, saying that this was a one-on-one fight. The boy swung his right hand, preparing for her attack. Suddenly, she was behind him when he struck. Quickly looking back, the boy thought that as he expected, she was very fast. The girl swung her blade in front of his face. With a smug grin, she mockingly expressed surprise that he dodged it and praised his reaction. Approaching again, she used the crossblade skill and said that he should try to dodge this too. The blonde was terrified and said that after one strike, everything would be over, so he should dodge it. The 2 blades were rapidly approaching his body while the boy stood still. Suddenly, with small but quick movements, the boy dodged. The girl frowned tensely, surprised by this. The boys watched what was happening. The director said that he thought the boy's body trembled a little, but it turned out that he dodged it. The boy frowned with a smile and said that he had seen enough of her attacks in his past life, especially her main attack, the cross blade, a skill that cuts off the heads of players just like the better. He imagined Junbai on 2 different sides and thought that although this skill is called a cross blade, upon closer inspection it is clear that these are 2 swings in different directions, because it is impossible for 2 blades to cut the air along the same axis at the same time, and although it may seem that both of her hands are moving together, her right hand starts moving a little earlier. He then sketched out the dodge method and decided that it was quite easy to dodge, as he had to follow the rhythm and tilt his body left and then right, but from her angle it would seem like he was pierced through by the attack. The boy returned from her attack, leaving behind only an image. Junbai quickly turned to face him, thinking about him dodging her attacks like a jellyfish. She frowned in annoyance and decided that although she didn't know how he was dodging it, her attacks were useless, and she thought she would have to use her next move. And although she didn't want to use it because of the recoil damage, this guy had dodged most of her attacks. Iijin once again dodged her blade's direct attack. He leaned to the side and turned to face his opponent. Suddenly, the hero noticed a surprise attack coming. One of his allies frowned in surprise, noticing the attack right in front of him. The girl aimed her blade straight at the guy's neck, noting that the lunge was immediately followed by another attack. She smirked contentedly, anticipating victory. Suddenly, a metallic screech was heard throughout the arena. The young man put his hand forward and stopped her sword with his blade. He slightly lowered his head and said that he had been waiting for this moment, because dodging, defending, and finishing, this is a complete counter to her cross blade. Suddenly, he waved his hand, splitting her blade into pieces, and thought that the scenario in which the three sisters would achieve triumph was impossible while he was in this place. The hero frowned tensely and thought that in any case, their lives would only improve after retirement, so she should hurry up and prepare for the exams. He looked at her sternly and decided that this stage was now his. With a powerful kick, he threw the girl aside. The girl's body flew several meters, forming a trench. A huge amount of smoke and dust rose into the air. The young man remained standing proudly in the middle of the arena, calling the next one again. Suddenly he raised his head, realizing that there was no one left. The system reported that the mask turned red, and he received one serial kill. After a short time, the hero's capsule opened. His mask appeared from under the lid. The young man looked out with a surprised face. Joyful exclamations and shouts were heard throughout the arena, greeting him. The screens began to show moments of his battle. The commentator said that this was a monster kill and a perfect battle. Again showing the moment of the lightning strike, the commentator said that although at the very beginning Tegan killed his opponent, such a game is still a counteraction to all murders. Again showing the guy's battle, the commentator noted that after the performance in this match, worthy of his name, the stadium was filled with approving exclamations of the crowd. The boys and the director rejoiced at their team's victory, while people shouted that it was amazing. The hero looked around at the crowd of spectators, who shouted that one of them wanted to have children with him, and that from now on they would always trust him. He calmly closed his eyes and straightened his shoulders. The boys continued to admire the fact that he destroyed the opponents without a trace, and that it was an intense battle. The young man clenched his fist tightly as he shouted his own nickname. A cloudy evening descended over the city. The TV showed the young man's battles. Chang said that he was already tired. He and his partner entered the room and told his sister that he had collected the money. Suddenly, he noticed that she was silently staring at the screen and asked her what she was doing, just sitting there. The girl spilled soda on herself, watching the hero's battle with delight, and noted that he was simply crazy. He imagined the image of his ally and thought it was the famous T-Gang. And then the image of Joseph with a shield appeared in his mind. The young man thought that this guy was even more focused after losing the first battle, and that no team in Seoul could stand against these two. He imagined the team's logo and thought that K1 triumphantly declared their victory, and after receiving huge sponsors, they became the representative team of Seoul. The young man smiled and showed the peace sign and thought that he was able to increase his initial bet by 49 times only from the first league, and although he could not bet on himself like Madamada, he was able to bet under his real name. Remembering his past battle, he thought that since his pseudonym was not a real person, created with the guarantee of Ying's identity, he had no problem confirming his own identity and collecting the profit, so a few days after the league, he succeeded in something. A blue sports car cut through the streets of the city at high speed. The lights were on in the windows of the night city. Once outside, the guy thought that he had gone into the city. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he frowned and added that he usually went on raids, but that tonight he had a goal, because he was looking for land to open a capsule hotel. With a confident grin, he noted that it was time to make real money, because everything he had done before was to save up enough money for this, so this could be called a real start. He struck a pose and grinned, thinking that now he had enough startup capital to make his dreams of his business a reality. People from the sidelines looked at him as if he was crazy. Looking around, the guy said that if you think about it, it was Friday night, and he wondered why there were so many people around. The two friends smiled happily while fighting with each other. A couple in love sat on a bench, leaning on each other. A young DJ stood at the console and controlled the music. Looking up at the sky, the guy thought that this was not really his taste, and then wondered if it was because he had become older inside. Remembering his past, the guy thought that he had spent 20 years playing without a particular hobby or talent, and such a crowded, colorful street had nothing in common with him. Exhaling heavily, the young man said that he did not regret anything, because a great man once said that if there is something to brag about, then there is nothing to envy. The hero immediately remembered his past battle with the sisters. In his imagination, a moment arose when he left the capsule to joyful cries. Clenching his fist, he grinned and decided that he preferred to endlessly strive for the top, because the exciting race in which a person achieves success by fighting is the only moment when he feels alive. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He fixed his gaze on a girl in bright pink clothes. Da-hyu, like him, was walking down the street. He quickly hid behind a pole and thought that it was really a Friday night, because meeting her in such a place was quite surprising, after which he wondered who she was trying to kill with such an ominous look. Watching her carefully, the guy remembered how she wrote to the account and nickname a couple of days ago, although he did not read the letter because he was scared. The hero immediately took out his phone and entered the dialogue. A message from the girl appeared on the phone screen, who said that his name was on everyone's lips. He had a lot of messages in the chat with her where the girl was saying that she liked all of his videos, and in fact, she wrote to him because she had a small request, which was that she wanted to know if he could take out a player for her guild, because there was someone she really wanted to kill, and she knew that he was the only one who could do it. The boy said that she reeked of business. Raising one eyebrow, he looked at his screen. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. The girl was walking down the street, annoyed, talking about how damn hard it was to drink on a dare because she wanted to show how much she could drink. She was wondering why the bar she usually went to was so crowded, but she forgot that it was Friday night. Frowning sadly, she thought about what she was doing outside at night. Suddenly remembering her battles, the girl thought that half a year ago, when she felt uncomfortable with something like this in a nightclub, she realized that such things really weren't for her because she preferred games filled with monsters and bloody raids. She stopped, exhaled heavily, and thought about the fact that she could be in a dungeon, but now she'd better go to the supermarket instead of a bar when her phone suddenly vibrated. The girl stopped her thoughts, paying attention to it. She took out her smartphone and said that she was sure that she had turned off social media notifications because there were too many of them, although she had turned them on for some accounts. Da-hyu raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw something on the screen. In the dialogue with Madingwing, she saw a message agreeing to her request. The streets became a little quieter. A bright red car stopped at one of the buildings. The girl threw off her coat and wondered why the young man answered her only now. Holding her phone in her hand, she said that she sent him a message just in case, but she really didn't expect a professional gambler to accept a hit job. She smiled awkwardly and wondered if she should take this chance. After a while, she texted him that she was really glad he decided to answer her request and where they should meet, then thought that since this was all online, they could arrange it over Messenger, but it would be rash to arrange it online, so it would be better to meet in person. She received a text from a guy saying that they would meet on the street. The girl was surprised and wondered where exactly. She gritted her teeth angrily and wondered if he lived everywhere, and noticed that it was starting to piss her off. After asking him when he would be free, she received a reply that they would see each other now and thought that he had gone crazy and that he was very impatient. After a while, she wrote to him and asked where she could wait for him, because now was quite convenient because she was already outside anyway. But suddenly she received a message that he was behind her and interrupted her words about how guys who play games well are, in most cases, not very well-mannered. This message angered her even more. Looking up in the mirror, she said that he probably wants to try it on, because he can't be some kind of superhero to be behind her. Suddenly, she choked, seeing him in the rearview mirror. The guy silently watched her. The girl wondered who this psycho was. After a while, he sat down next to her in the passenger seat and silence hung between them. Suddenly, this very silence was broken by her voice. She smiled awkwardly, turned to him and asked if he had gone out into the street like that, because she didn't think he was going to the club, because if he had wanted to go there, all the girls would have run out in horror. The young man looked up and agreed with her. Looking ahead, he thought that now that he thought about it, he realized that they hadn't spent time together for a long time, because in his past life he had followed her everywhere, but they had never traveled together like that. The girl shrugged her shoulders and asked how he had gotten there. Had he taken a taxi or had he parked nearby, and he replied that he didn't have a car and that he walked. The girl noticed that he was brimming with pride, to which he asked if he should be embarrassed. The girl replied that he shouldn't be, because most guys would be embarrassed if a girl had a car. The hero slightly moved away from the back of the seat and said that she was his client, not the girl. The interlocutor noticed that he reasoned like a professional. Smiling a little, she asked if it was okay for a professional to commit a contract killing because of her. Without looking up, the guy answered that it was not only because of her request, because he knew who needed to be killed, because it was stagnant water. Iijin crossed his arms over his chest and added that he was an incredibly strong person. The girl clenched her teeth, clicked her tongue and scared the guy, saying that it was true that he had skills, although he was also a psycho, an exhibitionist and a suicide. The boy twitched slightly. The girl turned to him with a smile, hearing the words that he would like to fight him, even without her request. She asked if he wanted to do it in order to see who is stronger, and if it is a matter of his honor for the first place in the ranking. The boy replied that it can be called that. The girl grinned slyly and said that then it is even better because she thinks she will be able to arrange a great fight for them. And it will be better for them because it will be a big event and he will also get a lot of money from views and donations. The guy turned his gaze to her and thought that she probably plans to make content from the Battle of Madingwang and Stagnant Water. In the family I am there is a death match between two celebrities. It is quite exciting, so she definitely has a unique brain. Da-hyu smiled widely, put her hand in front of her and said that she would also set up comments from her guild for advertising and make it an even bigger event, but it would all be for free. The boy asked her about why she was doing all this. This question surprised her. Ijin thought that if you take into account the price for killing stagnant water and hiring people for comments, donations, advertising and so on, he was getting quite a large chunk of profit, and he wondered if she really planned to do all this without unnecessary noise. The girl closed her eyes, leaned back and said that she knew what he was thinking. It was normal to be suspicious of her, but something was wrong. He gritted his teeth angrily. She looked back at him and said that she was absolutely serious because she wanted to finish off this man at any cost. Throwing up her arms, she burst into a scream and said that she couldn't even sleep because of the thoughts about him, and if you add to that all the money he stole and the number of times she died, she could probably buy an entire building by now. And if the stress she got from him could be turned into money, she could buy all the land, and she couldn't even go on raids with the thought that he could stand in the corner at any moment and defend himself with only one chair, but not die. The young man watched in horror as she madly spoke about how she should and must kill him, because he should be sentenced to death and banned from the game, because she wanted to play without him for at least one day. Raising an eyebrow, the guy thought that if anyone heard this, they would probably think that he was her stalker. The guy suddenly remembered their fight with the girl and thought that although it was true that he killed her many times, but only because she stood in his way, so he just acted according to his plans, and therefore, her losses are the result of her own actions. The girl tried to catch her breath, while the guy thought about it, that everything that happened in his past life was his mistake, and he did not plan to take responsibility. Suddenly, she looked back at him and awkwardly said that she got a little carried away. After which she apologized. The guy replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because she had the right to do this, and that she should be angry. The girl smiled awkwardly with her arms crossed and said that she wanted revenge, but she wasn't good enough to deal with him, so she couldn't do anything, but she was sure that she could beat him in real life, but she didn't know his address and all she could do was just leave angry comments on his streams. The guy was surprised that all she could do was leave 3021 angry comments. Touching her head, she also apologized for continuing to show her aggressive side on their first meeting. The guy replied that she could just pay him well, to which she replied yes. Looking away, the girl said that she felt better because of him because she hadn't been able to talk to anyone until now, so she was grateful that he listened to her. Slightly pursing her lip, she noted that she wanted to talk about it because since he was going to kill him anyway, she had an idea. She looked at him with a slight smile and offered to do it on behalf of her guild. Da-hyu approached him with her shoulder. The boy looked back at her and thought that it was impossible for her to miss the opportunity to profit, because he wondered where she got so much enthusiasm from. But now he understood what she had in mind. If he joined her guild, they could gain great popularity and power at the same time. Looking at her satisfied smile, the boy thought about the fact that his nickname itself was an advertising billboard, but the range of his skills would be of great help to her in a large-scale guild war, so this year was nothing compared to the price she would pay for him to join. He quickly stopped her pressure by saying that he did not like being in a pack. The girl replied that it may depend on who was in that pack. With a slight movement, she touched his leg. Getting as close to him as possible, she asked him something about what he would say about her proposal and whether he wanted to discuss it over ramen. Ijin looked back at her and said something about ramen. Da-hyu stopped in surprise, looking at him. The guy looked her in the eyes and gave her a lecture about how ramen accumulates saturated fat in the blood and also has too many chemical seasonings, and not enough proteins, minerals, and vitamins, and also has a lot of phosphorus, so it depletes calcium reserves, and the amount of sodium is especially beyond her imagination, but a player's diet is very important for him to last a long time in the ranks. Lowering his head, he left her in confusion and thought that a 20-year-old girl did not attract him, because she was 15 years younger than him, after which he said that on this note, he would end their conversation and leave. He quickly took out a napkin and thought that compared to the 35-year-old Da-hyu he was crazy about, she was still too young and naive. He opened the ashtray and saw some trash, thinking that her greed and temperament now resembled the behavior of a cute little sister. The girl suddenly came out of her trance and noticed something. The guy collected the trash in a bag. The girl jumped up and asked him to leave it because she could throw it away herself. He stopped and looked down at the object in his hand, thinking that 10 years ago, he once sat in the passenger seat of her car and the girl acted like she was looking after her, a fool, and tried to look better. And then he remembered how he opened the glove compartment in the same way, and thought about how one rainy night at the end of their date, which he got for donating on her stream, he painstakingly cleaned out the trash in her car. Then he imagined how he held the bag in front of her with an awkward smile, and thought that he did it because there was nothing else he could do for her, and the girl kept saying that he shouldn't do this, but he was happy even doing it. And although he could not get into her car anymore, he developed a habit of always taking the trash out of the car to make sure that he would not forget to do it if he was in her car again. And he got so used to it that he did it even in a taxi. Closing his eyes, the guy exhaled heavily and thought that he really was a fool, and that his habits can be really scary. However, these should not be called habits, but a slave's mindset, after which he said that he would throw it away on the way. The door closed and the girl was left sitting alone. Looking back at the passenger seat, she wondered what was wrong with him and why he was picking up other people's trash. But it was so natural, like he was practicing or something. Something caught her attention. She noticed that the ashtray was sparkling clean. Iyajin walked down the street silently and thought about what he later learned from her, that she was touched for the first time because he was the first one to pick up her ashes, which were too dirty for her cool car. Suddenly, it started to rain, but the guy continued to think about what she said, that it was like demonstrating her inner self too. Da-hyu touched her chest, not understanding what was happening. The guy thought that now he would never know if it was true. She lowered her hand, looked back at the passenger seat and thought that she didn't even drink, but something strange was happening to her heart. A question was heard, "Who is he?" to which someone answered that his name is Madong Wang, after which the first one said, "Oh, a newbie in the professional league. Those were great matches." Against the background of the blue abyss, the player said that enough foreplay, he is finished. The brunette looked at his opponent angrily. Then he picked his ear, smiled and asked what, is he going to kill him? The monster answered indifferently, yes, after which the red-eyed one, still smiling, continued to ask that he was crazy, to which he answered that he does not want to hear such things from an exhibitionist psychopath, and the guy asked another question, why would he kill an innocent person? Madong Wang extended his hand and answered to find out who is really stronger. The protagonist jumped. Hanging in the air, he sarcastically asked if a professional player can kill ordinary players. Iron Man looked at him and answered that his contract does not prohibit it. Suddenly the guy dodged the enemy's blow. Then he extended his hand with a weapon. His foot ended up on the enemy's face. Then he pushed off him, jumped up and said that the man who single-handedly beat the elite was trying to kill him. The main character frowned and shouted that it was an honor for him, of course, but that did not mean that he would let him finish him off. He hovered above the opponent's head. Someone was looking at a tablet and saying, "Holy shit, Madong Wang is fighting that nudist, live on air." The guys were having a conversation when one of them asked what map, to which the second replied that he said he didn't want to be distracted, so he didn't know. His map, mini-map and even landmarks are all hidden. The brunette grabbed the tablet, opened his mouth wide and said, "Bro, this is really dead water. The voice is identical. This will be legendary," then said to wait. Looking at the fight, the young man said that they were both incredible. The players continued the battle. The monster flew up while the guy was below. Suddenly the red-eyed guy looked up and screamed. People were looking at the monitor when one of them asked, Madong Wang won, dead water just got carried away, and the stream stopped. What happened? Someone looked at the dead water page and said that he posted a video. Let's take a look. The brunette opened his mouth wide and screamed that they already sent the link, to which the second one screamed to turn it on. The protagonist sadly said that he died from some weirdo. Then he clenched his fist, gritted his teeth and continued that he was sorry, but today's stream ended because of a death penalty. He will be back tomorrow at the same time. His hand was tense. The girl happily jumped up and screamed, "This idiot finally lost. She loves Madong Wang." Tears of happiness appeared in her eyes as she continued to say that she could now sleep peacefully and not tear her hair out. When the brunette's voice was heard, that everyone knew that he could not tolerate losing, he was taking a rematch. Then he raised his index finger, smiled maliciously and added that he would behead him tomorrow at the same time and invited everyone. A notification came in on how to expose Madong Wang. Many comments began to come in. Information about the dead appeared. The red-haired girl angrily tapped the keyboard and screamed, "What kind of nonsense is this? How can a professional like Madong Wang lose to a naked pervert? He just uses it as a bite for donations." The blue-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and said that she should be the one making a ton of money just so he doesn't lose. She will give him the best stuff. When her brother appeared behind her and said that that's enough, she donated a lot to him a couple of minutes ago. after which she turned around and asked if it was weird to support her favorite streamer, to which he angrily screamed that she was spending too much. They weren't Madong Wang's fan club here, at least she knew how much she had thrown at him last time. Suddenly, right before the match, thanks were given to Painkiller for the donation, after which the girl enthusiastically shouted that he called her nickname, and the guy, looking at her, thought that judging by how much she donated, what kind of creature would not call her nickname after that? Then the blue-eyed guy looked away and said that she had already seen how the naked pervert died. It was over. Who cares if Madong Wang dies or not? The sister looked at the guy with her big eyes and asked, really? Suddenly she went into her thoughts and thought that this was an incomprehensible feeling to her. In the building sat a brunette who thought that Madong Wang and Deadwater must be the same person. After that league, he had only met him a couple of times. Then he looked at the screen and continued the thought that, then, who is Madong Wang? He remembered what happened 6 months ago. There was a battle. The protagonist was fending off the blows, after which he narrowed his eyes, looked ahead and told the worthless mammoths, who had no drop, to step aside. Then he turned his head and said that he had some business with the guy behind the blue people. The monsters looked at him strangely. A double hero of unknown rank appeared. The protagonist made a dash and said that there were 3 of them. It was said that if he saw 3 at once, then he would be finished. Then he went to one of the rivals and said that he would check if the rumors were true. Suddenly, the enemy swung. The protagonist wounded one of them with his weapon, after which a second one appeared behind him. The guy turned around abruptly. Then he looked seriously at the enemy and asked if he really thought he could attack him. Since he copied him 33.3%, it seemed he was trying to think, but he failed. The brunette began to attack and asked, "They don't have such a thing as a brain." The doubles looked at him. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The protagonist stopped and asked, did he kill them all in one go? If they copied him, then he is really weak. The blue people were approaching. When the guy looked ahead and thought, is approaching, he was waiting for it. A blue monster rose in front of him. When the brunette continued the thought that this was a double of the Kaiser. A serial killer of unknown rank opened his mouth. The protagonist turned into Madong Wang. He had a full set of skills. The blue creature opened its mouth and tensed its hand, after which it became iron. The opponent was turning into a copy of the hero. Then his transformation ended and he rose to his full height. He looked forward predatorily. The original player looked at the copy and asked, just exactly copied, what was inside. Then he began to take off his helmet. The red-eyed man smiled sarcastically and said that now they will check which of them is more beautiful. The opponent grabbed his helmet, after which he took off the lower part. Under it was hidden blue slime. The blue man in the hero's body extended his hand and threw the mask and it flew down. The protagonist, eyes wide open, looked at it. Then he reached for the falling mask and shouted, "Great, caught it." The opponent began to attack. He struck the ground when the protagonist shouted, "Wow." The guy in flight looked up seriously. Then he raised his head and saw that the opponent was above him. When he said what for, suddenly he jumped and asked why he was so fast. The monster landed on the ground and abruptly extended his claw. The brunette flew away in fear. His eyes were burning when he said, "What an attack, so much strength, just amazing physical shape." So this is how he looks in the eyes of the opponent. Then he concentrated his strength in his hand and said that he would like to fight himself once. A large snake appeared above his head when he said that today he is not here for this. After which he saddled the beast, rushed forward, saying that he had received the item he needed. The guy frowned, smiled maliciously and, holding the mask in his hand, said that with this item, the preparation for Madong Wang's debut was perfect. He looked at his copy and told him to wait for him, and he would return. The opponent's face was evil. The protagonist narrated that he had 2 reasons for coming to Dorian Gray's forest that day. First, in order to obtain the necessary inventory for his debut as a professional, the Rogue's Mask. With the help of an item that is made from the skin of the monarch's double face, you can get rid of monsters using a method that not everyone will know about even after 15 years. He said that the second reason was the creation of this monster. It is quite difficult to detect the doppelganger monarch as the hidden boss of the Forest of Dogs. If there is a suspicion that Deadwater and Madong Wang are the same player, killing this monster with Deadwater will remove all suspicions. Deadwater is his game feature and the monster is a world star. Then he frowned and said that he would like to see them fight. Anyway, it will be an interesting fight. This scenario he came up with about half a year ago. And now the present. Smoke was floating in the forest. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he never thought that he would come for Yu. He did not expect it at all. He looked to the side and asked how the Iron Man was doing. The monster stood with his head down. The guy looked at the virtual settings and said that he only turns on voice change when he plays with Madong Wang. Great. Then the protagonist proudly raised his head and said that now it's his turn, he came to kill him. The opponent opened his mouth and said that they met again. Since he lost yesterday, he plans to win today. The brunette frowned and replied that he was very strong, so he, of course, was not 100% sure of victory, but he wanted to try, to which he heard from the opponent in response that he was also strong. He admitted it. The protagonist thanked him and said that he respected him, to which he responded, mutually, and the guy continued to thank him for appreciating him. Although everyone called him a pervert, he replied that geniuses think alike. People looked at the monitor in surprise. The brunette brought the screen closer to his face. The girl also watched the computer screen. The guys were perplexed. The man sneezed and said that he would die here. Oh, Jin is just something. The protagonist smiled and said that they would start. Today would not be easy. The opponent, looking at the guy, replied that he had never lost. Then he put out a claw and told him to attack. The monster used a special skill of the claw of the ghost ant whirlwind. The red-eyed man looked up and asked, was he serious from the start? Absurd. The brunette concentrated his power in his fist. Then, in response, he launched his power. People watching this shouted that the whirlwind at the same time as the summoning of the sea serpent was incredible. A beast appeared. The protagonist jumped above the opponent. Lightning emanated from the opponent's hand. An explosion occurred between them. The protagonist frowned and asked, it seems he has become stronger, has increased his level. Lightning scattered across the guy's body. Then he launched a special skill, the heart of an immoral person, vice. The fog spread through the forest. The protagonist said that he came to kill him. The monster replied that they met again and asked if he could win today. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist said that the monster was very strong, so he was not 100% sure of victory, but he wanted to try. Today would not be easy. The monster replied that he had no defeats on his account and offered to attack. Iijin jumped on him from above. The entire space was engulfed in fire. It was blazing brightly. The opponents flew in different directions. The monster began to attack. He struck one after another, but the protagonist dodged them all. Then he grinned and asked if his claws were heavy and if his hands hurt from frequent use. The monster began to form a whirlwind in his hand and replied that when calling a whirlwind, his hands go numb for 0.02 of a second, and now he was going to strike with his right hand. The brunette looked at him and decided that now was the time to use the earthquake skill. The ground under his feet began to break into pieces. The opponent's hands rose into the air, stones flew in different directions. People looked at this in surprise, arguing that 40 minutes had already passed, and they were still continuing. Besides, no one had struck a strong blow. The guys, looking at the monitor, said that the battlefield had turned to ashes. It was not even clear what happened before the regeneration. Iijin put his hand in front of him, heading towards the monster. Then he clenched his fingers. The monster didn't understand what happened, but blood splashes appeared. The special skill of the King of Darkness is blood predators. The whole battlefield was covered in blood, and the brunette asked how it felt. Did it feel like his blood was being sucked out? He grinned and said that even if his blood was poison, he still had this skill. He took out his weapon and suggested that they wrap it up. The monster perked up. Then he hit the ground with his hand. Sparks rained down from there, and the opponents found themselves on small islands flying in the air. The protagonist asked if he was running away. He raised his leg up to strike. The monster looked at him in surprise. The protagonist grinned and said that he had just made a massive attack and he did not have the strength to jump. He would just fall into his own magma and melt. The monster looked at him silently. Then he bent down, preparing to jump. He glared at the protagonist and said that he would definitely come back. Iijin stared at him in amazement. The guys silently looked at the monitor. Everyone else also stared at their screens. When the shock wore off, they were surprised by the monster's real voice. Because it was so low, he always turned on the voice changer, hiding such a powerful voice. There was still fire around the main character, and he did not understand what he was doing, what kind of line it was, and what he could say. Then he straightened up and said that he dies so beautifully. He wondered when he plays this character. He is so cool. In any case, he will need to go back and get rid of him again. And so the broadcast ended. As expected, the aftermath was incredible. The second battle between Deadwater and Madamada, the victory of Deadwater. Ashes of the body through the air. The brunette grinned and said, in the end with this fight, 1 victory and 1 defeat against Madamada. Dahyu spread her hands and tears rolled from her eyes. She screamed that this is not right. She stared at the monitor and said that Deadwater was a pervert and a piece of trash. She would never forgive him for killing Madamada. There was a monster on the screen and her brother asked her to calm down, to which she hysterically replied that she couldn't calm down. She blew her nose loudly into the napkin that Chang gave her. Then she wiped her entire face. She raised her head and said that this was not right. Chang asked her again in surprise. The girl clenched her fist and shouted that from now on, her guild would become Madamada's fan club. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and thought for a second that most of her guild was girls, and the guys would just listen to Dahyu. He was horrified to think that there would be no complications, but he still wondered why the fuck it was needed. But he could simply be kicked out for resisting, so he would have no choice but to quietly argue. He asked his sister what she planned to do next. The girl clenched her fist and said it was obvious. She gritted her teeth and said she would kill Deadwater and avenge this defeat. She frowned and said that for Madonwan's sake she would kill dead water and he could be considered a corpse. Iajin smiled widely and said that he had hit the jackpot. Money from sponsors was coming in from both sides in the midst of a stock rally. He scrolled through the comments enthusiastically. Then he looked at the TV and said that a video of the raid on the King of Darkness had been uploaded. They needed to add fuel to the fire. Then he grinned evilly and said that views were increasing at a tremendous rate, subscriptions were also growing incredibly, and soon Deadwater's channel would have over 1 million subscribers. Many were impressed by the monster's last words, especially the female fans were jubilant. They fell in love with him because of his voice, and many began to hate Deadwater and brand him a scoundrel. The girls already thought he was a pervert, and now they disliked him even more, although the guys sent him thoughts of support. He stared at the monitor, then he shook his head and said that in any case, he plays for 2. Then he turned around and looked at his phone, which he turned off because it overheated due to a large number of friend requests. The protagonist poked his finger at the screen, and the phone began to explode from a large number of notifications. The guy jumped aside, asking how many had already arrived. He picked up the phone and thought that he was trying to accept all friend requests, but soon they would increase the limit to 5,000, then he would either only accept subscriptions or create another account. He carefully looked through all the messages, but one managed to rivet his attention. He saw a message from a former classmate from middle school, and then another. He did not understand what was happening. Then he saw an invitation to a class reunion. He stared at the phone and said that he was an outcast. Why is everyone pretending to be his friends now? He looked thoughtfully at the phone screen and read that everyone wanted to see him at the class reunion. The girl was holding a paper in her hands. She loudly asked if anyone wanted to pass the printout to Iajin. She was too lazy to study and she dug it. Another girl looked at her and asked what it was, to which she angrily replied that it was a statement about the absence of a family, to which the girl replied that it was her responsibility because she was the class monitor. The girls began to argue. The class monitor said that she did not want to do this because he stunk. Another girl asked why she had agreed to become a class monitor at all, to which she replied that she wanted to enter a vocational school with a good character reference. The class monitor opened her mouth and shouted that they should decide on a place. The class monitor said that she would seat the class monitor next to someone who did not have a deskmate. Another girl extended her hand and said that she would pass it on. The class monitor asked again. The girl with glasses turned to her and said that she still needed to sign her name, like Rebecca from a single-parent family, and she would hand in his application at the same time. The class monitor handed her a piece of paper. The boy was lying on his desk. When his name was called, he raised his head from his desk. The girl handed him the piece of paper. Iajin suddenly jumped up with a scream. He looked around and realized that he was sitting in a car. Then she realized that he had fallen asleep and he was very tired. He wiped the drool from his face and sighed heavily. The protagonist held the phone to his ear and listened to congratulations on 1 million subscribers from the YouTube content manager. He said that at the end of the year they were holding an event in the hotel party room and they would be glad if he came. They sent an invitation to his email. The guy said that they only invite exclusive or regular streamers, to which the manager replied that he was an exception and that he would do them a great honor if he came. Only their league is a channel through which you can follow the battles while sitting in front of the monitor. One of the hosts announced that in the category of game streaming, the New Star Award was given to Iajin. He was selected among 50 nominees. He used to dream of attention from others, but you can't escape from the past outcast, and now he can't hold himself confidently while being the center of attention. He just mumbled something, ran away from the party and fell asleep while resting in the car. After he received an invitation to a class reunion, he began to dream about the past again, and it was a bad feeling. The protagonist looked to the side and said that now he understands why in comics and anime, successful heroes come to class reunions to take revenge. Outcast writers who were beaten as children, as adults, take it out in tests and scripts. He considered staring at the ceiling of the car. He remembered that the girl with glasses was called Yun Sol. Then the guy leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head and said that he was wondering if she would come to the meeting. He had something to say. There was an explosion. Ash from the explosion fell to the ground. Someone commented that he was hunting monsters of level 99 on the Ankylogius difficulty for the first time. The guy stepped aside. He stood looking at the camera, and the men began to comment on him single-handedly catching a monster of level B difficulty. The men looked at the TV, wondering what kind of inventory he had and how strong he was. The guy opened his mouth and asked if they were bored with these game broadcasts yet. Kwon Hyuk-woong scratched his ear and said that as soon as he went into arrhythmia, he immediately stopped playing. The juniors in rank cannot decide. Even in BEQ they turn on the capsule and play. So pathetic. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that since they had become adults, they had to work and save money. How long would they stick to these toys? When they got a job they would understand him. The heroes' characteristics were growing, and their personal ones were falling. It would be better if they pumped up their money in the account like their little people. The sound of a doorbell was heard. The protagonist came in the door and asked if the class reunion of Jiangxinryang Middle School was taking place there. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Two of them started shouting in unison that he had become so popular and they didn't think he would come. Hyuk-woon looked at him askance and thought that it was the outcast Eejin, and he didn't understand what had happened to everyone because he wasn't playing or watching TV. Someone started shouting that they were glad to see him and called him closer. Everyone was sitting in a cafe, and someone said that he watches all the streams and is a real fan. The protagonist looked at everyone, and they continued to flatter him, saying that they donated to him, and that their relatives would like his autograph, but at school they were awkward with each other, so they are uncomfortable. The brunette smiled and said that he was glad to see everyone. Middle school for the guys ended recently, and for him almost 20 years have passed. The former classmate said that at school he had an adult aura, and the guy remembered how she did not want to sit with him and it would be better not to go on an excursion at all. At this moment, Hyuk-woon called out to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and from the reaction of the guys, it was clear that he is pretty awesome, and asked if he joined the community. The protagonist glanced at him and thought that at school this guy was a popular bully, constantly beating him up for any reason. In the third year of middle school in the summer, Hyuk-woon punched the protagonist in the face. The girl watched this from the corner. The guy screamed that because he couldn't decide on a seat, the class president would have to sit with him. Why should others suffer because of him? And if he realized everything, he should personally write down the name of his deskmate. The guy spat blood on the ground, and Hyuk-woon continued screaming that if he didn't have friends, he should at least learn to behave accordingly. He should pass him the game to that level. He would check after school. Then he looked at him and said that he was a freak. He didn't study, he didn't play sports, why go to school at all? He was sick of such people. The protagonist looked at him with an exhausted look. Hyuk-woon grinned and asked what he was doing, studying or working. When he heard the word games in response, he asked again, and the brunette answered that he played games, wrote reviews on social networks, something like that. Hyuk-woon waved his hand and said that he hadn't changed at all during this time. Then he asked if he thought that it was time to live a normal life, to continue playing games as an adult. This is a problem. It would be better for him to get a part-time job and get paid by the hour. The protagonist just silently listened to him say that he was not rich and had not saved up money for old age. Hyuk-woon bowed his head and said that he didn't say that very well. He already had $20,000 in his account, and he, of course, was not bragging, but simply giving an example. He just didn't work normally yet. He would feel the taste of money earned with sweat and blood, and the desire to play would disappear as if by magic. Some shooters were nothing compared to the numbers in his account. Someone shouted that the protagonist was currently on TV and asked if he could turn it on. Hyuk-woon looked at him displeasedly and didn't understand anything. The host stretched out his hand and said that YouTube Korea, the Supernova 2020 New Year's Party and Awards category game streaming, the Supernova New Star Award goes to Eejin. He was selected among 50 newcomers nominees. Everyone listened in surprise to the host, who said that in his category he took first place in 2 nominations for the number of views, for record growth, and in the overall standings, he entered the top 10 in views every month. This has never happened before. Hyuk-woon spat out water in surprise. The main character smiled and thanked. Hyuk-woon looked at the TV with incomprehension, not believing his ears. The brunette smiled and said that it was really nice to watch how money accumulated in the account. Conversations were heard in the cafe. Someone said that he opened an online store, but it is not going very well. Could he say a few words about it in the stream? Various sounds were heard. The guy said meat, and someone said that he would not remain in debt. The protagonist looked at everyone. Someone said that his parents retired and opened a restaurant. Would he be able to advertise them? And how much does advertising cost him? Someone asked if it was possible to take a joint photo. The protagonist looked into his glass and thought that this was too tiring. At 36 years old, coming to a meeting of classmates who are barely in their 20s, they do not even have common topics of conversation. He completely forgot the brands of 15 years ago. He only has to nod. But much more significant is that they do not have common memories with the guys. He raised his glass and thought that he came here in vain, and said out loud that he had things to do and so he would go. He looked away in surprise. There was a girl standing there. He stared at her and realized that it was Yoon Sol and that she had also come. The girl had already approached the door and was about to open it. The protagonist remembered his thoughts in the car about her. The protagonist held up the card and apologized loudly and said that he would pay the bill. The girl went outside. She raised her head and looked up, and then straight ahead, and then she heard her name being called. She turned around and saw the guy. He was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath after running, and said that it was thank goodness they at least met. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if it was Eejin. They stood opposite each other, and the guy said, well, anyway. He broke off and fell silent, because he had no idea what to say, and they stood silently opposite each other. The guy opened his mouth and mumbled. Then he raised his hand up and awkwardly suggested that they go somewhere to talk. Sunlight was streaming into the cafe. The girl congratulated the guy on his victory. He, sipping coffee from a straw, was surprised that she knew. The girl was embarrassed and said that she did not expect one of her classmates to become a star. It was very cool. The protagonist embarrassedly asked which one of him was a star. It was Sunny, and the protagonist asked how she was doing, to which the girl replied that she was studying business at the university and was currently taking an academic leave. The guy asked if she was in her second or third year now, to which Yoon Sol smiled and replied that she was already graduating this year because she graduated from school as an external student and took many academic subjects. Yeojin said that she was great, and of course he knew that she was a good student, but he didn't think that she was that good. The girl said that she tried her best. The protagonist looked down and said that maybe she would find it strange, but he would like to thank her. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked why. The guy remembered how before the school excursion, it was not the teacher or the class monitor who handed over the documents to cover the expenses, but she. He looked down and said that no one wanted to approach him. This incident was imprinted in his memory, and so he wanted to say thank you for it. He fingered the glass in his hands. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she didn't remember it at all, and to receive gratitude for nothing was somehow even awkward, and the guy replied that it was very important to him at the time. The girl opened her mouth and apologized to Yeojin. He smiled awkwardly and asked why. The girl looked at him and said that she came to the meeting to see him, but seeing him, she couldn't start a conversation, suffered, and eventually just left. She looked at the smiling protagonist. The girl clasped her hands together and tried to say something. Then she turned to Yeojin. He looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at him and said that of course it was simply shameless, but she had a favor to ask. The cafe was filled with different sounds and sunlight, and the girl continued that her mother got sick, and because of the high costs of treatment, she moved out of the house and began to rent it out. She abruptly put her hands in front of her and said in fear that she was not going to ask for money. She pursed her lips. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought, so that's how it is. The girl was embarrassed and continued to say that she was looking for a job that could be combined with caring for her mother and started streaming, so far just a hack room. The brunette smiled and began to ask about the streams, on what platform, on what topic. The girl answered that in the beauty industry. Then she adjusted her glasses and said that she works in a cosmetics store and therefore knows a lot of things. She began to ask if he could. But at that moment, tears began to flow. The protagonist looked at her in horror. The girl began to cry with her sleeve, saying that she should not have started all this at all, a disgrace. They sat in silence for some time. But suddenly the girl jumped up from her seat and started running away, apologizing for wasting so much of his time and asking him to forget about what she said. The guy didn't understand what a waste, and the girl said that she would pay for the coffee and said goodbye. Yeojin jumped up once and grabbed her hand, stopping her. He smiled and asked if she wanted to invite him as a guest and said that he would do it without any problems, and at the same time thank her for her kindness. The girl looked at him in surprise, and the guy continued to say that it was probably hard for her to do everything alone, and if he could help, then she should let him do it. It was obvious. She probably never admitted to anyone in her entire life that she was dead tired and needed help, and now she was forced to spit on her pride, forget about her reputation, and turn to him with a request. How could he even ignore her? The next day, the city was illuminated by the bright sun. Yeojin drove up in a car. The girl ran out to him and was surprised that he brought something with him, to which the guy replied that these were the remains of the equipment for the stream, and since everything was so urgent, they could use it. The girl was surprised, saying that it was expensive and asked if he was lending it to her, to which the guy replied that he was giving it to her. The girl ran after him up the stairs saying that he didn't have to give it back, to which the main character replied that since he was helping, he should do everything at the highest level, and then, when she starts earning a lot, they would settle accounts. Yoon Sol's mother greeted them warmly, surprised that her daughter had brought home one of her friends and asked if he was her boyfriend. The girl irritably answered no, and Yeojin said hello and said that they were friends. Mom wished them a good time. She felt awkward meeting guests when everything was so messy, to which she was told that everything was fine and she could go and relax. The main character was setting up the lights and asked why the beauty industry, why not something related to school, although it was not necessary to start streaming for this. For example, she could tutor, she was a good student, to which the girl replied that she did not know how to teach. The girl smiled and said that understanding the leak and explaining to others were different things, and she would not be able to devote much time to her mother for such a job. Well, yes, even if a lecturer from a Seoul university were to give a lecture, he would not understand anything due to his stupidity, the guy thought, and finished setting up the equipment. He turned to Yoon Sol and said that this was something that could be tried. The girl replied that it was cool. She looked around and said that it looked like a streaming studio, to which the guy said that she only used a fluorescent lamp and a phone. Newbies don't think about it at all, and in fact, hack rooms are not gaining popularity precisely because of the lack of equipment. The girl, looking at the equipment, asked if this was true, to which the brunette replied that even one lamp can change the atmosphere of the broadcast and the appearance of the streamer. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked how she streamed alone. The girl replied that she just took a tester, applied it to her hand and talked about the properties. The guy asked what the reaction was from the viewers. Yoon Sol was embarrassed and replied that no one even came to her. Now about 15 people are watching. The protagonist glanced around the room and thought that there was a lot of work to do. But still, how amazing that those 15 years he spent playing the game can help others. He looked up and thought that for the first time he became a support for someone. They turned on the lights and the guy shouted that everything was ready and the guest announcement was made in advance. He showed a heart to the camera and said, "Streamer Deputy Headman feet dead water, the broadcast goes out." At the same time, clouds were swirling over the brave man's tower. Explosions were happening. Drake was shooting back at the monsters. The monster fell. A notification came about the victory over the guardian monster Gatomir on the 46th floor of Torment. The guy stood on top of him and said that as he thought, after the 30th floor it becomes more and more difficult. He wiped his sweat and sighed heavily. He grinned and said that Eugene seemed to have reached the 47th floor. This time he would definitely set a new record. Then he was surprised that he had received a notification. He read it with a thoughtful look, "Eliminate dead water." He silently stared at the screen, and then he opened his mouth and asked again. He was wondering what he was doing there. The lamps were brightly lit. Yoon Sol said that sunscreen was next. Many people don't know that sunscreen doesn't work for the first 30 minutes after applying it, so you shouldn't go outside right away. Eugene sat with his eyes closed. He raised his head up, and the girl said that you need to avoid the skin around your eyes and carefully apply the cream to your cheekbones and protruding areas of your nose. And this isn't an advertisement, and all the products are specially selected for the male audience. These are the most popular products in the last few years, and at a very reasonable price. The protagonist opened his eyes, looked at the camera and thought how he got to this point. This is not at all what he imagined. She was brushing his collarbones. The guy looked at her embarrassedly and asked, "Isn't it too much to compete with your collarbones? It looks quite sensational." The girl calmly replied that this is part of the stage makeup. You need to use dark shadows for contouring first. The guy thought that it's unlikely that these perverts are interested in looking at his torso. He remembered how the girl, looking at the laptop, said that the competition of the collarbones will definitely happen. Today's topic is men's cosmetics. The competition of the collarbones in the press is also an important makeup technique. Yoon Sol extended her hands to the guy, saying that he should show his collarbones and asked him to take off his top. People in the chat began to write that they were wrong, and that the makeup did not help him at all and that they would pay just to stop this. The main character thought that they were idiots. Someone else wrote that if you look closely, everything is not so bad. The guy said to himself, enough. He thought that it would be easier to use the back of the hand for full makeup, and if you think about it, this is the first time he has been so close to another woman. Not counting Dahyu. The girl brought the brush to her face and said that it can also be used on the neck and ears, but it is important to remember that sunscreen only works for the first 2 hours and you need to remember to reapply it. The girl looked surprised. The protagonist smiled sweetly and asked what happened. She abruptly took the headband off his head and ruffled his hair. The brunette asked what she was doing. The girl looked at him admiringly and said, "Wow." The guy reached out to fix his bangs, and the brunette said that he was so handsome with his bangs down. People in the chat began to write that he was quite handsome and that he looked much better this way. The protagonist began to abruptly comb his hair back, saying that it was terrible and that if his hair was down, it would look strange, to which the girl objected that on the contrary, it was very good and that he should walk like that. He abruptly reached out his hands to Yoon Sol's head. He took off her glasses and ruffled her hair, telling her not to hide her face either and to lift her bangs. The girl with the headband on her head looked at him innocently and said that she was shy. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. There was emptiness in his head. She looked at her, thinking that it was all a scam, and the girl, fixing her hair, said that today was a broadcast of humiliation. She also showed her real face. The comments were different. Someone wrote that she was ugly as a nuclear war, and someone that she was a beauty. The protagonist looked at the camera and said that she was such a liar and he did not even suspect that she was such a beauty. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. He asked for comments and was surprised that these people called themselves fans. Yoon Sol's mother looked in on them. She looked down and asked what was going on. Both streamers were surprised by her arrival. Eugene was an innocent victim of makeup, and Yoon Sol was poppy-colored from embarrassment. The protagonist turned away from her and tried to cover himself. The girl screamed that there was nothing wrong with that, and she should not worry, and it was just a little different from what she usually does, and her mother cannot come to her during the broadcast. People in the comments started calling Yoon Sol's mom a mother-in-law. The guy thought that these ideas should calm down. In such a warm and cozy atmosphere, the broadcast came to an end, and after that he was asked to advertise a bra, and in just 3 days, Yoon Sol gained 50,000 subscribers. Clouds floated across the sky. Yoon Sol thanked the protagonist, saying that she got a lot of viewers and her rating also immediately rose, and all this thanks to him. He smiled and said that nothing special and he just helped her realize her potential. The girl thanked him for everything and for lending money to her mother for treatment, and as soon as she receives sponsorship money and royalties for advertising, she will be able to return the entire amount. Yoon Sol smiled and said that her mother is already better. Thanks to him, she was able to be hospitalized on time. The operation also went well, so now her mother can move calmly. Lena is very grateful for everything. The girl opened her mouth and suggested to come sometime when her mother was going to cook dinner. The brunette said that he would wait for an invitation. She tries to focus on YouTube. He is sure that she will not have problems with this because she is really very capable. She has only a bright future ahead. The protagonist looked around and said that it was time for him to take care of his own life. Shortly after the merger, Drake received a message that said that the expert had reappeared. He frowned and thought that he had collected information to find the guys who had been killing him for the last few days. He heard a question from behind asking if he was an expert. He turned around. A girl was standing behind him. She looked at Eugene in surprise when he asked that he was now known by ordinary users. He adjusted his hair, asking what he could be, but did not finish because the girl asked that he would hardly refuse to be an exhibitionist. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, and she swung some strange object. A set of random colored perfumes flew right into the protagonist's face. He grabbed his nose in pain. The action of the set of random colored perfumes is activated. The character's appearance will change for the next 24 hours. Neutralization is impossible. The pink spirit turned his attention to him. The protagonist looked at his hands and screamed. The bald spirit showed interest in him. The girl, running away, screamed that it was great that this was happening and wished him death. The guy looked after her, thinking that he wanted to catch up with her right now and kill her. She did not read him any real damage, so he cannot risk energy. He looked around and realized that everything was lost. He was just going to pass through the Central Continental Beginner Village in the north, but now he would attract too much attention when they broke through the siege. He turned around when he heard his name being called. He turned around, saved his eyes, and turned to Drake. Seeing each other, the pair and they began to laugh at the fact that the two of them were pink and bald. Pan remembered that recently a girl with pink hair threw a random set of colored perfumes at him and asked where this crazy woman came from. Was she an NPC by any chance? Drake opened his mouth and asked what the hell was going on and what kind of sneak attacks were these. Who was behind this? The protagonist shook his head and said that it was a long story. He looked sideways and thought that exterminating experts was different from using ordinary users as bait to catch sandworms. This was definitely not part of his plans. Eugene stared at the monitor and began to reason that their current level could reach 20 at most, and the average equipment rating would be around C+B. In this situation, there would be only one way to close the gap, and with it, he focused on the newly created giant groups instead of the main thing, so to speak, destroying the backbone. Looking at the monitor, he thought that this was a sudden incident, a fairly high level, and some shady group. Soon he managed to find a suspicious guild. Its name was Magio. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked if this was some kind of martial arts role-playing game. He searched the internet thoroughly and found something. He looked at the splash screen from the site. The guys looked at each other silently. The protagonist lowered his head on his hand and said that what he loves is what he will destroy. This is such a fatal contradiction. He was just fighting with himself. Drake suggested not to bother because this thing only works 24 hours and suggested logging out of the system for today. The protagonist smiled and said that it was not necessary and that he had just come up with a good idea. Drake asked if he had a plan. Eugene clutched his weapon and said that there was no need to waste time and that he would show something interesting. The man raised his fist, saying that he would strike the expert with a bolt of justice for killing their king. People raised their hands, shouting that they would destroy the expert and wash away all the pain and resentment with his blood. A crowd of people shouted that they would kill him as soon as they saw him. The bald hero stood by the wall in the north of the beginner village and heard people shouting that they would kill the expert. The guy asked, so his assassination was planned for today. Eugene looked down, saying that it would not be easy to disguise himself with a pink bald head. He thought about transforming into Madamada and calmly passing through the wall, but it seemed that it would not work. To get to the northern continent, you need to go through the purification zone of the central continent. The guild whose leader is Dahu now controls the northern wall in the newbie village. The guy grinned and said, okay, then they are going according to plan. A huge snake appeared nearby. The hero said that it was time for Jormungandr. A flash appeared on the tower. The man looked at the shadow in surprise. Horror was reflected on his face. He exclaimed what it was. A black shadow soared between the people, striking them. Blood splashed. The guy fell to the ground. A scream was heard that it was an expert. The guy in the cloak was holding a knife. People were shouting that the expert had returned. It can't be two at once. The hero's eyes were glowing red. The players stood in front of him, shouting how he thought they would kill him. They ran, swinging their weapons, and shouted death wishes. A bright beam of attack pierced the air. It crossed the face in half. Iajin moved, leaving bright rays of attacks. The man looked forward in fear, saying that he had passed through the village system security. He was crazy. The girl looked forward in surprise, saying that she would not buy this potion. They did not think of putting the goods up for auction. They could not even repair it. The man asked, "What do you mean? It does not matter if every player treats them like a monster." Iajin held a knife with a smile. The girl looked back tensely. She raised her hand up, shouting that she would give her life for the guild. A bright flash appeared above the houses. The girl with blue hair stood in front of him, saying that his death was only a matter of time. Soon, if they united with the reserve, more than 2,000 players would gather here. She smirked, saying that he would end. The girl looked to the side in surprise. There were red flashes above the buildings. Words were heard that this was the southwest. The 11th security zone was asking for reinforcements. The blue-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise, listening to the words that they need people. They can't cope here either. The guy with red eyes approached her. Blood splashed. Words about the first security zone were heard. Target detected. Backup requested. Second security zone. Expert here. The guy stood in a purple glow. Words were heard that the enemy appears in the 3rd and 4th guard zones. He can't figure out which one is real. The hero attacked the man in the cloak. Words were heard. 5th security zone. Iajin stabbed the man. The wounded man held an axe. Curses were heard with a swift movement. Da-hyu turned back, asking what's going on. She swung her weapon. A trembling hand reached out, and then dripped down. Looking at this, the girl said, "What the hell? Is this expert a monster? It can't be." Requests were heard to save reinforcements and destroy. Da-hyu looked forward, hearing that it seemed that sections 1 and 13 had fallen to the expert's attack. Chang held the weapon, saying that the enemy was from the 1st zone in the west and from 13 in the north. The reserve arrived too late. Most of them were killed. They suffered enormous losses. What should they do? The girl gritted her teeth and told them to gather. Could they have infiltrated somewhere else? She waved her hand and ordered the troops to be spread out in two, 500 to the west, 500 to the north. She would lead the second group. Baring her teeth, she said that he had been moving north all this time. He would continue to do so. They had seen the attack on the northern wall. She would never give up and make him pay for killing the king of Madamada. There were cracks on the ground. Drake ran forward, saying what kind of monster was there. He used all of this to fight Madamada. Thanks to this, the power of these fans was halved. It was a great relief. There were many trees in the forest. Before facing the ambush, he went to the Dorian Grey forest and caught 12 doubles. The dark creatures glowed even before they had time to see another person and change. The snake bit the double's head. The hero thought that Jormungandr had swallowed them. After the creature fell out of his mouth, one of the snake's abilities is a bite. The monster can lock the enemy in its own stomach, preventing the use of HP. The eyes of the identical guys in the cloak were glowing. The guy continued that he could release the person back when needed, and so 12 of his clones appeared, a total of 13 experts. He rushed to attack and eventually succeeded in escaping. Running next to his comrade, the guy said that Da-hyu had most likely already come to her senses and rushed in pursuit. "We need to hurry." On the run, Drake said that he would ask only once. The bald guy turned to him and heard that he knew he was heading north. Jumping forward, the guy said that this was an uncharted area where no one had ever been because of the harsh climate and high-level monsters. Not that he was against it, but he didn't want to get into a raid. He was going to get there within a month. Iajin smiled and said that this was not the final goal, but just one of the points to achieve it. Turned around and heard that this was a disaster. His eyes widened. Standing in front of him, the hero said that this would not end with just discovering an unknown continent. It would cause many catastrophic changes. He was going to turn this game upside down. With a satisfied grin, the guy continued to create a huge patch and update. First, they must target the northern continent. The bald guys stood opposite each other, and then they couldn't hold back their laughter. The heroes laughed until they cried. Drake said that he was laughing. Iajin said that the pink bald heads with serious faces were discussing issues of a universal scale. What a laugh. The guy with yellow eyes smiled and said thank you for the unexpected answer, to which he heard a question. Will he block it and ask again? About what? Will his heart burst with delight now? Iajin grinned and said that he knew it would be like this. He quickly ran forward, and his comrade asked when 24 hours would pass, and heard that first they needed to get out of the central continent. Da-hyu ran ahead of the people, thinking that they could finally start. Now it was a different race, where the prize was the northern continent. It was snowing in the mountains. They left the central continent and headed towards a harsh snowy mountain. A silhouette was visible behind the snow. The snowfall was heavy. The mountains were hidden by snow. The system reported that the hero entered the forest of misfortune. The name of the first one to enter is recorded in the Akashic records. He is covered by a snowstorm. The snowstorm takes away 0.01% of the maximum HP per second. Snowflakes were flying. The heroes were standing next to a tree-like monster called the Ent of Misfortune. Bald Eogen looked at him, saying that this guy's HP is divided into the body and branches. It will be easier to first destroy each of the parts. Drake grinned and said that he would then deal with these annoying branches, and heard that his comrade would deal with the left leg. Sitting on the knees of the fallen Ent, the hero told him to smear himself with this liquid from it. It will protect against the storm. His comrade noted that it is poisonous and heard that usually poison takes no more than 0.0025% of the maximum HP, and the storm 0.01%, which means that by choosing poison, they reduce the damage by 4 times. It was snowing in the mountains. The snow-capped mountains are a miniature representation of the entire northern continent, a location covered in snow and ice, plus a snowstorm that takes away HP. This place has long gained fame as impassable due to various monsters and natural phenomena. The guys ran forward. Drake asked how long the blizzard would last. Eogen replied that it was random. If you were lucky, then a minute, if not maybe a few days, to which he heard that everything was as in reality. The guy in the cloak said that it seemed that this time it would last a lot. They could not just wait until the storm ended, so he would use the Ent of Misfortune liquid. Hearing the question, why did he assume that it would not stop right now, the guy replied that he should watch the change in the nature of the storm. The comrade looked to the side and asked for a change. Eogen waved his hand and replied that they say it's random. The longer she continues with it, the easier her movements are. This is necessary to save system resources. Each time snowflakes fall, you need to count how many of them fall at the same angle and at the same speed. You can estimate that it will be about 32 pieces, which means this storm will last a long time. The guy replied that he understood. You need to watch carefully to understand. Among the snowstorm, words were heard that they had just entered, but it was already quite difficult to resist monsters, and that the tree monster they had just met, although level B+, turned out to be unexpectedly strong, and they say that it appears in the easiest places of these mountains, which means it is the weakest. Walking behind, the guy asked, "Is the level here so high?" Eogen replied that there are things even scarier. The comrade looked at him, hearing that if possible he would like to avoid meeting someone. With a slight smile, the yellow-eyed man thought that it was the first time he saw him speak like a coward, and asked out loud who made him fear meeting him. Without turning around, Eogen answered that it was someone. He did not have time to finish, because a notification appeared that they had invaded someone else's territory. The frozen boss opened his eyes and expressed displeasure. Looking back, the bald man asked that it was some kind of boss mob. The system reported that the frozen boss wanted them to turn around. The snowfall intensified. Eogen gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that they were noticed. Drake silently looked away. A dark silhouette appeared among the snow. It was getting closer. Drake pointed his finger and asked what was there, and the hero shouted, calling for them to run before they were caught. A black something ran through the snow. With her, he accidentally grinned upward. With his mouth wide open, a black level Yahello was rushing towards them. The guy froze in front of him in fear. His eyes wide open, he screamed in fear. His hand was clutching a knife. Drake slashed diagonally. The monster grabbed his leg. The leg froze where he touched it. The guy asked in shock, "Is he freezing?" He quickly shot down, saying that his body was gradually freezing. In the end, he froze with the crossbow in his hand. The monster touched him with a long black tongue. A swift movement. Eogen approached, driving away the monster. From his hand, Drake's body began to melt. Standing behind him, he asked what it was. The guy in the cloak answered that it was a cold tag, a monster feature called aching. It fascinates the enemy. Bodies can only be melted if a teammate touches the player. A swift movement and words that if there is no touch, then eventually he will die due to damage from the snowstorm. Eogen screamed when a monster touched him behind the shoulder. Drake shot him with a crossbow. The frozen guy looked at the flying arrows, and then he warmed up again. With a smile, turning to his comrade, he said that this is great. Shots and magic are also considered touches. In extreme cases you can spit or throw a stone. He did not even receive damage from freezing. Cool, isn't it? He understood it the first time. Snow was falling in the mountains. Words were heard that therefore he cannot come here alone. He heard the sound of this laughter again. The guys went forward. Drake said that this monster is quite persistent. It may be better to kill it here. It can be defeated even alone. If you are careful enough with the feature, the hero replied that since they were noticed, they will pursue to the end. Eogen looked ahead, saying that even if they defeat him. Instead of continuing, he touched his chin and thought, is there any other way to solve everything by simply defeating? Smiling, putting his hand on his hip, the bald man asked where the guys from Maggio had gone. His comrade thought that he was up to something again. The player screamed from the attack of the frosty wolf. Da-hyu chopped another one with an axe. Chang turned to her, saying that this is an ordinary mob. Where does such power come from? The girl said discontentedly how they annoy her, attack, get, run away, and as soon as they forget about them, attack again. The girl glanced sideways at the penguin and invited everyone to look at him. She reached out with her hand, saying how cute. Blood splashed. The feathers on the penguin's head folded into a horn. This is a pointed-headed penguin. Spreading his wings, he rushed to attack Da-hyu. She hit him with an axe. The penguin jumped back, and the girl thought that he didn't look too strong, but it was very difficult to deal with him. He had already sent hundreds of people to the grave. Putting his wings forward, the monster rushed to attack. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth, hearing someone call out. Iyajin stood among the snowdrifts and asked if everything was okay, if they were tired. Da-hyu stared at him in surprise. Having recognized him, she screamed angrily. A black shadow of a bird darted in front of the hero. A bright flame blew it away. The beam crossed out the guy's silhouette. The guy grinned, saying that it was a great hit. Da-hyu looked at him with wide eyes. Raising his hand, the hero thanked him for unfreezing him. The girl looked at him with displeasure, asking what it was. It was a direct hit. Looking ahead in surprise, the red-haired girl asked what those sounds were, giving her goosebumps. The guild members froze tensely. A smiling black monster was crawling across the snow. The players' bodies were covered in ice. The system reported that this ice could not be destroyed by normal means. The frozen guy clenched his teeth, saying that this was it. He could not move. Ice floes flew in the air, and words were heard about how cold and scary it was. Someone shouted that if you touch the ice, it will break. Let them touch each other. Da-hyu looked ahead, shouting that judging by its appearance, its characteristics include darkness, ice, and undead, which means that with the onset of daylight it will become 4 times weaker. If you use flame or steel, you can inflict 8 times more damage. Ahead was a black monster. The girl said with a smile that dawn was coming. You just need to hold out until sunrise. It was snowing heavily. There were frozen people lying on the snow. The guild leader thought that the pursuit squad of 500 people had lost 100 in just a few moments. She gritted her teeth and said, stagnant water, that they would still have a look. Running forward, Da-hyu resolutely shouted that she would definitely find and kill him. They would reach the end. Laughter was heard in the snowy mountains. Iyajin ran forward, saying how nice it was to pass on the work of Yahello to someone else. Drake, running behind, said that this time it was possible to deal with the monster and the guild at the same time. The guy in the cloak turned around and said that it was impossible. They could still be used. He smiled, saying how could he break away from the guys who wanted to cut his throat to avenge his death. Snow lay on the roofs of the frozen village of the hidden level. The man froze, stretching out his arms. Drake stood next to the counter, saying how scared he was. They were all frozen, because all the NPCs here were frozen by a monster. A comrade looked into the chest, saying that there was a potion, 1 can of whale oil, radishes, carrots, frostbite. Can all this be taken so easily? Looking down, he said that what was here was some kind of reward for the first finder, but unlike items bought in a regular shop, they cannot be restored. The guy with the scarf said that he felt like a looter, and the hero returns. Other people's things are not the main feature of most RPGs, and some even break jugs. There were objects and vegetables in front of him. A question was heard. Is this a potion that cures decompression sickness? Where did he get it from? He had been looking for so long. The guy replied that he simply brought everything that caught his eye. The system reported that they had entered a frozen cave with a black floor. The name of the first person to enter was recorded in the Akashic records. Drake raised his leg in surprise, asking what it was. Was there a black floor under the snow? The answer was heard that it was black because the floor was a deep sea, the bottom of which was not visible. Looking ahead in shock, he said, "What do you mean? They are walking on the surface of a frozen sea." Holding a bag, Iyajin told him to be careful. If the floor cracked, he would immediately end up underwater. Swinging, he threw the bag forward, hearing a question. Is this by any chance the blood of the wolves they had recently given away? What is he going to do? On the ice lay a bag with the blood of a frosted wolf. There was a black haze in the darkness. The hero smiled, saying that it was great. He caught it. A white pillar rose up ahead. A blue monster appeared. A huge ice shark broke the ice. Notifications appeared among the blue water that they had opened a hidden quest, a nightmare of the deep sea, with the goal of getting 28 teeth of an ice shark. Looking ahead, Drake said, "Do they really want them to count the teeth of this fish?" A friend asked, "Is it cool?" The shark opened its mouth. The guy raised his hand, saying that they can't ignore the quest. In any case, they will have to fight. A huge shark rushed forward. Shards flew near the guy. He shot forward with a crossbow. The ice floe broke into pieces. The shark jumped out behind the surprised guy. He jumped back from the attack, cursing. The crossbow shot sparked. Drake shouted that it was not for nothing that he was a level A. He was quite agile. Gritting his teeth, the bald man said that he always cowardly hid under the ice and suddenly attacked, so it was difficult to guess the time for a critical attack. He moved in such a way that all his attacks did not have much effect. The ice was broken. Words were heard that if this continues, the floor will gradually disappear. Iijin smiled, saying that this is a high-level monster, so it will take too much time to completely destroy it. You just need to focus on the quest, although it looks difficult, but it definitely has some kind of specific pattern. The shark opened its mouth. Words were heard that before attacking, it always goes into an existing hole and returns, breaking a new one. But if it cannot go into the hole, then about 2 seconds will rush around the ice and then they will inflict critical damage. The hero imagined the shark's pattern, saying that it would make the first hole and dive underwater, emerging to make a second hole. Then returning to the depths it would dive into the first again, emerging to make a third, and the next time it returned to the depths it would dive into the second hole and then make a fourth. In other words, this pattern would be repeated endlessly until it destroyed the entire floor. Looking at the broken ice, he said that in order to defeat it, something would be needed to cover the hole it had already made. Iijin smiled, saying that they had not been too diligent in hiding their tracks, so they would be coming for them soon. A silhouette appeared at the top of the cave. The boy smiled, saying that here she was, their assistant. White rays rose up. A silhouette of a girl appeared in the settling dust. Da-hyu stood in a determined pose, asking what he was thinking. Maybe just run away. Did she catch him this time? Drake held his weapon tensely, asking, did he decide to team up to fight with Frosty Teeth? However, Iijin looked at her in amazement, asking, where did she come from? Players appeared on the walls of the cave, shouting that they were right below. Let them wait for him there. Looking at the shining girl, the guy thought, did he miscalculate? Why did they catch up so quickly? He left such faint traces. After all, someone else should have arrived first. His eyes widened in amazement. The girl had a shining eye patch on her eye, the eyes of a snow goose that lived in the snowy mountains, helping to notice even the faint traces left in the snow. Looking at this in surprise, the guy thought, she got this item, now it makes sense how she found them so quickly. The snow goose eye is an indispensable item in northern expeditions. It helps to find a trail of an escaped trophy or a barely visible road. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he knew how monsters moved, where hidden dungeons and items were, as well as the location of food. So he considered it useless, did not pay attention. Who would have thought that Da-hyu would get it? She was either very lucky or very capable. Looking at his comrade jumping away from the shark, he thought that there was an ice shark behind him. A name ahead, they were in a difficult situation. Iijin looked ahead with displeasure and thought that he needed to stall for time at any cost. A smile appeared on his lips. He called the head. The girl with an axe ran forward, saying that her tricks did not work. He was finished. Calmly looking at her, the hero said that it was not about that. Do we by any chance know the secret of the item that she is now wearing? The girl with the eye patch looked at him in surprise. She froze with the axe, asking, what kind of secret? Da-hyu looked ahead in surprise. He asked about the snow goose eye. Does he mean to say that he has some kind of secret? The girl with the eye patch heard the request to listen carefully. The hero looked at her and said, the snow goose eye. Iijin finished by extending his finger, but even if you read it backwards, it will sound exactly the same. The girl was holding a spear. The player was squeezing a sword. Da-hyu took off the eye patch. Iijin looked at her in confusion, thinking, why such a reaction? In an entertainment show where he heard a similar joke, everyone laughed. Was it because the idol was joking? The enraged girl hit him with the axe, saying that he was bio-garbage, so only all sorts of garbage pours out of his mouth too. A shark jumped out of the ice behind him. The girl opened her mouth and asked what it was. The monster's eye glowed red. The shark rushed forward, attacking the players. The red-haired girl extended her hand, asking where it came from and commanded the mages to attack. A glow emanated from the extended hands. The shark snapped its mouth shut. Looking ahead in shock, Iijin thought that if it encountered too many opponents, it would simply swim deep into the sea. If unlucky, they might miss it altogether. He rushed straight to the shark. He bit his finger and splashed blood at the monster. The shark opened its mouth. Iijin curled his fingers and said that all monsters have a program to avoid poison, and there is nothing left to do but jump into another distant hole, and this will buy him some time. Rays emanated from the mage's hands. The glow flew towards the shark. It opened its mouth. A bright flash appeared in the center. Bright rays attacked the players. Da-hyu, her mouth open in surprise, looked at it. A shark's tooth sank into the ice, which could possibly stop the disaster above the sea surface. The shark opened its mouth. Its eye was glowing red. And Da-hyu turned around, asking what was that sound? Was it really following them here? A glow appeared at the entrance of the cave. A black monster jumped in. Iijin greeted with a smile, shouting that he had been waiting for her. The monster landed, raising dust. Stretching out its fingers, it rushed forward. Da-hyu looked at it in fear, thinking that this feeling of freezing from the very feet, she cannot get used to it. Although it is not the first time, it feels like she is locked in a prison and completely separated from the world. Her brother touched her, shouting for her to come to her senses, otherwise she will not get out of the water. Gritting her teeth, the red-haired girl ordered to report the situation. Looking at her, Chang said that because of this ice demon, most were frozen. Of course, he touched everyone he could to defrost, but most logged out. About 20 people remained. In the rapid movement, a question was heard: what about stagnant water? A system notification appeared about the completion of the quest of the Nightmare of the Deep Sea. The teeth of the ice shark were 28 out of 28. Smiling, Iojin ran forward, saying that this was a victory. To complete the quest, it was enough to collect the teeth that remained after the attack. A tooth stuck out of the ice. A black monster was in the mouth of the shark. The hand touched, freezing the monster. Ice rose from the shark's body, and words were heard that the frosted teeth would probably use their escape ability and try to swim further into the depths through the new hole. But the name has the ability of a driver, which means that this hole will be frozen tightly again. Iojin chuckled and continued that on the other hand, the shark is too big to just freeze it. They can often see how rank monsters fight, so he wishes for a pleasant viewing. The shark opened its mouth. The black monster stretched out its hand. A bright flash appeared between them, and words were heard that it was the first time he saw a rank monster's fight. Da-hyu, looking worried, shouted that it was not the time to look at them. It was time to run away while these two were fighting. She and her brother ran away. It was snowing in the mountains. The footprints in the snow were glowing. The girl looked at them through the blindfold. Like she ordered to come here. From the 500 people pursuing squad, only 20 remained, even though they had lost their majestic appearance. Baring her teeth, she said that she would do anything to cut off his head. Looking ahead, Cheng asked where they were going. He stood in front, saying that this is the northern edge of the world. After the snowy mountains there is no land. This is the end. This is the last place in this world. But there are no users who have seen it with their own eyes yet, so no one knows what the real edge looks like. Frowning slightly, he said that he does not want to admit it, but now this guy can be called a real discoverer. There was a black mark on the snow. Words were heard that this is nonsense. The girl's hair fluttered. She angrily shouted that she did not admit it. How could such a bad person be a discoverer? She would never admit it. Looking ahead carefully, she said that she found it. There was a figure in a cloak at the edge of the cliff. She said what was on that side. Staring ahead, the guy continued. The wind ruffled Iojin's cloak. Looking with red eyes, he asked, did they get here too? Clenching her fist, Da-hyu screamed that this was the end. He had nowhere else to run. The foot was standing on the cliff. The girl stood by the blue sea. In ancient times, people thought that the earth was flat. They believed that if you reached the end of the world, you could see a bottomless abyss of nothingness. The game was made according to the type of such an ancient world. The system quoted Georg Lukács' words, how happy was the time when you could look at the blue sky full of stars and go on the right path, reading their message. With a grin, the brunette greeted them at the edge of the world. He extended his hand, saying that here is the beginning. The finger pointed forward. Da-hyu looked into the distance in surprise. Romance that doesn't exist now. The world of ancient theories. The ship had white sails, which means that what is hidden at the edge of the world. A large ship was sailing ahead. She thought that no one knew yet. 15 years ago, a photo called The Edge of the World appeared in one community. Mountains towered above the sea. Some adventurer without a second thought uploaded a photo in the corner of which something was vaguely visible, and this attracted a huge number of the entire community. When enlarging the photo, a ship was visible. Iojin, who was sitting at the computer, was surprised, wondering if this was Photoshop. Then he really was a noob. He decided that this meant that there was something else beyond the edge of the northern continent. And who would have guessed that at the edge of the map, where it seemed like there was nothing, white sails were visible? Could something like this really be hidden in the northernmost part? The hero smiled, looking up, saying that, as he thought, he was here. The comrades stood, looking at the ship in front of them. Cannons were sticking out of the hull. No one was visible on the deck. A skeleton was leaning against the wall. It was the captain of the devil ship. He asked what brought them, and was he really a passenger? With a smile, the hero said that he was, and clarified, can he get on the ship? Then the skeleton said that he needed to pay, asking if he had money. She showed 3 fingers to the question of how much. Putting his hand on his belt, Drake said 3 million in gold, which was a bit expensive, but the captain told him that he was wrong. Showing 3 fingers again, he clarified that his price was 30 million, which was equal to 3 million won. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise, asking why so expensive, because it was a high price. The archer and the others, meanwhile, approached the ship, saying that they needed to be caught and killed. Drake handed the bag of money to the hero, saying that there was nothing to be done, although 30 million was a lot. The captain asked what class of cabin he wanted, and the guy said the first. The skeleton's eye lit up brighter when he said that money could only buy cabins no higher than second class, and to sit in the first, something else was needed. New messages appeared about discovering the hidden quest Deep Sea Nightmare 2, and also about the fact that due to a long stay at sea, the pirate's teeth had deteriorated. A dark aura surrounded the captain, that his teeth had deteriorated so much that it was now difficult to bite through ropes, and asked if the hero could bring him teeth that would work as dentures. The skeleton looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. Several teeth appeared in front of the hero. These were shark teeth. Lowering his lower jaw, she was surprised at what they brought him. New messages appeared above the teeth that the hidden quest was completed. These teeth went to the skeleton. The captain's body was covered with flesh. A smile appeared on his face. She turned out to be a girl. She put her hand on her belt, said that she would give him a first-class cabin. Drake and Iajin looked at her embarrassedly. The captain pointed to the door, saying that this was the first class of the ship. The door was visible among the smoke. Some sound was heard. There were many different objects inside. The other part was completely empty. The guy noticed an unpleasant smell. Sitting on the floor, Drake did not understand what kind of first class this was, because it looked more like the hold of a ship. If this is what the first class looks like, then what are the second and third similar to? And probably, those who chose a lower class are simply dragged behind the ship on a rope. Iajin smiled. He was told that the second class is a deck where it is spacious and you can breathe in the sea air. Drake looked at him in confusion, asking if it was really better than here and why was first class the worst. The question about 30 million gold appeared in the background. Da-hyu glared at the captain when she heard that it was from each person and asked why the tickets were so expensive. She showed her sharp teeth, saying that if you don't like it, you don't have to go. The other two people were surprised to hear that it was 3 million and asked if these two really paid that much. She said that since they got here, there was no turning back and opened the guild safe. Chang was surprised to hear that he immediately gathered those who agreed. The girl clenched her fist, saying that since they were going on reconnaissance in unknown lands, even a short video would be enough to cover all the costs. With her mouth wide open, the captain said that it was accepted. Then she bit through the iron chain, announcing that the devil ship was leaving. The anchor fell into the water. Splashes of water flew under the ship. She said that everyone is responsible for their own lives. There was a blow at the door. Da-hyu and her comrades stood opposite. The girl said that the door did not give in and it seemed to be an invulnerable object, noting that this was a first-class advantage. She frowned, realizing that without completing the quest, you can't get here even for money. Then she smiled, saying that since the ship had already departed, now they had nowhere to go. Looking at the others, the girl said that it was impossible to get in from the outside. It was unpleasant, but nothing could be done about it. Time was on their side anyway. Looking at the water, she said that as soon as the opponents showed up, they would immediately get what they deserved. Meanwhile, Iajin sat next to Drake. They say that the people outside stopped attacking and just decided to wait and noted that it would start soon. To which the blonde asked again, and the hero remembered his question about why this miserable hold is considered first class. Looking up, he noted that now it would become clear what would happen to the second and third classes. Meanwhile, Chang looked up in surprise. Da-hyu also raised her eyes. She held the steering wheel. They say that the first wave is starting and you need to be ready for a fatal blow. A huge wave rose above the ship. The girl opened her mouth in shock. Frowning, she thought about the fact that the hero and his comrade knew about this and that's why they climbed into the hold. Water covered the deck. The ship continued to sail on. The girl saw the advancing wave. Then she looked up in surprise again, asking what it was. Tentacles were visible above the ship. The tentacles fell on the deck. The head of a huge monster appeared from the water. It was a squid with devilish tentacles. The tentacles rushed forward. It grabbed the man by the leg, and then knocked him down and began to drag him towards itself. Da-hyu managed to chop the tentacles with an axe. She said that the size was impressive, but it was only level B. If there were only a couple of them, then she would not cope without problems. Opening his mouth, her brother said that there were significantly more of them. The guy saw many of them in front of him. Then the girl looked at the captain, asking if there were any guns. "You're breaking the evil." She replied that the guys from the third class want a lot, because she said that they can get off if they don't like it. Then she struck the monster behind her back. The monster flew back, and she again wanted to remind him of her words. Da-hyu opened her eyes wide in surprise, hearing that here everyone is for himself. Looking at the head of the giant squid, she cursed. From the blow, blood flew in different directions. The girl said that it is not necessary to defeat them. It is enough to make sure that they do not climb onto the ship. You just need to cut off the tentacles that penetrate the deck. If you do not try to destroy them, they do not pose a big threat. The man struck with an axe. Bright flashes appeared near one of the squids. The swing of the weapon left a bright mark on the face of one of them. The flash was visible against the background of the blue sea. Later, tentacles were scattered across the deck. Tired, Da-hyu sat down on the floor. First, she closed her eyes, and then she narrowed her fist, calling it nasty. Frowning, the girl said that they had 2 dead, and they had to pay a lot of money for each. Putting the axe on her shoulder, she said that they needed to decide. Of course, it was a pity for those who died, but they did not know what else could appear there. Holding the steering wheel, she announced in the second wave. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. A wave rose again. A huge monster appeared from the water, which is called a dunklet. The monster began to climb onto the ship. Da-hyu put her hand forward. They say that it has steel scales, which means that physical damage is not terrible for it, and demanded that the magicians attack it with weakening or shock it. Electric discharges appeared right in front of the monster, but the monster struck. Then the girl tried to attack it with an axe. There was a glint in the monster's eyes. Dodging its attack, Da-hyu said that she would distract it. Frowning, she told the others to deal maximum damage to it from afar at this time. They needed to hold out until the monster ran out of steam and left the ship. The magicians began to attack. Sparks were visible, after which there were fewer of them. Tired Chang and Da-hyu tried to come to their senses. The guy looked at the girl, saying that 2 more had died. She clenched her teeth in anger. The girl looked at the captain. Looking at her, she asked where those 2 were, and she answered that the guys from the first class were sitting in the hold. Then Da-hyu asked why the monsters did not attack them, and heard the answer because they were in the first class. Then the girl opened her mouth in surprise, asking what the captain would do if the ship fell apart at this rate. To which she, smiling ominously, replied that brave pirates are not afraid of such nonsense. Da-hyu bit her lip, thinking that it was impossible to come to an agreement with her. Turning away, the girl did not understand what she was hoping for. Was it really a highly moral dialogue with artificial intelligence? She again turned around in confusion, hearing about the beginning of the 3rd wave, and asked to be slower, to which she was told that this was the last one. She needed to gather strength. A column of water rose next to the ship. Something landed next to her. Someone's dark silhouette was visible. The shell reflected the light. A monster with many tentacles appeared in front of them. It was a deep-sea demon. Da-hyu looked ahead in confusion, noting that this was a monster of level A+. The monster looked at her with its green eyes. She thought that even the previous level had beaten them up badly.